long-term coast listener, and the first time I've had the pleasure of speaking with you. But I've enjoyed all your shows that I've listened to in the past. So, on the topic of determining whether Jesus or any other spiritual message, how do you determine whether it's coming from good or evil source? It's very simple. It's simply that if the message you're receiving is consistent with the Lord's messages and teachings of the Bible, then it's good. If it conflicts with the Bible, then you know right away that it's not.
What if you don't know the Bible as well as you should? What if the passage or scripture that is being quoted is something you're not familiar with? Then you're susceptible to a deception, right?
Yes, but what I said was it's the principles of the Lord's teachings, which are peace and love and faith, trust, forgiveness, and patience and generosity, kindness, all the goodness of the Lord. And if it's anything that conflicts with that goodness, then you know that it's not. And this principle was taught to me by I'm a spiritual man, a man of faith, and reading the Bible. But one of the best teachers of the Bible I've ever heard in my life is Dr. Charles Stanley, Baptist minister, did international ministries over the air and by internet through his organization intouch.org.
All right, Clint, what if this entity purporting to be Jesus Christ, he doesn't talk to you about peace or forgiveness or grace or any of those things. He just simply says, follow me. What do you do?
You should be able to sense whether or not there's good or evil intentions in that case, but I would think that there would be some message that this vision or apparition or message, however it comes to you, it would be a message that you would want something, especially if evil, would want something from you. Right? And if it's in any way negative, then you know it's not the Lord, because the Lord is never negative.
So if you might say, if you suspect that it's not Jesus, it's the deceiver, is a liar, you say, what, I renounce thee in the name of Jesus, and it should, if it is in fact the Antichrist or Satan, it should, or a demon, it should just like whoosh, vanish, right?
Well, you don't follow it. You don't. I'm not sure. I haven't experienced this, so I don't know for sure. But I do understand the pronouncements, renouncing and rebuking and telling to be gone. But you just don't follow it. Simple as that. If it's negative, if it's any way hurting you or hurting someone else, then you would not follow it. There's going to be some purpose that he's there. This apparition is there to do something, convince you to do something, and it's just as simple as it's good or evil. And most people know whether can easily determine whether something's good or evil.
All right, makes sense. Clint, thank you for the call. Great to speak with you. Thank you. Let's see. We're going to go next to Leon in Chicago. Leon, welcome to the host.
Great to have me. I just want to talk about something that I experienced Tuesday, and I want to adopt
some talk about that they might do that at some point in the future, which always, when they say we might do it sometime in the future, that is always kind of suspicious to me. That to me is like they're basically telling us they're doing it now.
Exactly. And the documentary explains the fact that they were doing it in the 1920s through warfare, and they were doing it through the all the way up into the 70s through like deforestation, making orange through the Vietnam War. And I'm thinking, oh my God, if you can control the weather, you can control the world. And I'm thinking, wow, really? Are you serious? You guys can control our weather, how we live, how we survive.
Well, I mean, cloud seeding has been around for a long time, and they did that, you're right, during the Vietnam War because they wanted it to rain on the Ho Chi Minh Trail to make it muddy so that it would be more difficult to move armaments and so forth, weapons up and down the Ho Chi Minh Trail. So I know they're doing that. When we talk about geoengineering, they're talking about putting some kind of a particulate into the atmosphere to reflect the sun's rays. I understand that.
But why are they doing this? Why do they have to do this? Why do they have to do this? Do they need control, or do they? What is it? What is their agenda?
Well, the scientists that say we might consider doing this in the future are claiming that it is to forestall the effects of man-made global warming. However, others believe that what they're really doing is a method of control. Somehow the aluminum particulates in the atmosphere can somehow interact with things like these like high altitude. What is that? High altitude auroral research project up in Alaska and elsewhere. Somehow, those are connected. I can't tell you the absolute mechanics of it, but it's related to control of some sort.
Yes. If you can control the weather, and I've heard a couple of the speeches from back in the 60s, all the way up until now. I've heard the if we control the weather, we can control the world.
There you go. I agree. Thank you for that. Yeah, there was a defense white paper written about 25 years ago called Owning the Weather by 2025. So maybe they're ahead of schedule. Let's see. I think we can work in at least one more before the bottom of the hour. We're going to say hi to, let's see, Catherine, checking in from Canada. Hello, Catherine. Good morning. Go ahead.
Good weekend.
That's okay.
I got two things to say. It's really weird you're talking about this global warming with the rain and all that clouds on. They had it on their news 2 days ago that there is any, like on our local news here, and I listen daily, and they said that they are doing cloud seeding. And it's to, it blew my mind to hear this, because, everyone's talking about it, all of a sudden they're admitting it.
Well, that's been around, like I said, that's been around for a long time, cloud seeding.
Yeah.
But talking about geoengineering, that's something else, I think, entirely.
Yeah. Okay, so then you guys were talking about the spirits, like how do you know if this guy is an antichrist or if this spirit of God?
Yeah.
And it is actually the King James Bible. I have the New King James Bible. And it's in 1 John 4, 1 to 3. It's very clear. It says, Beloved, do not believe every spirit, but test the spirit, whether they are of God, because many false prophets have come out into the world. For this, you know the Spirit of God. Every spirit that confesses that Jesus Christ has come in the flesh is of God. And every spirit that does not confess that Jesus Christ has come in the flesh is not of God. And this is the spirit of Antichrist, which you have heard was coming and is now already in the world.
right, so you've got to ask this entity point blank, do you confess that Jesus Christ is the Son of God who came in flesh? And if the entity won't answer or answers, well, denies that, then you know that you're dealing with the Antichrist. All right, well, that makes a simple Catholic. Thank you. I'm going to make a mental note of that just in case. I don't think I can, if I try to squeeze one in now, Dan is going to be in my ear saying, don't you dare. I always listen to Dan, because he's the field general. All right, let's take a quick time out of the steam machine. Get back to the west side, taking us into the brain gun, coast to coast AM. Back to the west side. You've been on the west side. We don't big time. And if your shoes don't let you know, remember it was you for the pump. Get back to the west side. Move up to the line. You blew the whole town upside down in New York City. Everybody you from Jersey telling you to chill. They had to send the guy from the FBI to get. And I bet for me, it's the aroma of lavender and the back filled by reinforcements. Enlightenment. Here I come.
Frequent delivery of backlogs and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on price.
There are more identity threats than you realize. People can monitor your credit. Only a little personal info needs to leak out, like your social security number or password.
Or you didn't become a victim.
LifeLock alerts you to threats you can miss. If your identity is stolen, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions, but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year with promo code NEWS. Go to lifelock.com.
Something big is here. Something so big it couldn't fit in a can.
Introducing Bubbly Burst, a sparkling water beverage bursting with so much fruit flavor we had to put it in a bottle. With 6 sensational flavors and no added sugar, the newest member of the Bubbly family was worth smiling about. So look for the colorful Bubbly Burst bottles and add a burst of fruit flavor to your day.
Oh, Bubbly Burst, coming to a fridge near you.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give these piece of the 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is always hard fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Snag a Job is where America goes to hire. Deepest talent pool in hourly hiring. With access to over 6 million active hourly workers, Snag a Job is the all-in-one solution for hiring high-quality employees who can cover all your needs. On demand, attempt to hire part-time or full-time. Name the position: warehouse worker, retail associate, grocery store clerk, fitness trainer, baker, stylist, bellhop, podcast producer. Yeah, Snag a Job's got a worker for that. With our easy-to-use platform, you're able to seamlessly post and fill available positions quickly. Dedicated customer support team to provide all the help you need along the way. It's nice knowing you have a talent pool like that in your own backyard, right? Snag a Job is the partner you need to keep your business running smoothly. So visit snagajob.com or text SNAG to 42424 to talk to an expert. Snagajob.com, where America goes to hire.
Hey, it's Joe. Today, Black folks not are still disproportionate. But there is something to do about it. There's no cure for HIV. There are effective fixes that. Take it as prescribed. Keep up with the company and get you and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low you can't do anything about that. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to doctors about TikTok. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This is sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
The NBA playoffs are here, and we all know playoff ball is a thing.
on the NBA Playoff Home Playlist. Don't miss the NBA Playoffs presented by Coca-Cola on ABC, ESPN, TNT, and ABC. Elevate your game by listening to the NBA Playoff Home Playlist now at iHeart.com/playlist.
Yes, we're talking never again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com. Call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Sitting in for George Norrie, and we are into the final stretch, the home stretch of open lines. A remarkably clear video of a UFO over New York City's LaGuardia Airport has gone viral as the witness who captured the footage has come forward to share her story. The tantalizing scene caused something of a stir in UFO research circles when it first appeared online last month and found new life this week when News Nation's Ashley Banfield spoke to Michelle Reyes about filming the strange cylindrical object as she was flying out of NYC and with her daughter in late March. When I realized that I had something like this on video, the first thing I did was email the FAA, she explained, as maybe it was a safety hazard. Despite the fantastic nature of the footage, Reyes indicated that she received no response from the FAA, which led her to contact the UFO reporting group Enigma Labs. Intriguingly, after posting her video on Facebook, another passenger on the plane reached out and revealed that she had noticed it when she was in the air as well. While one might think having a second witness to the weird object would provide some level of reassurance, Reyes used that it was a little more nerve-wracking that someone also saw what I saw. Although Reyes' footage was seemingly dismissed by the authorities, the video has subsequently spread like wildfire. Since her News Nation appearance this week, with media outlets around the world sharing the head-scratching scene. You can check it out and watch the video for yourself in the carousel up at coasttocoastam.com. Hey, have you checked out Coast to Coast's Paranormal Podcast Network yet? This exciting network features free podcasts about paranormal, supernatural, and the unexplained. And our current offerings include Joshua P. Warren's Strange Things, Sandra Champlain's Shades of the Afterlife, and Heidi Hollis's Dark Becomes Light. You can look for new episodes every Friday. That's the Coast to Coast AM and iHeartMedia's Paranormal Podcast Network. All right, back to your calls. Open lines continues after this time out on Coast to Coast AM.
Gold is pushing to all-time highs right now. Actually, there are several reasons for that. The cost of goods continue to rise despite interest rate controls by the Fed. Since January of 2021, the cost of living is up almost 18%. The national debt continues to skyrocket, now above $34 trillion, causing many to worry when the House of Cards will come crashing down. A presidential election year that will have massive implications on the future of this country. All of this adds up to instability and uncertainty, and this is why so many Americans are turning to the virtual route. Have you diversified your savings yet? Secure a portion of that with gold from the virtual route. Text Coast to 989898 and get your free info kit. Learn how to convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. It doesn't cost you a penny out of pocket. A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, tens of thousands of happy customers you can count on virtual. Text Coast 989898 now.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up. I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earned from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TODAY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right through bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TODAY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TODAY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
All right, welcome back to Open Lines. And first-time caller Tristan is in Missouri. Tristan, good morning. Welcome to Coast.
Hi there, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Thanks for asking. I want to comment on a couple things and then kind of tell a story. After that, first of all, you don't have to make it all official if you encounter a spirit. You said that you kind of shell shocked, and I was feeling what you're saying prayer sometimes, so it kind of like leave you a little flummoxed at first sight. But God gave you something called the silver plate. And everyone should have had an experience at this point in their life where when you get that gut punch, you know that that's God. And that's God talking to you. Can you agree with that?
Well, I don't think I've experienced that. You mean, if I don't see, under what other circumstance would I receive that gut punch, the gospel?
Oh, it could be a myriad of different situations and or circumstances. It could be like a good friend of yours at work bumped up for the promotion, and they come up and tell you a falsehood, and it's like, man, instantly, you know that something's not right. It's not kosher, and it's fixing to cross this thing where you know that it's not impossible. That makes sense?
Well, yeah, I know what you mean by, the metaphorical gut punch, but when you relate it to the gospel, you're saying when you feel that, that's the gospel.
Amen, brother. Amen. Also, or furthermore, in addition, whatever you'd like to say, you don't have to be, it's not like a formality. Like, greetings and salutations, Stephen, blah, blah, blah. I renounce you, this isn't the exorcist. In the name of Jesus, you don't.
Yeah.
But, there you're at my property. That's right.
Oh, yes.
I'm going to make you laugh about that, but I've had so many encounters. Now, as far as Jesus goes, I was going through a very difficult and, a horrible time. I had an ex-boyfriend who kept calling and leaving messages about him going to kill himself, and I was going to come back to him, and he literally had guns and would drink himself silly, and
I'm going to good job this time, and I just didn't see this, and it just wore me down. You know, every time I come home from work, it'd be like, I have 6 messages from the Christ man. And I was in between shifts of going from one job to the next, and I laid down for a little bit, get off my face, and I just started chanting Jesus over and over like a mantra. And when I was fixing to get up, I put one foot down on the bed, and I sat on the floor seated, and I sat up, and Jesus was in my bedroom. Wow. And I couldn't move. You know, like, you know, you're in that position where you're like passed in and out of the bed. Right. And you felt it in your solar plexus? Is that the idea? Oh, baby, I saw standing there. No, I know. As a motivation. Oh, yes. I mean, I was under such tremendous stress and sleep deprivation and just, you know, I was dealing with bad juju from this man. And I couldn't handle it. I couldn't emotionally handle it. They keep calling me and telling me that they're going to kill themselves. Right. What did Jesus say when you had time? Did Jesus say anything to you? He didn't have to. It was his presence. I locked eyes with him, and it's like a download. When you go to do a download of music, you know, whatever. You know how instantaneously a download is? Yes. Yes, it's just vaporized in a nanosecond. I couldn't even tell you how quickly I was replaced with peace, love, joy, serenity. And then, as soon as I, you know, I'm feeling that.
아까 독성 발라드, 코리안 발라드.
그래 말아? I like
You know, you don't wake up and see Jesus. No, you do not. I was a little bit taken aback. It's real. No kidding. Tristan, thank you for that. That's a remarkable story. Let's see. We're going to say hi to Stan in South Dakota. Hey, Stan, welcome to Coach.
Yeah, thanks, Richard. I just want to remind you, don't let the good life pass you by.
Mama Cass, I remember you asked for that song. I played it for you here.
You have a good memory. This has been an extraordinary show, especially me. And I'll try to help the callers and about the Jesus issue. About first, God, there's only one God, and He's sovereign, and there's no way we can manipulate Him. He loves us, everybody, even the ones that don't love Him. And see what I found over the years, I'm 77 and a Vietnam veteran. I went through all kinds of crises in my life. And this is what I'd like to say. Jesus is real. And I see people that have
Okay, I know that. Okay, peace, bro.
something really good that beyond just nature. But to have to be, I try to be religious. And what I found out was I had to ask.
Give me 7. Give me 7.
Coming into my heart, or the heart is the emotional center, your feelings, your emotions, your passions. And I said, you're gonna lead me, guide me, and I'm gonna obey you. And since this transaction happened, my life don't try to analyze Jesus or God. Just with faith, ask Him to come into your heart. You're very sorry. Because we're all sinners. We're all sinners through God. If you're sincere, you will do this, and you will know it. You won't need drums or lightning. There'll just be a small, quiet musician.
I appreciate your kind words. Thank you so much. Let's see. I'm gonna go to Rob. Is it Rob or Ray in New York? Is it Rob? Rob. Hi, Rob.
600, yeah. Just lost all my money, bro. Getting fucking raped, brother.
She's very soft spoken. Well, kind words, but that's very calm. She's very calm, low key. Yeah, it's been a great time. You're very energetic. Yeah, well, I am 45 years old. I'm not that big of a person.
I never go to doing well, brother. Yeah, man, that's safe for sure. What kind of question is that? Yeah, that's the stupidest question. Oh.
And I thought my longtime friend and colleague was going to be guest tonight, Gary Wayne, but it happened to be tomorrow night, Saturday or tonight actually. And so I just sit around to listen. Then one year called her in. We're talking about the same thing I was talking about on another show tonight about flying in your dreams and out-of-body experiences. So I just felt like it's goosebumps, and I had chills, and I felt the urge to call in. And I tuned in, and I think that there's signs that come from anybody at any time, and we sometimes don't see them in life, but I related to a lot of the things that was calling, and I was born actually still inside the hole in the amniotic sac. What if my mother's water never broke? So that sounds like they used to do with the call back in the Victorian era. They would sailors, they would advertise in the newspaper. They would save the call, and the newspapers, the mother or the father that would take that call, they would keep it and advertise it for sale in the newspaper, and sailors would buy the call and keep it with them on voyages because it was good luck. Wow, yeah, there's a lot of but I had a near-death experience in 1987 that radically changed my life. And then after that, I was 9 years old in 1987. After that, I started, without realizing it at first, that I was going out of I was trying to go out of body without trying to. My body was just automatically doing it at a certain point.
Yeah, every game that somebody said trust me, bro, it just didn't work. So.
I thought I was getting neurological issues.
I have trust issues. I have trust issues, I'm sorry.
I didn't do it anymore, but my near-death experience is a very interesting story where I had that kind of experience that guy described earlier.
Oh, what is going on, bro?
Over my body. I had a really bad accident, sporting accident, when I was 9 years old, and they had to operate on me to save my life. And Richard, I don't even remember going to school the next day. What had happened was that I got hurt playing soccer. My testicle had gotten ruptured, and a black beard formed in my testicle had formed, and we were on the way to the hospital. I'm begging my dad.
You have to get trained to cuddle with you, brother. I don't know what you're trying to say. I have zero idea what you're trying to say. Thank you, brother, dirty man. And I remember, how sometimes you have those dreams where the dreams don't help you wake you up out of the dream, you just remember like a
was something like that, but magnified by a million. And it was so potent, so real, so alive, and the catalyst for all my research into like plasma physics and all the things, what I experienced. I remember being hovered over my body, looking down at myself in the hospital room, my arms out, my legs out, like I was giving birth, people working on me. I'm barely recognizing myself, and I'm hovering over myself in the hospital room. And I made this conscious decision, like, oh my God, that's like, I didn't say it out loud, but I remember making the conscious decision, like, oh my God, like, I don't want to go to that pain, it looks bad. Because the second I made that choice, I shot like Google Earth, 1,000,000 miles an hour straight up. A warmth was around me, guiding me. As I'm leaving Earth, I'm passing through this green, sentient sea of intelligence that was making whale song and bird song of so I'm literally hovering above Earth with my arms and legs out in that same position still. And this shivering wave that looks like water, sort of like on a hot summer day when you see a shivering wave in the air in front of me. My body is guided into this whirling vortex of water. And while I'm in it, it's like data is in there. All this knowledge of the universe is in there. And I'm leveling myself out intuitively in this water, like the bubble in the carpenter's level. I'm telling people what I just saw, and they're like, no, you were unconscious. You know, you were dreaming. And it was so vivid, so alive, so amazing, so real. And I thought, like, there's no way I could believe that it was more real than this reality that I've seen. And I couldn't understand it. I was confused. And Richard,
Oh, ban that motherfucker, bro.
I guess so.
Adam, stop deleting him. Ban his ass.
So I'm so glad you called. You're like
Adam, bro. That same fucking guy is doing that. Ban his ass.
brilliant. Thank you so much for that. All right, for George Norrie, George Knapp, Yolanda Wilson, Cigars, Alliance, Stephanie Smith, Tom Kennedy, Dan Galante, Jeremiah Harris, Chris Burrows, Sean Lattis, Laura Tim Banal. I'm Richard Sarah. Thank you for your ears and your voices, your beautiful voices. Until tonight. So long for now. There are more identity threats than you realize. Even if you monitor your credit, only a little personal info needs to leak out. Like your social security number or password.
Or even a counterfeit.
LifeLock alerts you to threats you can miss. If your identity is stolen, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions, but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year with promo code NEWS. Go to lifelock.com.
Something big is here. Something so big it couldn't fit a can.
Introducing Bubbly Burst, a sparkling water beverage bursting with so much fruit flavor we have to put it in a bottle. With 6 sensational flavors and no added sugar, the newest member of the Bubbly family is worth smiling about. So look for the colorful Bubbly Burst bottles and add a burst of fruit flavor to your day.
Oh, Bubbly Burst, kind to a fridge near you.
Snag a Job is where America goes to hire. Deepest talent pool in hourly hiring. With access to over 6 million active hourly workers, Snag a Job is the all-in-one solution for hiring high-quality employees who can cover all your needs. On demand, temp to hire, part-time or full-time. Name a position: warehouse worker, retail associate, grocery store clerk, fitness trainer, baker, stylist, bellhop, podcast producer. Yeah, Snag a Job's got a worker for that. With our easy-to-use platform, you're able to seamlessly post and fill available positions quickly. The dedicated customer support teams provide all the help you need along the way. It's nice knowing you have a talent pool like that in your own backyard, right? Snagajob is the partner you need to keep your business running smoothly. So visit snagajob.com or text snag to 242424 to talk to an expert. Snagajob.com, where America goes to hire.
The NBA playoffs are here, and we all know playoff mode is a thing. With everything on the line, the players are taking it to the next level, and fans need to match that intensity by streaming high picks on the NBA playoff home playlist. Don't miss the NBA playoffs presented by Google Pixel on ABC, ESPN, TNT, and NBA TV. Elevate your game by listening to the NBA playoff home playlist now at iHeart.com/playlist.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you feel healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment.
That's a dream 16 ounce load. I used to bang it up. I'd use them for my stuff.
A new law is helping you save more money on prescription drug costs.
They're good. They're good for cardio.
With Medicare's extra help program, my premium is zero and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year, or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Nice.
Go to ssa.gov/extra help.
Nice. One more. One more. Nice guy's back. I like Chevy, bro. I like Chevy, bro. I like Chevrolet. I like Chevrolet, brother.
United States Postal Service. You can avoid all the noise.
Chevrolet is the things I like, brother.
It's just easy,
Hey, brother.
dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping you save more money on prescription drug costs. Maybe you can save too. With Medicare's extra help program, my premium is zero and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year, or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out. Go to ssa.gov/extra help.
Actually, this is exactly really fast.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been helping America's heroes.
We have to get like a God law. Yeah, that way. We can definitely get a PV though. Definitely PV. Definitely PV. It'd be fun. It'd be quick, dude. See what we need for this. Yeah, leave the bottles.
100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweetener. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com. An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping you save more money on prescription drug costs. Maybe you can save too. With Medicare's extra help program, my premium is zero and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people.
2 minutes. You have 2 minutes to get a PV here. Terrible. It's doable. Take a lemon. Good luck. It is doable if we're lucky. Okay, huge. We got a hammer.
that, guys.
Maybe. Now you're really serious?
Science-based on Nobel Prize-winning discoveries, and is now recommended by thousands of doctors for healthy blood sugar and cardiovascular health. And right now, streaming listeners get 10% off at ProLonLife.com/music, but only until April 30th. That's ProLonLife.com/music.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping you save more money on prescription drug costs. Maybe you can save too. With Medicare's extra health program, my premium is zero and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year, or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. To find out, go to ssa.gov/extra-help.
Oh, bro. Uh-oh. That guy's got a...
The size of the audience doesn't change the people that listen. And we celebrate every last ray of sun.
Fine, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
This program has been pre-recorded.
Add live, Ed.
Thanks for inviting me into your home, your long-haul truck, RV, camper, taxi, your parents' well-appointed basement with the simulated wood paneling, electric fireplace, and the painting of dogs playing poker. Your loft, that greasy spoon just off the interstate, and your cabin in the woods. Welcome to Coast to Coast AM, the very best in late-night talk radio. I'm Richard Sarah, sitting in for George Dory, and tonight this morning, I am coming to you live from the home studio in old Fort Hill, just north of Toronto. Before we get rolling, birthday wishes going out to my lovely bride of nearly 24 years, the mighty Aphrodite. Happy birthday, love of my life, the beautiful lady that keeps me laughing. Coming up in hours 1 and 2, a journey into the hidden depths of popular culture where symbolism whispers secrets and the occult lurks beneath the surface. Joining us is Isaac Weishaupt, a researcher and author whose work uncovers the esoteric threads woven into the fabric of entertainment. The founder of IlluminatiWatcher.com and host of the Occult Symbolism and Pop Culture podcast, Isaac shines a light on the shadows that dance behind the bright lights of the stage. From the Grammys to Super Bowl halftime shows, Isaac's keen eye has dissected the layers of symbolism that cloak these spectacles. It reveals the subtle gestures, elaborate stage designs, and ancient symbols that serve as conduits for ritualistic invocation. But it's not just the visuals. Isaac delves into the music itself, uncovering the occult themes and esoteric references woven into the lyrics and performances of artists like Taylor Swift and Doja Cat. Isaac's insights shed light on unsettling revelations, connecting them to deeper currents of manipulation and exploitation that flow through the entertainment world. Prepare to peer behind the veil of illusion as we delve into the occult undercurrents of popular culture with Isaac Weishaupt. The shadows are calling, and the truth awaits those who dare to seek it. In hours 3 and 4, open lines, calling all shadow trackers and stargazers. 2 hours where the veil between the known and the mysterious thins with every tick of the clock. Join our nocturnal journey in the heart of high strangeness. I'm gonna fling open the floodgates of the inexplicable and invite you to steer the ship. Share your encounters with the uncharted and the unearthly. From UFOs cutting across starlit skies to whispers of ghosts in the attic of an old creaking house. Have ghouls or goblins danced in the edges of your reality? I'm all ears. Venture with me into tales of cryptids lurking in the deep woods, the fleeting shadows seen from the corner of your eye, or those inexplicable moments when time seems to warp and bend around you. Tonight, it's about the stories that make skeptics pause and believers nod in knowing agreement. Perhaps you've brushed against the other side during an out-of-body experience, or peered through the cosmic keyhole with remote viewing.
Oh my god, it's stars.
Wait, orange too? Maybe no.
Oh my god. Nice. Is money back ready? Wait, retreat? Oh my god.
I mean, it's on the right side again. It'd be nice.
Holy shit. It's dead right there. That's not bad though.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on. We choose a slot, then we take a shot. Why doesn't the multi go on every square of the connection? It does, but it has to hit twice for it to show up. Alright, we got the stories, we got the bottle. Oh fuck, we're doing this again. Alright.
Try this shit better work.
Oh, Frida's already poured it and everything.
Okay. Cheers.
Wait, are we picking the slot first or no?
Oh yeah.
Alright,
Sorry.
Alright, this is what we do, Red. Listen. Do a 3, 2, 1 countdown, we all say a slot.
A 3, 2, 1 countdown and we all say slot?
Yeah, and if we say the same one that is meant to be.
Okay. Okay.
I don't even know the names.
Okay.
Alright. Never mind.
3,
Okay.
3,
3, 2, 1.
1. You
Bounce
bounce
it.
it.
Big dogs.
Oh, she said it so late.
I had to look.
Alright, you know what's crazy though? On God, bro, I was actually thinking the same thing Dana just said. I don't know why I said bounce it. Alright, cheers.
Oh my god, cheers. Bro, but Lee Band is scaring me, bro, because we just hit a fucking 800x on it. But you think it'll hit again?
Let's do it.
Those.
Bro, my OBS shit hasn't been lagging at all today, so it's kind of scary.
Kids across America are going to school hungry. Millions of kids every day. Hungry kids get sick more often. They can struggle in school. It can be harder for them to focus and learn. But one simple thing can help change all of this for a hungry child in America. Good healthy food with the energy it brings. With help from caring people across America, No Kid Hungry is providing healthy meals and hope to hungry kids so they can build better futures.
We want to ensure that all of our kids have healthy meals every day. Thank you. Thank you for helping feed our kids.
To learn more on ending child hunger in America, go to helpnokidhungry.org today. Isaac Weishaupt is the founder of IlluminatiWatcher.com, host of the Occult Symbolism and Pop Culture podcast.
See, bro, oh my god, I've never seen this before. Oh, I've never seen this before. Never seen this before, bro.
Wow.
No way, bro.
I have never seen that. Look at the board.
I've never seen the whole board build, bro. Fuck.
Oh my. My god, the whole board was filled.
Oh,
Sati sent
that
me
was
to
just
the
too-
fucking big dogs, bro. Oh
Wait.
shit.
Does you want to do that one? Okay.
This might take us fucking the shot room here.
That's not bad. That's not bad. It should.
Just a jump to the left. The unauthorized guide to occult symbolism in the Rocky for picture show. I said, "Boys, welcome back to Coast AM. How are you?"
Hey, Richard. And I'm so glad to talk to you. I'm here to report that I still don't know if reality is the truth or a holographic deception, but I'm getting closer to figuring it out.
All right, well, maybe we'll figure it out together. I don't know if I can do it in the next 2 hours, but we'll give it a try. I mentioned to my nephew's birthday. For her birthday, I'm taking her to Cleveland to see the Rolling Stones in June. Figuring it might be our last time. You know, the lads are up in their 80s now. However, is that potentially an event like that, a concert where there may be, 40,000 people, maybe more? Is that potentially what you would call a mass ritual event?
Actually, and of course, not everybody loves it. I grew up in a household where my father absolutely loved the Rolling Stones, went to their concerts and all that stuff. But when, exploring all the ideas about the Illuminati and we talk about the occult, which means hidden, I think there's, anytime you've got a mass ritual event, such as multiple people coming together, there's a certain formula that people who follow the occult practices try to do. And basically what they're trying to do is focusing energy towards symbols, right? They're trying to charge what they call sigils or a hyper sigil. And particularly in the music industry, these artists, it's argued and theorized that they are able to make contact with spirits in another realm. And this goes into a whole bunch of different territories. But I think to understand how that's possible, we have to understand how the thing called ritual magic works. And when we talk about the occult, we're of course talking about what is hidden. And they use a practice of ritual magic, some call it ceremonial magic or high magic or low magic even. And it's basically this idea that's been around going back thousands of years, going back to this character named Thoth and Hermes back in ancient Egypt, who bestowed upon mankind this idea of alchemy, this art of the occult. And the short version is that people who practice this thing, they believe that they can use ritual magic to penetrate deeper levels of the subconscious mind to bring about changes into the material world, because this Hermes Thoth character basically taught mankind that the two things are connected. What's out there in the universe and what's happening here on Earth, they can be connected, and a magician is able to steer the wills of the masses towards the wills of what they want. So when we go to concerts, we just have to pay attention to what we think. Okay, well, are we all focusing on certain symbols, the sigils, it's a ritual event, or are we just enjoying music? What's the combination of all these things? I mean, you could argue all of these points individually.
Right, and I only mentioned the Rolling Stones as an example. I'm not suggesting that they're up to some, they have some sinister motive. But you mentioned hyper sigils. What is a hyper sigil? Can you give me some examples?
Yeah, so so when you start digging deep into this sort of territory of the occult, you come across certain characters, and there's a character, a person named Genesis P. Ulrich. I think he went by the plural pronouns as they, them, because Genesis
really sinister, if you're trying to attract wealth or you're trying to attract love or good fortune or what have you. But when we talk about conjuring something else, maybe like through a portal, like Aleister Crowley maybe was trying to do it, on the shores of Loch Ness up there in Scotland. I mean, that's another matter entirely. What is it?
And that comes down to the will of the practitioner, as they say, the cult practice. And there's not something inherently school for some of these things. It just depends on if what's the purpose and of the ritual. Now, and again, you got different methods of the app. You can have the founder of the church. Well, yeah, you do black magic like Aleister Crowley was doing, which is, more evil and nefarious, talking like this. And yeah, that's centered in that bad practice like magic, which is being more to, bring light positivity to people's life. But as I say, that white and black magic, they were both self-centered. They were all selfish things. You, as a magician, think you are God, basically, which is, again, this goes back to spiritual worldview. Some Christian people would say that the whole intent is to do the will of God, not the will of man or the will of the self. So that's where you start slicing it up and saying, some really say if something is good or evil, kind of comes more to subjective worldviews, but Aleister Crowley would definitely mess around with anything. He did a lot of, like syncretism, where he was taking a variety of different ideas and just kind of putting it all together to find something that worked. And he tried to see the world through his religious, I don't say religion, but I guess it's a religion called Melina, which means the will. And it's all about the will of the magician. And he was talking about bringing about a new age where they could be called the Aeon Forward. It's all about cultural change. And this is where we get to the real crux of the matter, and why all of this matters, that I'm watching all these pop culture events and saying, hey, look at this music video, there's this symbolism here, and it's, got this meaning. It's because the new age that Crowley tried to usher in, you could argue, was very much embracing what they call antinomianism, which is this idea of embracing evil, embracing the things that our culture suppresses or shadow, as one would say. And this is symbolized in a variety of ways, like the planet Saturn, for instance. And the whole idea is that the magicians, the occultists, were trying to bring about cultural changes. They were doing it in a way that they tried to this sort of belief in duality, where there's a light and a dark, there's a good and an evil, but they think that both are important, both should be focused on. And the best example that I give for explaining that doctrine would be this idea that without darkness, light can't exist. So these occultists, they think that both sides of this duality are equally important. So they're not opposed to embracing some of the darker, talking to demons and things like this.
So, according to the legend, when Aleister Crowley was performing, what was it called, the Babylon working ritual at Rothschild House again up in Scotland, and according to this legend, he summoned some sort of an entity, but failed to properly bind this spirit. Then he eventually moves out of the house, and Lieutenant Jimmy Page, who goes on Led Zeppelin, the voice of strange goings on at Crowley's house, a groundskeeper, I think, who supposedly was driven mad and ended up murdering members of his own family. Jimmy Page is into this ritual magic, adorning the album covers with all of these sigils, if you will, and it's the cult symbols. And then we have all of the bad luck that befalls Led Zeppelin, whether we're talking about Robert Plant's accidents in Greece or John Bonham's untimely death and so forth. What do you make of all that?
This is the part that was able to make contact with me. So I didn't really know what I was doing. I just was hanging out with the guy who was into this. I didn't believe it. And we started doing all these ghost hunts. I got all these weird voices on these tapes that were very intelligent. They knew exactly like family member names and things like this. And then we started getting supernatural, I don't say poltergeist, but activity happening in our home. And that's when I was like, I'm done with this. And that's the issue with it, because to go back to Crowley and Bolstein there at Loch Ness, he was performing this Abrahamic magic where he would try to pull down angelic spirits, convert them, and turn them evil. And I looked at Bolstein, was actually named after Baal from the Bible, or some people call it Moloch. It's this deity that they would sacrifice children to. But the horrible history of that home at Bolstein is, people were seeing the devil skipping across the lawn, multiple people committing suicide. And yet, Jimmy Page bought it. I believe it burned down recently, and they just rebuilt it or something like that. But Jimmy Page saw it, never head in there. And the whole idea was that this is early on in Crowley's magical career. And the claim is that Crowley was being kind of lazy, I guess, and didn't quite properly close this portal that he had opened. And ever since then, you have all this activity. And of course, you've got the Nessie in the Loch Ness that people find kind of lurking around. And you see stuff like this with the Babylon Works rituals, which was very similar with Jack Parsons. I believe we talked about this last time I came on Coast to Coast, but the story is that Jack Parsons using what they call the Amalantra working, which was like a different kind of ritual that Crowley was channeling the great alien lamb in 1918. The Parsons was using that same sort of derived formula from that, what he called the Babylon working. And he supposed to pull down Marjorie Cameron. Well, she lived here, but the idea was that she was infused with the spirit of the whole Babylon, and he was supposed to manifest the Antichrist by making a baby with her, and it didn't work. It didn't happen.
We should point out Jack Parsons, who is rumored that Jack Parsons, you take his initials JP, he was a self-taught rocket scientist. The Jet Propulsion Laboratory, or JPL, is named after JP, or Jack Parsons. Killed in a horrible explosion. And some suggest that, he too opened up a portal, which may have contributed to the whole 1947 UFO wave. I mean, you think of UFO, Rothschild in 47, but there was so much else going on. People were reporting all sorts of paranormal stuff throughout that year, all over the country.
Yeah, it's a fascinating story. The whole Parsons, Crowley, and then the UFO stories from the 40s on. It's also fascinating. And the common thread behind all this is the people who could be behind us, like Jack Parsons, they were doing actual rituals and making contact with really dark entities. Even in Jack Parsons' book, he calls the Book of the Antichrist, he said that he invoked Satan as a teenager long before all this stuff. And then Alistair Crowley, of course, he channeled a spirit that he called Alos. He later claimed that Alos is actually the devil. So,
Isaac, sorry for the interruption. I got to jump in here because we're going to take a break as we roll into the bottom of the hour. Illuminati Watcher Isaac Weishaupt. Here's Sufjan Stevens taking us into the break with Death with Dignity on Coast to Coast AM.
I don't know where to begin. Somewhere in the desert, there's a forest, and the maker before us. But I don't know where to begin. But I don't know where to begin. Again, I lost my streak completely. Only me, tired of air, with the wind in your hair. Amethyst and flowers on the table.
Ready to go to your happy place for a happy price? Well, why didn't you say so? Just download the Priceline app right now and save up to 60% on
first year with promo code NEWS. Go to lifelock.com.
Something big is here. Something so big it couldn't fit in the can. Introducing Bubbly Burst, a sparkling water beverage bursting with so much fruit flavor we had to put it in a bottle. With 6 sensational flavors and no added sugar, the newest member of the Bubbly Band is worth smiling about. So look for the colorful Bubbly Burst bottles and add a burst of fruit flavor to your day. Oh, Bubbly Burst, coming to a fridge near you.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give Juicy this piece of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweetener. Available in family-sized bottles and use boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Snag a Job is where America goes to hire. Deepest talent pool in hourly hiring. With access to over 6 million active hourly workers, Snag a Job is the all-in-one solution for hiring high-quality employees who can cover all your needs. On demand, temp to hire, part-time or full-time. You name the position: warehouse worker, retail associate, grocery store clerk, fitness trainer, baker, stylist, bellhop, podcast producer. Yeah, Snag a Job's got a worker for that. With our easy-to-use platform, you're able to seamlessly...
Okay, these guys, I don't know. They said they're going to come and pick me up. I don't know what the fuck they're picking me up in. Alright, let's just start off with this. There's a few new games, so I want to try them around, chat. How was work?
Snagajob.com, where America goes to hire.
The NBA playoffs are here, and we all know playoff ball is a thing. With everything on the line, the players are taking it to the next level, and fans need to match that intensity by streaming high hits on the NBA playoff home playlist. Don't miss the NBA playoffs presented by Google Pixel. Elevate your game by listening to the NBA playoff home playlist now at iHeart.com/playlist.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV. That may be the most important. Talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that can be prescribed.
You look, I got you wet, though.
And stay undetectable. The amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. Living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Sign up today. You'll sleep like a baby, knowing you'll never miss your favorite guests or topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Can't go to your haunted house because I'm going to scream when I come inside.
From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Serra.
Sitting in for George Norrie, say hello on X at Richard Serra, S-Y, because I love you, R-E-T-T. Lucky Peterson featuring Tamara Peterson. I wish I knew how it would feel to be free. In about 5 years' time, a potentially hazardous asteroid will swing by Earth at an eerily close distance of less than 20,000 miles. During this rare encounter, Apophis will be 10 times closer to Earth than the Moon. Scientists want to take full advantage of its visit. Apophis is on a trajectory towards an Earth flyby on April 13th, 2029, when it was first discovered in 2004. 1,100-foot wide near-Earth object was designated as a hazardous asteroid that could impact our planet. Later observations, however, reassured the scientists there's no need to panic just yet, and that the asteroid has no chance of crashing into Earth for at least another century. Well, that's very interesting given the size of this object and the serious damage it would inflict should it someday strike our planet. Hopefully that'll never happen, but objects of this size tend to hit Earth about once every 80,000 years on a mission. Catastrophic damage at global scale impact winters. You can read more about Apophis in the news section of Coast to Coast AM.com. And if you love Coast, you're going to love George Norrie's stream television program, Beyond Belief. Join George every week for thought-provoking discussions on paranormal phenomena, conspiracies, and all things unexplained. Just go to beyondbelief.com. That's beyondbelief.com. Back to more of my conversation with the Illuminati watcher, Isaac Weishaupt, when Coast to Coast continues right after this time out.
Real people, real stories.
I have acute eczema. I have tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine. It's pretty miserable. So I started taking Ivora, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
Our little dog developed this one problem. The chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. He started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try carnivore. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling. Then I took him into the vet and checked out, and there was no signs at all inside. My cat had issues that developed in the eye. So my veterinarian said, you know what, just go ahead and move the hard carnivore advertising. So I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. They did all the tests, and I kid you not, this product saved his eye.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com.
Kids across America are going to school hungry. Millions of kids every day. Hungry kids get sick more often and can struggle in school. It can be harder for them to focus and learn. But one simple thing can help change all this for a hungry child in America. Good, healthy food and the energy it brings. With help from caring people across America, No Kid Hungry is providing healthy meals to hungry kids so they can build better futures.
We want to ensure that all of our kids have healthy meals every day. Thank you. Thank you for helping feed our kids.
To learn more about ending child hunger in America, go to helpnokidhungry.org today. And we are back with Isaac Weishaupt, founder of IlluminatiWatcher.com, host of the Occult Symbolism and Pop Culture podcast, author of The Dark Path, Aliens, UFOs,
shows and the occult, Kubrick's Code, the Star Wars conspiracy. We were talking about pop culture as mass ritual events. So let's talk about the Grammys, for example. As a casual observer of the Grammys, I've noticed not fully understanding what's going on. So on the surface, what seemed like some pretty bizarre, cryptic, on-stage performances, and we'll also talk about the halftime show of the Super Bowl, where we see the same thing. Let's dial it back to this year's Grammys. What did you see that kind of stood out as in terms of occult symbolism?
So the latest Grammys, it was actually the 56th Grammys, but the reason we bring it up is because when you study synchromysticism and how all these people sort of view the world through numerology and things like this, the numbers and the dates and rituals kind of matters to them. So the 66 Grammys is interesting because of in Kabbalah there's 66 fallen angels on what they call the dark side of the tree of life. And again, this idea of sort of we talked about earlier about how we suppress the shadow or the darkness, and a lot of occultists are all about trying to sort of embrace the darkness. So just kind of a play on that. We could start out with the first performance was Dua Lipa, and when you watch a performance, when you know what to look for, you can see these things that she was in a red and black cube, and then she was on top of what did a flattened hexagram, like a six-sided a hexagram, but a hexagram was actually a flattened three-dimensional cube if you look at it correctly. So when we see the symbolism of Saturn show up there, threefold there with the colors and the two cubes, that tells me this is a little bit more of that sort of embracing the adversary or the antinomianism thing, because it goes back to Carl and too deep on it, but it goes back to the ideas of the creation of the universe and the occult concepts, which was like they looked at the world as the sun versus Saturn in a way, and Saturn at the time was the farthest planet they could see, so it was considered sort of like the darkness, the outcast, the adversary planet. So they utilize a lot of the symbolism of Saturn. There's a variety of explanations for it. Oftentimes you'll see the black cube, but there's a whole fraternal organization of ritual magic, like the Brotherhood of Saturn, and they incorporate a lot of Freemasonic ideas and things like that. But the whole idea of the Brotherhood of Saturn is the same concept of you need darkness. They say the darkness precedes light to provide a matrix for the manifestation of light in the Brotherhood of Saturn, and that's kind of why if I think Dua Lipa is practicing ritual magic, no. But I am saying that a lot of people that put together these sets, they are aware of how they can charge up symbols and sigils by getting all of these people to watch this event, and Paul Young studies on this stuff, and he has this view that the mind, there's three parts of the mind: the conscious, the personal unconscious, and the collective unconscious. And he believes that the group mind, this collective unconscious that we all share, there's certain archetypes and symbols that we all actually look at.
Another one of hearts, that building. No, another one of hearts. You're a bitch. The ones with the hearts are what we need. Alright, 2 hearts. Oh shit, you okay? Oh, fuck's sake, one more basic. Why is this so loud? One more basic. I don't know what the Wilds do on the Super. I've never played this game. We've spent all our profits on this fucking thing, so.
isn't necessarily aware. They're just told, "What? Okay, we built this set. We want you to stand here. We want you to move your arms this way. We want you to, I don't know, make the sign, the symbol of a pyramid with your fingers and put it over your eye and flash these Illuminati signs." So and this is the prerequisite for the artist to, I don't know, climb the ladder to success. They have to play along with this scheme.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you got it. That's exactly how I view it. From researching this for 13 years now, that's how there's discussed it. Even Dave Chappelle talks about it, not on that level, but Dave Chappelle talked about how the people that were running Hollywood when he was having his issues, you know, that they were telling him he needed to wear a dress, and he refused to do so, and he implied that something darker happened. He never come out and officially said it. He kind of talked about in one of his stand-up specials. And then Cat Williams this year recently, he had a big show on what do you call it, Club Shay Shay, and he said the same exact thing. I mean, they
wear a dress. You mean to humiliate? Is that what you call it, humiliation ritual?
yeah, right. Yeah. And then again, there's a bit of antinomianism in there with the idea of breaking the cultural or social norms. There's a little bit of humiliation ritual and the idea that the elites want these artists to know that they will be, you know, doing whatever it is that they're told to do, whether they like it or not, because they, you know, these are gatekeepers to take them to the next level. That's why Cat Williams was saying, Kevin Hart, not like all these guys, I'm not talking trash, I'm just repeating what Cat Williams claimed. Cat Williams was saying that Kevin Hart played ball, and look at how popular Kevin Hart is. He's all over the place.
Have to be careful with this one because she has her followers are legion. Taylor Swift. You'll tell us how she got you banned from YouTube here in a moment, but Taylor Swift, you know, I'm no arguing with her talent. It's not my cup of tea, but who cares? She seems to be involved with some numerology. Talk to me about numerology and Taylor Swift.
Yeah, I should have taken a opinion this year. I find her songs pretty catchy. It's not my cup of tea, but I certainly don't have a problem with Taylor Swift or
Look at this.
I have had my troubles with Taylor Swift and
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I belong to YouTube because I was pointing out this was a thing about music videos. There was a problem with that apparently. So, yes, she recently.
My inner, like my groin is hurt, chat, from the workout. Like my groin is properly hurt.
In terms of numerology, I've got this book called Politics Spots. Number 13
This.
defined by the occultists because the Bible 13 apparently means rebellion against constituted authority, and it represents the depravity that caused Satan to rebel against God. And they also talk about how in the occult numerology they assign 6 to represent the number of man and the number 7 to represent the number of divine perfection. And a person who would climb what they call Jacob's ladder towards self-perfection, you do 6 plus 7 equals 13.
All right, so none of this is to suggest that Taylor Swift is a Satanist. I mean, what are we saying here?
Well, I don't think she's. People say that she looks identical to Anton LaVey's daughter, but she actually does. But I don't believe that's really. I don't believe their father is Anton LaVey. But I do think that the handlers, right, the people kind of running her business, they probably say, because I've been told by lots of people who are connected to other people, they say, look, a lot of these politicians and stuff, they're really into these cult practices, astrology. Right? A lot of people read their astrology reports. And politicians will introduce certain legislation
Not from me, chat. Chat, I didn't give her AIDS. That chat's saying I gave you AIDS.
I know that a lot of her music videos have been more leaning towards pagan concepts in the past. So I wouldn't be shocked if Taylor Swift was in fact going along with some of this astrology stuff.
How much of the artist's participation, let's go back to the sort of, flashing the Illuminati signs and so forth, how much of that is trying to, is a marketing ploy, playing into the, the sort of, I'm a bad boy, I'm flirting with the dark side, and how much of it is genuine, real?
Yeah, that's one of those $1 million questions. Because I do think both of those things happen. And I think sometimes it's more clear that, for instance, there was a rapper, he did a whole album. It was Absol. He was kind of more an underground rapper, done a lot of hip hop, and he had a whole album. It was called Do Without Will. And the whole thing was dedicated to Aleister Crowley. And he seems very much to be into the occult, whereas some of these other folks, I don't know, I think they're trying to just sell to me. So it's really hard to tell. But I think ultimately the people who go out and use this for image, I think they're still aligning, making that sort of Faustian bargain in some way. Like, I think you have to be careful with that kind of stuff. It's super like Taylor Swift, she was hanging out, we were talking about people just doing the symbols on TV. She was in the press box with Ice Spice, another rapper, during the Super Bowl, and there was this sort of famous viral video of Ice Spice wearing this inverted cross necklace, and she acted like she was choking herself with it for a second. And, it's a great example because the Super Bowl is like the most watched event of the year, and you have all these people focusing their energy on it, right? And you're focusing your energy on it and inverted cross, and then taking that what people want to believe in. But I don't know. I do question. It just makes the sign of the devil horns, like the rock and roll, Mano, Corrido, Anthony, all that. So I don't know. A lot of stuff I think leads down dark roads. Is all I think.
When we talk about the Super Bowl halftime, I don't know how many hundreds of millions, maybe a billion. I don't know what the ratings are, but not only people there live, but people around the world watching the halftime show, the Super Bowl, and they're performing perhaps these rituals on stage, whether the artist is aware or what have you. When you have that many eyes focused on something, can it manifest something? And what are they trying to manifest?
I think the stats were for a 30-second commercial this year at the Super Bowl, it was upwards of $7 million. And the reason these companies would spend that amount of money is because they know that it's worth it in the end for their product, right? And it's a form of alchemy. It's a form of converting energy into money, right? It's no different than the alchemists who were trying to turn lead into gold. They know what they're doing, and the exact science of it. Like if you said, okay, I think Mr. Smart Guy proved this one. Give you a 30-second Super Bowl commercial, and you find a way to manifest $7 million out of that. I wouldn't know how to do that exactly, but these people they're not stupid. They understand marketing. They understand how we, as the masses, how we think, and they know that planting these symbols of their products, their logos, they put a lot of thought in these logos. They're going to plant these logos into our subconscious or the collective unconscious. It's worth it. It's worth that $7 million price tag.
All right, top of the hour approaching with Isaac Weishaupt, and we'll open up the phone lines at the bottom of the next hour. meantime, here's Tennessee River Crooks taking us into the break with Farming Man on Coast to Coast.
Nice swords all the way across. That's gonna be him. I like this ball. We love that. What a save. Okay, what a save. Gold coin. Bronze is good too. That is wonderful.
Free one-day delivery and home decor and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
There are more identity threats than you realize. People can monitor your credits. Only a little personal info needs to leak out, like your social security number or password.
For you to be code victim.
LifeLock alerts you to threats you could miss. Your identity is stolen. A dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions, but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year with promo code NEWS. Go to lifelock.com. Something big is here. Something so big it couldn't fit in the can. Introducing Bubbly Burst, a sparkling water beverage bursting with so much fruit flavor we had to put it in a bottle. With 6 sensational flavors and no added sugar, the newest member of the Bubbly family is worth smiling about. So look for the colorful Bubbly Burst bottles and add a burst of fruit flavor to your day. Oh, Bubbly Burst.
Hello.
Snag a Job is where America goes to hire. Deepest talent pool in hourly hiring. Access to
What song? This song is called Nocturnal Waltz.
hiring high-quality employees who cover all your needs. On demand, attempt to hire part-time or full-time. You name the position. Warehouse worker, retail associate, grocery store clerk, fitness trainer, baker, stylist, bellhop, podcast producer. Yeah, Snag a Job's got a worker for that. With our easy-to-use platform, you're able to seamlessly post and fill available positions quickly. The dedicated customer support teams provide all the help you need along the way. It's nice knowing you have a talent pool like that in your own backyard, right? Snag a Job is the partner you need to keep your business running smoothly. So visit snagajob.com or text snag to 342424 to talk to an expert. Snagajob.com, where America goes to hire.
Beneficial message for Medicare.
A new law is helping you save more money on prescription drug costs. Maybe you can save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is zero and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year, or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out. Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp.
Report by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
NBA playoffs are here, and we all know playoff ball is a thing. Everything on the rise, the players are taking it to the next level, and fans need to match that intensity by streaming high hits on the NBA Playoff Home Playlist. Don't miss the NBA Playoffs presented by Google Pixel on ABC, ESPN, TNT, and NBA TV. Elevate your game by listening to the NBA Playoff Home Playlist now at iHeart.com/playlist.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get Easy is a real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit. retailer. Info@juicyjuice.com. An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. Maybe you can save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is zero and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year, or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out. Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp.
Report by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV. But maybe the most important is talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Fucking time these fucking childish bullshit. Oh, it's a follow bot. They've all got different names.
Tunnel to Towers providing his wife and daughter with a mortgage-free home. Join us in helping America's heroes and their families by donating $11 a month at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. Maybe you can save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is zero and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year, or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out. Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp.
Report by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
A shot. Home to nearly 500 golf courses, Minnesota offers some of the best golfing in the country.
Discover what else makes Minnesota the star of the North at exploreminnesota.com.
PNC Bank knows banking should be boring. If it wasn't, bankers might sound like game show hosts.
Mr. Smith, your next contestant, are you ready to back it home?
I'm just here to collect credit.
Ooh, I'm sorry, that's incorrect.
Exciting is good for game shows, not banks. That's why PNC Bank takes a boring approach to your money, so you can live a happily fulfilled life. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. That is up to due approval service such as the Commission of PNC Bank, National Association of Credit, FC, brilliantly boring to service line of PNC Financial Services Bank.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. Maybe you can save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is zero and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year, or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out. Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp.
Report by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
In the world of diesel pickups, Shell knows that performance and engine protection are essential. There's never been a better time to experience the Shell Rotella difference. So treat your truck this morning and get up to $40 in digital gift cards. Because here and now, where every mile is an adventure. Shell Rotella is engineered for top-notch performance in any condition. Take pride in your truck and get unrivaled protection with up to $40 in digital gift cards. Shell Rotella. Different drive since. Ends May 15, 2024. Terms apply. See rotella.com/rewards for details.
Discover Prolon, the groundbreaking 5-day program that helps you lose weight while supporting healthy aging and cellular rejuvenation. With decades of research and backed by leading U.S. medical centers, Prolon helps promote healthy blood sugar, support cardiovascular health, and reduce abdominal fat. In fact, the average Prolon user loses 5 pounds in just 5 days. And right now, streaming listeners will receive 10% off when they go to prolonlife.com/music, but only until April 30th. Again, that's prolonlife.com/music.
AM 640, more stimulating talk. p.m. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Sitting in for George Norton. This is Eddie Berman and his most creative reimagining of Paul Simon's You Can Call Me Al. The Las Vegas teenager who claimed something crashed in his backyard last year, prompting a 911 call about non-human beings, is speaking out for the first time. Angel Kenmore, 17, said in an exclusive interview with News Nation national correspondent Alex Capriello that he saw a giant creature who he believes may have been a demon, but only God knows. Kenmore said he felt paralyzed after looking at the entity for about 30 seconds. He remembers closing his eyes and praying for it to go away. He said it was moving and breathing. It was ticked off, like it wanted to do something looking at me. I remember it was growing, Kenmore said. Despite receiving numerous threats, Kenmore and the rest of his family have stood by their original report from April 30th, 2023. He says they can think whatever they want. He told News Nation, if I were doing it for fame, I'd be on YouTube. I made no money off this. I don't need money. It was a really bad and traumatizing experience. You can read more on this story in the news section at coasttocoastam.com. Contact in the Desert, the world's largest and most prestigious UFO UAP conference, is celebrating its 10th anniversary from May 30th to June the 3rd in Indian Wells, California. This year's lineup of speakers is a veritable who's who of ufologists, but the most exciting part perhaps is Coast to Coast AM's very own George Norton and George Knapp will be appearing on stage together for the very first time. Other notables include Richard Dolan, Oprah streamer, Linda Moulton Howe, and many, many more. For more information and to purchase tickets or contact the Desert the 10th anniversary, go to coasttocoastam.com and then click on events. Back to more of my conversation with the Illuminati watcher, Isaac Weishaupt, when Coast to Coast continues right after these.
Let's go over some of the things that people would say.
Identity theft will never happen. But consider this. There's a new identity theft victim every 3 seconds in the U.S. That's over 15 million people by the end of this year, equal to the populations of New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago. Even worse, identity theft victims often don't even know they're victims. That's why LifeLock Identity Theft Protection alerts you to identity threats, even the ones that don't show up on a credit report, like data breaches, fraudulent bank transactions, loan and credit card applications, and crimes committed in your name. If your identity is stolen, your own dedicated LifeLock US-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. LifeLock protects you in ways that you simply can't on your own. Join now, save up to 25% off your first year at LifeLock.com with promo code George. That's promo code George to save up to 25% at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up, and someone waited to do something. Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside. Upside? What's that? It's a free app that pays you every gallon of gas or diesel. I'll start 25 cents back on every gallon in this tank. Hold on. So the Upside app is free, and you actually get cash back every time you use it. It's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up. Instead of just watching your dollars going to your tank, start putting money back into your wallet.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
Good to see you, man.
Thank you.
We first met, what was it, at least 20 years ago, right? 22 years ago. Was it 22? Wow. So I had seen the movie, and I don't even remember how I got in touch with you. Is this before my podcast? I don't even know.
You emailed me.
Okay. So did I email you off your website? Is that what it was?
I think so. And then you said if you're ever in LA, let's meet. And I happen to be in LA when you sent me the email.
Ah, synchronicity.
Yes.
Yeah. So let's take everybody on this journey with you. So you were a young man. You were fascinated by NASA. You were a NASA fan. You had NASA photos on the wall of your room. what happened? What happened to you that you're known worldwide as the leading proponent of the moon hoax theory? You're the guy who's researched it the most. You're the guy who can auto recall the most information, and you're the guy that the people that believe the moon landing the most. So how does this all happen?
Well, let me start by saying how the development is a theory. It's not a theory. They did fake the moon landing. That's a fact. Whether people realize it or not.
Okay, but we weren't there. So let's just go on what we know in terms of facts. And I'm going to call it theory. Okay, here's just for fun. I'm just trying to, I'm going to have to steel man some of the arguments against you. You know, obviously. I mean, this is a fascinating but yet very challenging subject. I think today more people are aware of the insanely widespread deception that the government was involved in during the same time as the moon landing. I think this is important. And I know a lot of people who get very angry when you question the moon landing. They use terms of patriotism, they use national pride, like we did this incredible thing, the scientists that we have. I understand what they're saying. I understand where they're coming from entirely. But we have to look at things realistically if we're ever going to get an accurate picture of how the world works. And I think if we look at the time that we're talking about, the Nixon administration, we talk about the Gulf of Tonkin incident where they got us into Vietnam, where there was bullshit false flag that wound up killing how many people? It was like 1 million people dead because of that?
3 million people, including 58,220 Americans.
Okay, there's that. There's Operation Northwoods during the same time period. Operation Northwoods was a plan that was signed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff where they were going to initiate false flags to try to get us into a war with Cuba. They were going to blow up a drone jetliner and blame it on Cuba. They were going to arm Cuban friendlies and attack Guantanamo Bay. So there's the Bay of Pigs. There's all these things. There's the Kennedy assassination itself, which they still won't release the files. There's the moon landing, and then there's Nixon, getting Nixon removed from the White House, which I didn't know was a giant government operation too. Tucker Carlson made that all out, and I was like, what? And then I read a bunch about it. They're saying it's totally true. This one's the one that people hold on to the most because it's a source of national pride, and it is also like the accomplishments of NASA, the accomplishments of the scientific community, the accomplishments of these people that are able to make things like the stealth bomber and all the wild shit that we know that we absolutely do. Space shuttle, SpaceX, all of the amazing engineers and scientists. It seems to a lot of people that by calling the moon landing fake, you're discounting that work. You're discounting that amazing accomplishment from humans. What I want people to do is to say, what did they tell the truth about? If this is the one thing that you're willing to hang your hat on, because I know they lied about everything. They lied about everything. They lied about MK Ultra. They were dosing up Johns and brothels with acid and monitoring them. They dosed up Charles Manson. They probably trained him how to be a cult leader in prison. The whole MK Ultra thing is 100% legit, verified. There's plenty of documents on it. They experimented with acid. This is mind control experiments on people. What did they tell the truth about? What did they they said, you know what? I know we're liars and we get people killed and we're, funneling money here and there. But what? We can't lie about the moon landing, guys. Everybody agreed. This one we're going to be, this is just what it is what it is. And we're going to give the scientific community access to all the data so everybody knows it's verified. We're going to have third-party people test everything to make sure it's verified.
Well, you brought up a bunch of good points. My opinion is really the opinion of the experts. For example, Robert Kennedy Jr. was 100% certain. He has more access to the JFK files than Oliver Stone does. He's 100% certain that his uncle, President Kennedy, was killed by the CIA. Then, as you mentioned, the Gulf of Tonkin, Robert McNamara, before he died, off his chest, said that the Gulf of Tonkin incident, the Pearl Harbor incident that got America behind the Vietnam War, never happened. He and the CIA completely fabricated it. Congress passed a law, the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, that led to the death of 3 million people and 58,220 American soldiers without cause. So, if the corrupt federal government is willing to kill their own duly elected president, if they're willing to needlessly kill 58,220 of their own soldiers, I don't think they have a problem faking an image of the moon on television. The problem is it's a positive. You see, whoever killed JFK, you're just changing who did it and why. He's still dead. It's still a tragedy. Or 9/11. You can change who did it and why, but all those people are still dead. This is a positive. And people don't want to give up that candy, and I come along and say, wake up and smell the manure. Some people are like, well, I know America has gotten bad, but at least we went to the moon. And people need to realize the sheer arrogance of the federal government to pull off the moon landing fraud when there's virtually no eyewitnesses except 3 government employees and a picture we have to trust is on the moon from the federal government. So it was actually very easy to fake. And in answer to your first question, I was more than a supporter. I was God-guided, idolizing the moon landings with my father in the Air Force and giving me a packet of pictures of Apollo 11. And as I moved every 2 years, from house to house, there were a prominent place of glory on every bedroom wall from city to city.
What changed?
Well, what changed is having an open mind.
And when, but was there a moment?
Yeah. Well, the first moment was, so from the age of, I was asleep in bed. But at age 4, I got those pictures, saw them. I mean, even if I saw them once a day, that's 3,650 times over the next 10 years. Probably saw them 3 times a day. So I see these pictures over 10,000 times, believing they're on the moon and thinking it's the greatest thing. And then I'm 14 years old, and I see Bill Casey, a former Rocket 9 employee who worked for NASA for 6 years on the Apollo program with high security clearance, only second to Von Braun, who says, look, I edited a memo from Von Braun to the Pentagon warning them they are not going to make the goal. There's only a 1 in 10,000 chance they can go to the moon on the first attempt.
And what year was this?
That was back in 1966, I think.
And so 3 years later, they went to the moon. Is it possible that they were able to overcome whatever challenges that got him to 10,000 to 1?
Well, no, because, I mean, so we're going to go over many clues.
Yeah, this is important, but I need to every step of the way.
Well, here's how you can prove that's not the case. Okay, so the number one proof that we have is simply deductive reasoning, because today, with 54-year better rocket designs and computer designs, the farthest that NASA can send a rocket with an astronaut into space is 1,000 the distance to the moon. That's why they're sending mannequins to orbit the moon that can't even land because they would die from the radiation. So what they're really claiming is, back in 1969, ahead of schedule on the first attempt, when all of NASA's computers had 1 millionth the computing power of a cell phone, they sent astronauts 1,000 times farther into space than they can send today with 54-year better technology. So what they're really claiming is they had 1,000 times better technology in 1969 than they do today.
Not necessarily.
Well, but that is because you can't have better technology in the past and in the future.
Right,
That's impossible.
But they haven't done a moon landing program today. So if they started a moon landing program today, the technology is vastly superior. Right?
So it would take less time. It would take less time to return to the moon.
If they
just taking more.
But they're not doing it. Right, but they're not doing it. Right. Like during the Apollo.
They can't do it.
But that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm with you. But the Apollo program doesn't exist today. The Apollo program was a massive program to try to beat Russia to get the first person on the moon. It was a concerted effort. How many scientists? How many people were involved? How many employees? How many, overall? I mean, very compartmentalized, right? But how many people overall were involved in the Apollo movement?
A couple 100,000.
Okay. That's a lot of people to organize and to focus on one very specific goal. That's not happening today. So to say that we can't do it today, it's like people would say, if I was steel manning their position, I would say, no, we're not trying to do it today. If we wanted to do it today, we could do it today.
Well, actually, they are
400,000 says at the peak Apollo program employed 400,000 people and required the support of over 20,000 industrial firms and universities. So here's the argument against that it would be fake. But everyone would know and everyone would tell and it would get out.
Well, let me show you how that's not true. First of all, Eugene Krantz, flight director, he said out of his own mouth that a person in the command center in Houston during a launch to the moon can tell no difference whatsoever between a computer simulated flight and a real flight. They can't tell the difference. It's just a bunch of numbers going by on a screen. So if a person in the command center did not tell a difference, then how could we as a 10-year-old watch it in our living room at home? And then, do you really think the CIA is so stupid to tell the person making the glove or the boot or the door handle, they were really not going to the moon? You shouldn't have to tell anybody. And then,
that's like that wouldn't be the question. The question would be that too many people would have to know,
but that's
and it would get out.
No, if someone in the command center doesn't know, then the command center people can be once the rocket is up, there's only 3 eyewitnesses to it. It's actually much easier to think than we realize. A bank teller, and how many bank tellers are at Wells Fargo? Hundreds of thousands, 400,000 bank tellers probably. But do they know what the CEO knows about corruption in the bank? I don't think so. You see, there's a big difference. And then we have no independent press coverage. World War II had 1 million or more eyewitnesses in Europe, but there's no independent press coverage. Only 3 people. It's much easier to fake than people realize, and then people wanted to know.
I also want to put people in the mindset of humans that lived in 1969 with incredibly limited access to information. I think we've become incredibly spoiled by the internet, by the ability to search things and just read debunkings, scientific papers, all these different things that are available that you can read today. Just were not available. And you knew either what you learned at school or what the government or your employees told you, your employers told you. That was it. That's all you had access to. So these people that were working for NASA, to think that they had the kind of understanding of the way things are manipulated that we have today, there's no way they did. There's no way they didn't know about the Gulf of Tonkin then. They didn't know about Operation Northwoods. They didn't know about so many things that we know that the government has done. The Kennedy assassination hadn't happened yet, or it would happen, but they still didn't know who had done it. You know, that they wrapped it up and said, "We Harvey Oswald acted." Well, without the Zapruder film, without the subsequent investigations of it, where people said, "Wait a minute, this guy kept going back and forth to Russia. Jack Ruby was in the mob. Like, what the fuck really happened here?" Back in 1969, when the war happened. This was an innocent country. There's a different way. People had a much different way of looking at things.
Well, the people were innocent, but the government weren't. They just killed their own president. They just faked the beginning of the Vietnam War, and they were emboldened to fake the moon landing because they had complete control over the media and a public who wanted to believe it, and even people at NASA and Command Center couldn't tell the difference between a simulation and a real flight.
They also had a history of faking. They had a history of deception. It was a part of the fabric of the organization. They were deceiving people all the time. They were deceiving United States citizens all the time.
And they still are. That's the thing about the moon landing and why it's so significant. I mean, let's take a look at the 2 possibilities. Either they went to the moon on the first attempt, had a schedule with 1 billion to computer, power, cell phone. Today they can only send out around 12,000. Okay, let's say they did that, came back with what they did, or they lied to the world. They lied to their own people. They embezzled the modern equivalent of $200 billion. They gave them medals of honor for being such good liars. They printed it on stamps and coins as Proud University. If that's true, that's so much more profound an event than had they actually gone. So one of the greatest events in human history is actually this faking of the moon landing. And we have to understand these people are still at large. You don't say, oh, well, there's a child kidnapper in the neighborhood and one child disappears every month for the last 30, 40 years. Oh, well, what can you do? These people are in charge right now. They did fake the moon landing. Don't believe me? Go to sitbrown.com, watch 17 clips for free.
Have you had any debates with people that think we definitely went to the moon and what you're doing is dangerous and ridiculous?
Well, the most interesting comment I got is I showed all this proof to a college professor of a major university. All this proof. I mean, like I said, shadows intersecting at 90 degrees, which you can't duplicate in sunlight because it's an optical light. They didn't put all this proof. The footage may come.
That doesn't mean it didn't go wrong. It's that photograph.
Okay. Well, why would the pictures be fake if they really went? But
well, you could make the argument that the radiation damaged the cameras and they weren't able to get real photographs, and so they made a conscious decision to use fake photographs.
Well, I think if you were really going to the moon, you wouldn't dare take any of it.
I think they had a lot more troopers back then. They faked a lot of photographs back then. It's pretty common. I mean, you know the famous one of the Gemini 15, where you see Michael Collins in a simulation. He's doing a drill. He's attached to wires, and then they just used the same image and blacked it out and reversed it.
Yeah, so you're saying NASA has a track record of faking space flights before then. Yeah, you're right.
Or publicity firms that work for NASA had a limited amount of photos to work with, and they decided to manipulate some so that they could have photos that they didn't have of an actual event which really took place, which was a spacewalk.
But what we have is them faking being halfway to the moon.
Right, but they do things like the spacewalk. They do things like the Space Center. So that's where it gets confusing.
Well, right? they can't leave it at the order.
That's where it gets confusing.
Right.
So the real problem, the question is Van Allen radiation belts. Now, Operation Starfish Prime, that was the operation where they detonated a nuke in the radiation belts, right? Didn't they do something like that, something kooky? They're trying to blow a hole through the radiation belts.
I've heard that. I don't know. It's not confirmed. I don't know.
Yeah, it's secret squirrel stuff. But what is Operation? Google that. What is Operation Starfish Prime? I remember reading that, going, they did what? They shot a nuke into space. Starfish Prime is a high-altitude nuclear test conducted by the United States, a joint effort of the Atomic Energy Commission and the Defense Atomic Support Agency. It was launched from Johnson Atoll on July 9, 1962. It was the largest nuclear test conducted in outer space, and one of the 5 conducted by the U.S. in space. A Thor rocket carrying a W-49 thermonuclear warhead designed at Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory, and a Mk-2 re-entry vehicle was launched from Johnston Atoll in the Pacific Ocean, about 900 miles west-southwest of Hawaii. The explosion took place at an altitude of 250 miles. So is that essentially like where the space station is and all that stuff is?
That's right.
Okay. Above a point 19 miles southwest of Johnston Atoll, at a yield of 1.4 megatons. The explosion was about 10 degrees above the horizon, as seen from Hawaii at 11 p.m. Hawaiian time. So what was the goal behind this? Or at least what was the publicly stated goal behind blowing up a fucking thermonuke in space?
Well, I guess they were trying to see if they could open up the radiation.
That was
in order to go to the moon. They knew that the radiation
was this connected, though? Was this program connected to NASA officially?
I think they were trying to see if they could open a way.
Look what it says there.
To go through.
Look what it says there. Starfish Prime, and this always happens, caused an electromagnetic pulse that was far larger than expected. So much larger that it drove much of the instrumentation off scale, causing great difficulty in getting accurate measurements. The Starfish Prime electromagnetic pulse also made those effects known to public by causing electrical damage in Hawaii about 900 miles away from the detonation point, knocking out about 300 street lights. Holy shit! Setting off numerous burglar alarms and damaging a telephone company microwave link. These boys were wild. They just experimented with a fucking nuclear bomb in space, and it blew out 300 streetlights in Hawaii. Shut up. Imagine your burglar alarm goes off because the fucking government launched a nuke into space. Oh, holy shit. The EMP damage to the microwave link shut down telephone calls from Kauai to the other Hawaiian islands. A total of 27 small rockets were launched from Johnson et al. To obtain experimental data from the Starfish Prime detonation. In addition, a larger number of rocket-borne instruments were launched from Barking Sands, Kauai, in the Hawaiian Islands. A large number of United States military ships and aircrafts were operating in support of Starfish Prime in the Johnson et al. Area and across the nearby North Pacific region. A few military ships and aircrafts were also positioned in the region of the South Pacific Ocean near Samoan Islands. The location was at the southern end of the magnetic field line of Earth's magnetic field from the position of the nuclear detonation, an area known as the Southern Conjecture region for the test. So does it say why they were doing it, though? I'm interested to see, like, why did you guys do that? give me some sort of a logical explanation where you just took a fucking chance and launched a nuke 250 miles into the sky. Okay, what did they say they were doing? Okay, it began a response to the Soviets' announcement on August 30th of 1961 that they would end a 3-year moratorium on testing. It began in response, right? But why did they do it in space? I understand that they might have did nuclear tests back then because the moratorium was over. Aliens killed the aliens with nukes. That's probably why the aliens started showing up more. Well, that's the whole folklore about Fat Man and Little Boy. And when they dropped those bombs, the aliens started showing up. Like, hey, what are you doing? Which I would do if I was an alien. That's around the time I would start landing. Like, as soon as they start dropping bombs in cities, like, Jesus Christ. So, we know they did that. That's a real thing. Why they do it? The speculation is that they were trying to open up a portal to make passage through the Van Allen radiation as much as possible. Now, the people that say that it's easy to go through the Van Allen radiation belts will tell you that it's a donut. It's not like covering the entire sphere of Earth evenly. That there's openings at the top and the bottom. Is this correct?
Well, yeah, but then they would have to launch at the North Pole or South Pole, where it's not possible to launch because of temperatures.
That's the only way you could do it to get through those holes?
That's right. According to NASA's own flight plan, they went directly through the center. That's why they launched in southern Florida to be close to the equator.
Okay, so what they would say is that it's not that dangerous, and it's just like being exposed to a few X-rays, and that the people were shielded.
Well, go to Sabro.com and watch a
you're right
about
there.
it.
But you're right there, so I want to give you the
I'm
opportunity.
just saying,
what they would say to you.
The clip there is of Kelly Smith. He's an employee at NASA, explaining something that most people don't know, which is above the Earth, starting at about 1,000 miles and extending about 30,000 miles, is a huge band of radiation that astronauts would have to go through to the moon and through again back. First, he says it's dangerous, meaning deadly, and then he says that the technology for an astronaut to go through it to the moon and back and survive has yet to be invented.
Well, let's listen to him say that. And when did he say this?
I think he said that in 2014.
All right. Jamie will find that. We'll pull that up. But that would be the argument against the moon landing being hoax. Let's go.
Navigation and guidance for the line. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station.
To talk to Richard Simmons,
as we get further away from Earth, we pass through the Van Allen zone, an area of dangerous.
The first time caller line is 818-501-47.
Radiation like this can hardly guide you onboard computers or other electronics on a rocket. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice.
For West Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255.
We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
With your guest host,
We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people.
Okay. Did you just say that over and over again?
Yeah, he says
Okay.
Orion.
Excuse me? When was Orion?
Well, he says he must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
What was he talking about?
He's talking about sending people beyond Earth orbit through the radiation belt. And he says that the
What's the
video from?
What's that?
What's the video from?
Yeah, what is it? When you said 2014?
Yeah, I think so.
And what was this?
The Orion project was to have a step towards going to the moon.
And what year was this? What was the year?
I think he said that in 2014.
So the Orion project was a new project to go to the moon in 2014, just not its focus.
Correct. They were using part of that spacecraft on the Artemis mission when they sent mannequins through the radiation belt. He says we must first solve these challenges of radiation protection before we send people through this region of space, meaning the technology to send an astronaut through the radiation and survive has not been invented.
Well, that's not exactly what he's saying. I see where you're going with this, but what he did say that was it was dangerous radiation. You wrote deadly in all capital letters. But what he was just saying was dangerous, and he was specifically talking about instrumentation. He didn't say dangerous in terms of like to people.
Right, because that would be more of a clue that they didn't go to
well,
the moon, so he didn't mention that.
It would be a thing that you would go, but hey, how did they do it? And then you'd open up a can of worms.
Right.
So
He says we must solve these challenges of protecting the astronauts before we send people through this region of space, meaning people cannot go through it until the radiation shielding is developed, and it has not yet been developed a way to send astronauts through it and survive in 2014. So if it's not been invented in 2014, then it wasn't invented in 1969.
Well, I think another thing that's important to say that if you're saying that radiation is dangerous to instrumentation, it's going to be dangerous to bodies. Even if you, I'm saying, even if you don't say that, even if you're not saying, he did say people before he said people, but you could say, imply, I'm not saying this is true, but by what he's saying, that what he's saying is instrumentation would be damaged, and that would be dangerous.
Well, and he also included people. Before we send people to this region
Right,
of space.
but it could be because they would lose their instrumentation. You could interpret that. I'm just trying to be as generous as possible.
You're overly generous there.
I'm trying to be. So what is this, James?
This is from Reddit.
Okay, here it is. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. Before we can send astronauts in space on Orion, we have to test all the systems. Only one way to know if we got it right: fly it into space. For Orion's first flight, no astronauts will be aboard. The spacecraft is loaded with sensors to record and measure all aspects of the flight in every detail. We're headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this can harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
So the challenges have not been solved in 2014. So how could they have been solved in 1969?
Well, the thing is, even if they did solve it back then, how did they do it? This is the question. This is what we know about the spaceship. What we know about the Apollo 11, what we know about the shielding that it had.
They had 1/8 of an inch of aluminum. Now, when you get a dental X-ray, they use 1/4 inch lead. And so that's for 1/24 of a second. They would be in that for an hour to an hour and a half going to the moon, and an hour to an hour and a half coming back. So
what would that be the equivalent to, roughly, in terms of like X-rays?
It would be 100 times more than a lethal dose, according to their own reports, which are documented at Sabrel.com. All for free. You go on there, watch the videos, and read the documentation.
Okay, and to be clear, how many people have gone through that, supposedly?
Well,
what was the first one? So the first one, there was an orbit of the moon, a manned orbit of the moon before there was a land.
Yeah, there are allegedly 24 people who have allegedly gone through it to the moon and back. But the footage we uncovered shows them faking being halfway to the moon from Earth orbit. So it proves that they could not even go halfway to the moon because they're faking being halfway to the moon.
But whatever that footage was, though, in all fairness, that footage wasn't released, right? That footage was found footage, correct?
That was outtakes of them faking being halfway to the moon, which even my greatest critic agrees that is them faking being halfway to the moon. And they're doing it from Earth orbit, and it's dated 2 days into the flight, where they're supposed to be halfway to the moon. Yeah.
We'll show the video, but if I was going to steel man it, what I would say is, if I'm training these guys to film things, and they're training all day long to do a bunch of different things, one of the things I would do is to train them how to film the Earth from the moon. And to simulate that, I would say what you can do is black out all the light when you're in low Earth orbit. Focus on one of those circular windows. Put the transparency or whatever it is in front of the window, and practice that way.
Except
so that way we make sure that you get it right.
Except it's dated 2 days and 3 days into the flight when they're supposed to be halfway to the moon.
Damn, that's not
Yeah.
Okay, so let's.
You're
let's
really
take
bad.
I'm just trying. I'm just giving.
Yeah.
You have to.
Here's
right?
something
Don't
about.
you think I have to?
No, you don't. No, you don't. And here's why. Because we've heard their side of the story for 54 years.
Everybody hasn't. This is where you're wrong.
No, their side of the story.
Yeah.
You've heard that the moon landings are real for 54 years.
You've heard that. But
So they don't need extra
It's
time.
not
The
that.
truth
It's the
needs
people
extra time.
today that are in the scientific community that believe the moon landing is real. So you have to approach it from the perspective of how they're going to debunk your debunk.
Okay, well, let me tell you
Let's
something else
look at
about the
footage.
radiation.
Let's look at the footage first, because I think we're beating around the bush. The footage is so shocking that you immediately go, okay, what is this? Like, what is this? I just want to know what logically could this be? The only thing that I could think of that was logically would be that they were practicing.
Well, I'm a fan of where I attended Texas A&M University,
Yeah.
and they're the
Oh, this is one when you compare back and forth, right?
Correct. I mean, there's more.
Isn't there one of just the actual video that we can watch?
Well, you could go to Sagrel.com, click on a funny thing happened on the way to the moon, or go to the Moon Man video at Sagrel.com and pull this up smoking gun. I just gave you the time to use on the most significant part where you could do the side-by-side.
And the side-by-side comparisons for...
Well, on the left, Neil Armstrong claims this is 130,000 miles out. He claims that the camera lens is at the glass, and that's the Earth floating in space. What's on the right-hand side are the outtakes that we got an unedited reel of a special effects shot by accident. And the lights come up, and you see...
Okay, so this is the exact same size image. So
Correct.
Roughly the same distance.
So on the left, he claims, and this is the part they showed to the public, that that's the Earth floating in space halfway to the moon looking back. And then on the right is the outtakes where the lights come up, and you see that the camera is really at the back of the spacecraft, and that's part of the Earth outside of a circular window with a little crescent piece molded in front of it. And that's the take on the left-hand side. You're about to see Michael Collins break down part of the
so this is
special
where
effect.
This is what I want to do.
Yeah.
So this is where, okay, hold on a second. This is where it gets really weird. So they're saying they're 130,000 miles away. So they're in deep space.
So that proves it's the window. You see that?
Right,
That's
so
an
now there's
astronaut.
people standing in front of the. We used to think that we're looking out into space at the Earth, but now we realize there's people standing in front of it. So there's other stuff going on. So something up there's you're filming a room, and then
That's
whatever
really the window.
Right.
That's an
It's a
arm.
window.
Yeah, that's an arm getting in front of the window. That's an outtake they never showed because it shows that it's a fake shot.
Okay, do you think that is just a piece of the Earth in a circular window?
Well, I mean,
or do you think they put something over the window to represent the Earth?
Another photographer believes it's like a transparency of there's a circular
Let's
window.
let this play out. Let's
Yeah.
let this play out. So if
So
people
that's
see
the
it,
window. The point is it's the window.
back it up a little
They're
bit.
using the window to create a 1-foot model of the Earth.
And they're using the darkness of the cabin by blocking out all the windows,
And
it
it
makes
looks
it look like it's space.
Exactly. It makes it look like the Earth is floating in space. So we have them faking being halfway to the moon, which means they cannot go halfway to the moon. And here we are 54 years later, and they still cannot go halfway to the moon. That's why there's mannequins orbiting the moon. They said in 2014, in 2018, they would have people orbiting the moon. They were 100% behind schedule.
Yeah, but that's politicians. They lied about everything. And they might have had grand plans and didn't get the funding. But this is shocking, weird stuff. Because it's hard to explain. It's hard to come up with a rational explanation of what this could be.
Well,
So
that's them
because if they are
being
saying
halfway to the moon. That's what it is.
And but we should play the audio. So they say in the audio we're 130,000 miles away.
Right, and then they also say,
Let's
which
take
is another lie, that there's only one window that faces the Earth and it's filled up with the TV camera. Meaning, the lens would have to be right up against the window to see that. But the camera's really at the back of the spacecraft with all the lights on.
Let's play
You're
that.
seeing part of the Earth outside of the window. It's very ingenious.
Let's play that so we can hear the words. Okay, we can hear them say that because it's even more interesting. So if you see the footage and then you hear the words, you go, what could they possibly be doing there? This is you.
Yeah.
Where can we find the raw video?
The raw video is in A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. Go to Sabrel.com. It's on the homepage.
Combined with
That's his YouTube channel.
Yeah, that's not my channel. That's another.
No, go to Sabrel.com. It's got links up there.
Let me add one thing about the radiation. So, after Kelly Smith put his foot in his mouth, I called up NASA. I said, I'm a journalist. Can I talk to the guy? No, we don't allow him to talk to reporters anymore. I said, well, you set up 2 Geiger counters on a civilian mission with tax dollars to specifically measure the radiation in the radiation belt, which they should have had 50 years ago anyway. And then I said, can I please have those radiation readings? And then they said this to me. They said it's a classified military secret. I said, well, wait a minute. When you set probes to the sun to measure the temperature of the sun is a military secret. When you set probes to Jupiter to find out how much helium is in Jupiter's atmosphere, the amount of helium isn't a military secret. So why would the amount of radiation surrounding the Earth and the radiation belt why would that radiation be a secret? Because if they reveal it, it would prove that they couldn't go through it to the moon.
Or we spent a lot of money to get that data, and that data is very important if there's manned warfare in space. Like we have a space force now. There's an anticipation that we could live in a future where there's space wars, right? This is a real thought. The space program is real. This space force is a real organization. Yeah, it really is. I have a T-shirt. Tim Dillon did.
Oh, that must prove that it's real.
It's real. I have a T-shirt, an actual T-shirt. But no, there is a space force. I think it was Trump's idea, right? Yeah, Trump started a space force, which is awesome. Anyway, that's data you wouldn't want Russia to have. Like, so if the Van Allen radiation belts, if there's a way to get through them because you know exactly how much radiation it is, and you know that you need this amount of shielding, you don't want Russia to know that. You want them to spend your own money, bitch. Can't have our fucking data. That's what I would say. I would say that's an American secret. That's national security. In that regard, right? Because if we're going to be doing space wars, they're going to be flying around through, but they don't know how to get through the radiation belt, but we do. Then they're going to rely on espionage.
They've sent probes to the moon, so they would probably have Geiger counters on there.
Right, but as time goes on,
they would know the radiation readings.
But they sent probes to the moon a long time ago. As time goes on, the instrumentation is far more efficient. It's much better, more accurate. So the stuff that they get, the data they get now, we would both agree, right? It would be way better data than you got in 1963.
That's the argument people are making about it now. The instrumentation now is more susceptible than it was then.
Makes sense. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, it's more complex.
You can start the clip if you want.
That does make sense about the radiation belts when they were talking about instrumentation.
Start at 34.
My point is, don't we recognize that the amount of instrumentation that would be dangerous to radiation would also go dangerous to biological human beings?
Well, of course, that's why there's mannequins orbiting the moon instead of people.
That's why you have to wear a lead shield when you get an X-ray, and that's why if you've ever seen those horrific images of people that used to test X-ray machines back in the day, when they would first started using X-ray machines in doctors' offices, the technician would put his hand on it and X-ray it, and they didn't know that you were fucking your hand up really bad. They had horrible cancer all over their hands,
and that's from 1/24th of a second. Now, something that's 100 times more lethal going on continuously.
So the point is, regardless of whether or not it is dangerous to the instrumentation, that was their primary concern. It could be accurate, especially since the first one was unmanned. It's also that kind of radiation is probably bad for people. It's not good, unless you're Fantastic Four. right? You go through it and you get superpowers, right? Is that what happened to them?
Well, yeah. I mean, let's get back to the technology issue.
Yes.
I mean, when they first exploded the first atomic bomb in 1942, just 10 years later, atomic bombs were 1,000 times more. So if they could go to the moon on the first attempt with 1 millionth of computing power cell phone, we would have been on Mars 10 years later. We'd be in another solar system by now, and there would be bases all over.
This is the only interesting one of the facts that there's no other technology from 1960 that's not easier, cheaper, and faster than we use today.
Except relatively, because it was a bluff, like in poker.
Okay, so let's play the video when you get to hear the audio. So the audio is really strange. So this audio is this is Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong, and Michael Collins in the spacecraft, and they are supposedly 130,000 miles away, and they're talking to NASA.
Yeah, let me describe it a little bit before I get play. So basically, if they are, which they are not, halfway to the moon, they estimated with radio delay and going through the analog computers, it would be 2 seconds out for them to hear the transmission and 2 seconds back. So this particular reel we uncovered, the unedited reel of this special effects shot of them taking being halfway to the moon, there's a third track of audio, who I believe is the CIA. So first you'll hear...
Why do you believe it's the CIA?
Well, it's whoever's helping them fake the moon mission.
And you think it was the CIA?
And so NASA says the TV picture looks great. The person who has an earpiece in counts off 4 seconds, 1,001, 2, 3, 4. Then we hear a third track of audio. Not NASA, not the astronauts, which has this kind of walkie-talkie, radio type of sound.
Mm-hmm.
He says, and then Neil Armstrong speaks. They're creating a fake, let's play, 4-second radio delay to make it appear they're beyond Earth orbit.
Okay, let's play.
All right, thank you.
Our radiation understand too that only about 20 seconds of this raw footage was ever broadcast on Trumpet, and these conversations discussing their deception were believed to be private. Here they discuss that these television transmissions were in fact not broadcast live as everyone believed. They were first screened and edited for playback later.
We just wanted to, when we get to playback, we can sort of correlate what we're seeing. Thank you very much.
Here they discuss the fact that they have turned out the lights and have blocked out sunlight from entering the spacecraft through the other windows, as to not cause any reflected light to fall.
So that's really the window of the spacecraft.
Right, let him talk here.
The reason this was done is so that the truth of the matter will be revealed. It is this. Though the federal government would have you believe that this is a view of Earth from a distance out of the spacecraft's window as it nears the moon, it is right. What they have ingeniously done is place the camera at the back of the spacecraft and center the lens on a circular window in the corner, outside of which it is completely safe for the Earth and low orbit. The circumference of the window then appears to be the diameter of the Earth at a distance, with the darkened walls of the spacecraft appearing to be the blackness of space around. That is why they wanted the interior dark and blocked out the sun from entering through the other windows. Here you can see the extruded window, probably 2 inches thick at the bottom. This is because the Earth's shine is coming in at a downward angle. It also causes the Earth to appear to be an irregularly shaped circle, for you are seeing the outside of the window at the bottom and the inside of the window at the top, which together form 2 different sized halves of a circle. Subsequently, this tape was reused. As they perfected the shot, a crescent-shaped piece of black material was inset slightly into the window to create the illusion of the Earth's terminating line, dividing night and day. It is uncannily convincing. During this segment, intended to be edited and played back later for the worldwide television audience, dated July 18, 1969, Neil Armstrong condemns himself as he states that he is 130,000 miles out. or halfway to the moon, as the NASA flight log also states on this date, when he is in reality in low Earth orbit of a few hundred miles.
Houston, Apollo 11. Calling in from 137 miles out.
Here, during another segment, also intended to air after review, Neil Armstrong falsely explains to the viewers how the shot is attained by putting the camera's lens to the window's glass, as it would have to be if they were the claimed distance away from the Earth.
We only have one window that has a view of the Earth, and it's filled up with the big dickheads.
If the window was completely filled up with a TV camera, as he said, then an astronaut's arm would not be able to get between the camera and the window, as it obviously does here in this outtake.
North America becomes invisible beyond extermination.
You can also notice how the astronaut operating the camera reacted to the mistake by attempting to pan away from it. This is a segment that they believe wasn't even being recorded.
Keep going.
Much less suitable for broadcast, for the lens was being zoomed out and the scene was being changed to that of an interior of the astronauts at work, and apparently the spot popped back over the recorder without notice. Here is the diffused worldview that they used to see camera controls, but not throw light onto the spacecraft's wall. Here they removed part of the crescent instrument.
But everyone can save up to 25% off their first year with promo code Guinness. Go to lifelock.com.
Finally, the iris is opened up, and you can see the real location of the camera and the very bright and near Earth. Here is the slate for the 19th of July.
Okay.
Yeah,
so here's what I would say if I was trying to comment what you're saying. All right, the Earth at 130,000 miles out is halfway to the moon. The moon is 1/4 the size of Earth. The moon, on a full moon, is fairly bright. I mean, you can walk around outside in the dark. It's pretty amazing how bright it is when it's a full moon. Imagine that 4 times greater and twice as close. So the Earth, which has blue reflective light because of the oceans, and it's glorious, it glows in the sky. You would imagine that if you were filming Earth from 130,000 miles out, you would have to blacken the insides of the walls, and you probably couldn't get the camera any closer to that window in reality, even by saying it's in front of the window, it's covering the window. You're talking, it probably doesn't even fit any closer than that with all the instrumentation. If you were filming it specifically to try to get an image of the Earth and what it looked like at 130,000 miles out, would it even look that small? I don't think it would. It would probably look a lot larger. So if they're shooting it through this window and the light is probably pretty intense, it might be the only way to film the Earth with the kind of cameras they had back then would be to do it that way. To block out everything in the room and to film through that circle window as close as they can get that camera to. And it's just shitty footage of something that they eventually figured out how to do right, so that it wasn't deception.
Well, the camera's at the back of the spacecraft,
right,
and that's the circular window, and it's filled with the Earth.
Right.
If they were halfway to the moon and the Earth was at the window, the Earth would be a tiny dot.
It wouldn't be that small.
That
No, it wouldn't. But stop. It wouldn't be that small because the moon's not that small. You got to think about how big the moon is, okay? And the moon is 1/4 the size of Earth. Think about how close the moon is. So the moon is a big ass fucking thing, right?
So let me ask you this, John. Do you think the moon landings are real or not?
I'm not saying that. What
Okay,
I'm saying
wait a
to
minute.
you,
I just want to know what you think. What do you think?
I'm going to go at this. And I'm just going to try to ask the most logical questions to refute what you're saying without giving an opinion. I'll give you an opinion eventually. But this right now is, if you were going to film the Earth from 130,000 miles out, and the Earth is 4 times larger than the moon, and you're halfway to the moon, I would imagine it would fill up that window. The difference between that and low Earth orbit, I'm sure there's a difference, but I still think from that small window, it might be the whole window filled with Earth. That might be what you get.
Well, that's not the opinion of myself as a filmmaker and 3 other filmmakers who, for a living, our job is to make fake scenes look real. And so we all conclude that that's the window that they have made a mock-up of a 1-foot model to pretend.
But is there an image of that mock-up? I never saw a mock-up. I didn't. There's all
you saw them fiddle around in the window.
You definitely see them fiddle around in the window.
And the camera, they lied about the camera being up against the glass. The camera is obviously at the back of the spacecraft to create that illusion.
They said the window is filled with the camera. That's what they said.
But it's not. It's at the very back of the spacecraft. The lights come up on the part they didn't intend on showing, and the camera has been at the back of the spacecraft all the time.
Right.
They had to lie. If they really were halfway to the moon, the only way they could film this shot would be to put the lens at the glass of the window. But it's a fake shot. And part of the faking is the camera is really at the back of the spacecraft. All the lights are off. Part of the Earth is outside of a circular window, and it looks clumsy like Earth floating in space, but that's really the window from Earth orbit.
Jim, go ahead.
In the video, it says that this line here, this Terminator line, correct?
Yeah. So that
that's transparency or something.
That's like, I don't know, some sort of crescent insert they put into the window to make it look like the Terminator line between your eye and day. I think it looks very good.
And then should they remove the tape? Could have been a transparency, I suppose, but that line is very nice gradient, which was what it would look like if it was like a sunset, not tape or.
Well, yeah, it's less clear, right? It's less clear than like the top edge.
And like, if it was a transparency sitting on a glass or something, that line would be moving. It would have to be hard set.
Well, I mean, just go back to the segment with the little yellow circle around the window, and you can see they're fiddling around the window.
But Jamie, they only showed 20 seconds.
No, I know. I was thinking, if that's what I thought it was, why not just recreate the fake scene, I guess, with a picture of the Earth.
Well, I think the point is that they had to represent the Terminator line because of where they were in orbit. So if they're flying away from Earth and they're going towards the moon at a very specific time, you'd be able to know, like where, what part of the Earth was dark at what point in the flight, right?
I would think so.
I mean, they had to know. They knew
with the
calculation.
With the public.
Yeah, but I mean, they would do it the right way. They're going to
not necessarily. They made lots of mistakes.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Well, this one's a weird one, and to me, this was like the only thing that I could say if I was going to steal man would be what I said was that maybe he misspoke by saying it's covering the window. What he meant was that the camera was pointed at the window. It was covering the window. And if you're going to film something that's incredibly bright, that's coming into a bright environment, it's going to be obscured by all the light. You know that, right? So the way to film it correctly would be to adjust the aperture correctly, darken the room, and then point towards that window. And you would be saying that the camera is covering the window, because it is covering the window. That's what it's covering. When you're filming something, you're covering something. So it's covering the window. It's looking out the window. You blacked out the cabin so that you could actually see what's bright coming out of that window, which is incredibly bright because it's 4 times bigger than the room, twice as close because they're halfway there.
Well, the shot where Neil Armstrong lies, it says he's 130,000 miles out. We see a little blue Earth with a bunch of black space around there, right? But that's not the Earth floating in space. That's the circular window of the spacecraft that has part of the Earth outside of it. That's what it is. The lights come up, and you see that's what it is.
For sure, if you're saying that blackness is space, that's deceptive. But
that's what they are saying.
But it doesn't mean they weren't 130,000 miles out.
But why would they fake being 30,000 miles out if they were really?
Because
130,000 miles out.
If they had a policy of deception in terms of imagery, which it seems that they did. Even though they did that, I'm just steel-manning. It doesn't necessarily mean that the whole thing was fake, right?
Well, I was trying to understand, so that it's not that they're 130,000 miles out, but it's that they're in space faking the shot?
Yes, they're doing it. They're faking being halfway, which is why it's so bright. The reason why it's so bright is because they're just like the space station.
That doesn't, I don't know. I'm getting more confused on all of these pieces because I thought that they didn't even go to space.
No. Nobody thinks that. Nobody thinks that.
They did go to
Jamie,
space.
You need to catch the fuck up on Reddit.
Well, look at this part here.
Makes sense to you to begin with.
Keep playing this part, Jamie, and you'll see that this is the window. Here's the work light inside of the spacecraft. Either that or it's a giant UFO. Right?
No, it's obviously a work light.
Okay, and then here is Michael Collins breaking down part of the special effects shot using the window. You're going to see them.
Okay. But let's be honest about what we're seeing. What we're seeing is motion in front of the window.
That's right. So that's the window of the spacecraft.
That's true.
Not the Earth floating in space like they claimed a minute earlier.
That's true.
Which means they're faking being
right.
halfway to
But I
the
have to
moon.
stop you. You're saying like make the transparency, all these different things you're saying. There's no evidence of that. You just see movement in front of it. I understand your assumption, but there's no evidence of transparency.
Well, it's not an assumption. It's that
you see him moving. You see just dark shadows. Let's see it one more time. You see dark shadows moving.
Well, the
in front
point
of
is
that
that's the window of the spacecraft.
100%. I'm agreeing with you.
Wait a minute.
Some of
Stop,
the
stop
deception.
there. If that's the window of the spacecraft, then that's not the Earth floating in space.
Correct.
Which, they claim, which means
Correct.
they're faking being halfway to the moon.
Not necessarily.
Which they would never
Not
do if they
necessarily.
really went halfway to the
Not
moon.
necessarily. It could mean that
So
they're
they
just
went halfway to the moon, but they faked it anyway?
They're faking this footage because this is the best footage they can get with the equipment they have looking through that window. And they came to a conclusion. The best way to do it is to back the camera up, block everything out, and just film that circular window, and that's the Earth. And that's the only thing. We'll pretend that it's the Earth with space, but we really can't get that because of the positioning of the camera, the amount of room. If you look as the thing goes bright, this is my question to you. I think this is compelling and it's bizarre. But when you say they removed the transparency, well, there's no transparency. You don't see it. You're literally just seeing black figures in motion. Now, in clarity, now you see clarity. So now you see the amount of distance, very small space they're working in, amount of distance where the circular window is, where the Earth is, and then where the camera is. So the camera is still just a few feet from the window. It's not like it's in a giant room. It's just a few feet from the window.
They're three
filming the
spacecrafts
Earth.
coupled together, so it's quite deep.
Right, but it's still not that big where they are. But where they
about
are,
8
right,
to 10 feet away from the window.
that's pretty small. This whole room is pretty small, right? It's basically smaller than here to where our screen is that we're looking at.
But the point is, it's not the Earth floating in space. It's the window.
It's definitely not.
Made up to look like the Earth floating in space.
The blacked out environment, if they're trying to pretend that that's space, that's deception.
Exactly.
But it still doesn't mean that they're not 100%.
One thing at a time. So we concluded
Yes.
they are faking being halfway to the moon.
No, that's not what we concluded. We concluded that they are faking that the blackness around that image of the Earth is space. That's all we're confirming. But hold on, Jamie. So we're confirming that they definitely were. If they were saying that blackness, which is clearly the inside of the cockpit, right? Clearly. What they're saying that blackness is space, and that circular image is the Earth looking at the Earth through space. That's clearly deception.
Okay,
Based
so
on
Apollo
this
11 is being deceptive with their photography. Why would they do that if they really went to the moon?
Okay, the steel man. And I know it's annoying to
You mean
people.
steel man means devil's advocate? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I'm taking the other side's
Why?
position.
Why?
Because it's interesting to see how it lines up. You would say they wanted good footage. They couldn't get good footage any other way. They couldn't get through where the camera is and how big the camera is and how small the window is, the amount of space they're working with. They couldn't get real clear footage of the Earth in space in the distance. So they decided to film it this way. Film it through that circular window. We'll black out everything. It'll look like space, but you will see the Earth from where we are, which is 130,000 miles.
You know, there's a film coming out in July, and I don't know, I've only seen the trailer, but they talked about shooting a fake moon landing as a backup. Now, they don't care why you believe the moon landings are real, as long as you do. If you believe that they're communicating with aliens with a secret crew, or Neil Armstrong does it, they don't care. It's the same thing. If they really went to the moon, they wouldn't have to fake any of it because they showed so little of the mission anyway.
Right. During they went to the moon,
they wouldn't dare fake any of it because there were people at the time already saying it was bad. They wouldn't dare. can't fake any of it if it was real. Even during the landing, they showed computer animation, and then all of a sudden, you see that black and
They
white
wouldn't
image.
dare fake it if it was real. This is where we disagree. Because I think if it's very difficult to go there, it's even more difficult to go there and document it, right? And specifically when you're talking about camera equipment. If you take camera equipment, the old school film, and you run it through old school radar detectors at the airport, those metal detectors, fucks up your camera equipment, right? Doesn't it fuck up your film? But doesn't it? Isn't that correct?
It wasn't difficult for them to go to the moon. They went 6 times in 3 years. They drove cars on the moon, played golf on the moon.
But that's what I'm saying.
And yet, for some reason today, they can only send mannequins to orbit the moon.
So we're in agreement on this. This is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, what you could say is that the real maybe they went and they faked the footage. And the reason they faked the footage is because the footage got all fucked up because they went through radiation.
I'm sure they would love the public to believe that, because many filmmakers like myself agree that the footage is fake. So how can we possibly trick the public into thinking the moon landings are real, even though the pictures are fake? Why don't we create a feature film saying, well, we just only did it as backup and some of that footage got leaked into the real footage? They showed so little real footage to begin with. Why didn't they just have a camera on the side of the rocket showing live pictures during the descent instead of a little Atari computer animation and then suddenly a picture of them stable coming out of the spacecraft? Because they faked it. As you know from my book, we have an eyewitness who saw them film Apollo 11 at Cannon Air Force Base, June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, 1968.
Yeah, but I have eyewitnesses that were raped by Bigfoot. You can find those.
Well,
you know what I'm saying? Like,
if the guy wasn't here, his son cooperates. We have a video of that we can show. The point is, and it's not even in my book, okay? The first thing the guy says as he's dying, about to meet his maker, fearing not being on the right side of judgment, is that he's a murderer. He killed somebody. His son, who you can go to Sabrell.com, watch his son's testimony, who saw his father's deathbed confession. He said, who did you kill? He said, I killed a co-worker at Cannon Air Force Base where he was the chief of security. The military police came in, and they interrogated him as he's dying, wanted to notify the relatives of the person who he killed. Who did you kill? Such and such a person. A fellow employee at Cannon Air Force Base in 1968. Why did you kill him? We both eyewitnessed the filming of the fake moon landing June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of 1968. My friend thought it was morally wrong. He was going to tell her that I killed him. His son confirmed he was chief of security at Cannon Air Force Base. He lived right across the street. He stood beside President Johnson, who was there for the first 3 days of filming. He gave him a list of 15 people that were there, who were allowed in the VIP entrance to eyewitnessing. Neil Armstrong's on the list, Buzz Aldrin is on the list, and several people I never heard of. We got that list, we published it in my book. And this is real. His son, after telling me this information and confirming it, his house was broken into a few days later. Everything about his father was confiscated. Days after that, 2 agents show up from the government. This is less than 2 years ago. Threatened to kill him and his family if he ever talks to me again about his father's participation in the moon landing. The White House was involved in investigating this. The FBI was, and the United States Senate Intelligence Committee investigated this. And that man and those reports are sealed because it's a great embarrassment to the federal government that they did actually fake the moon landing. I was the biggest fan. If I can go from being the biggest fan to having to accept the sad fact that our government is that arrogant. And not only that, I interviewed the widow of Gus Grissom, who was going to be the first man to welcome them.
We should explain one of the things that Gus Grissom did that got people very angry. He hung a lemon.
That's right.
Yeah, explain that.
Well, basically, he was totally confused how they could possibly think they're going to the moon in 2 years. He thought it was at least 10 years away. And still, we can't even go now, right, because of the radiation. And he was preparing reports to give to Congress and the Senate that his wife told me were confiscated from his house by CIA agents before they even informed her that he was dead. He had died a few minutes earlier. She told me, I interviewed her for 4 hours. This is the man who is going to be the first man to walk on the moon. And he was the most beloved of the press. And he was so frustrated, he kept complaining of the chain of command they wouldn't fix anything. Because the higher-ups knew they weren't going to go and hadn't committed yet to faking it, and therefore hadn't pulled the astronauts yet. And that's why they weren't fixing it.
This is your belief.
Well, that,
after that telling me, you don't have to die. You don't have to die. And I didn't understand that the spirit that was appearing to me, who it was, but I can tell you with absolute certainty, the Antichrist is an actual being that appears like he's Jesus. And he is shown in Mark chapter 16, and he changes his form. In Mark 16, he appears at Jesus' tomb and rolls as an angel of light and with an earthquake, and he rolls away the stone, and he appears
her conclusion as well. Right. And in his fury, without permission, he held a press conference. He invited in a bunch of reporters to the top of the rocket where he affixed a lemon the size of a grapefruit on his coat hanger. He said, this thing is a lemon, a piece of junk, made the evening news. And a few days later, he died. His wife told me that on January 26, 1967, he came home from work and said the following: "Hon, for some strange reason, the CIA is all over the launch pad today. I wonder why they're here inspecting us. Never seen her here before." He's dead the very next day. His widow told me he was murdered by the CIA, the man who was going to be the first man to walk on his moon. His son, Sub-47 pilot, said the same thing, who I interviewed for 3 hours, that his father was murdered by the CIA. So it's one thing if they fake the moon landing and didn't kill anything. Maybe I'll confess my devious nature. I kind of, admire their ingenuity. Like the people who tunnel from the dry cleaner into the bank. But not if you kill 3 guards, slit their throats, who have wives and children. And
what 3 guards?
Well, I'm just saying, for example, if they faked the moon landing and didn't kill anybody, that's one thing, but that's not the case. You see, and I know the type of person you are and the type of guests you have on your show. We're true patriots, and patriots have to face facts that when people take an oath to this country, it's to protect it against all enemies, foreign and domestic. They always want misdirection, the boogeyman, to be in some other country, where the biggest traitors to our country are Americans and us, right? That's what's going on. And the first document of our country isn't the Constitution. It's the Declaration of Independence, where it says when any government becomes destructive of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it. According to Betty Grissom, they took away his life. They take a third of our income. They deceive us through a moon landing. And then they use that money to pay the salaries of the CIA agents who killed Gus Grissom.
Okay, well, let's go to Gus Grissom's death. So Gus Grissom died in an accident, right? He died in a fire, correct?
His wife says that fire was set intentionally.
I understand that she says. I understand that, and I understand that why she would believe that. That makes sense.
Well, if her husband says CIA agents are messing around with the equipment the day before, and he's dead the next day from faulty equipment, the CIA killed him. It's a pretty obvious conclusion.
It could possibly be that, definitely. But also, when you're launching rockets, a lot of people die.
They weren't launching anything. It was just a ground test of pressing buttons. And they found that they pressurized that space capsule with 100% oxygen, where steel will become flammable. They reversed the door the day before so that it opened inwardly instead of outwardly. It took an extra 5 or 10 minutes to open up. And then they found a pile of oily rags under his seat so that they would do a spark. And then I got the Apollo 1 report. We bought it for $10,000 for Roger Chaffee's widow from his estate. And there was a dip in power right before the fire because the CIA had something clamped in there to start the fire. They ignited it, it caused a dip in power, and then the fire.
So where's this evidence that there was a dip in power?
Well, it's in the Apollo 1 report.
That there was a dip in power.
Right before the fire, because something was tapped into there that the CIA rigged the previous day, and that's what's given them.
Is there a logical explanation for why they reversed the doors?
Yeah, so if they would make sure not to be able to get out, it would take more time to get out.
But is there a logical explanation in terms of the
They could
improvement
say,
in design for
they
use in
were
space?
just testing something new. Right? That's their excuse.
Right. And the fire, what was the official explanation for how the fire started? And what was the evidence that the oxygen had been increased in the environment?
Well, that's a fact. They knew not to do that. They did cause fatalities.
Where did you hear this from?
Well, she told me, and it's in the Apollo 1 report.
So in the Apollo 1 report, it says they increased the oxygen by how much?
Well, they did 100% oxygen in the cabin.
And did they say why?
It was just testing something to test an experiment. Right?
And so that then a fire ignites.
That's right. They rigged it with the oily rags under there, with reversing that. They did everything they could to make sure those guys were alive, to get rid of the guy, because Gus Grissom, had they asked him to fake the moon landing, he would have said no way, and then he would have gone to the report. The same reason my source, Cyrus Eugene Akers, killed his coworker, because his coworker witnessed Apollo 11 being filmed at Cannon Air Force Base in 1968, said this is wrong for the government to do this, and was going to tell the reporter, and he was killed for the very same reason.
Yeah, I would love to see the video of that. If there was a video of it, it'd be interesting.
Yeah, there's a video of his son.
But there's also,
about this.
yeah,
You have it queued up there.
how people get old. And when they get old, they say crazy things.
I don't think it's that crazy to say, we verified he was the chief of security.
Right, yeah, I don't know what his mental state was when he died. I don't know if he had dementia. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, people could, but I'm not saying.
Are you
that
sure
it
you
didn't
didn't work
happen.
for O.J. Simpson's defense
I'm
team?
not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying that some old people, particularly, first of all, memories are terrible. Most people's memories
You just
are
said
awful.
that.
Their memories are terrible.
Just said it a second.
Yeah, so most people's memories are good. And then if you're really old and you're mentally compromised, then maybe you have full-blown dementia, and maybe you imagine things. That's also possible. I mean,
And that's an odd thing to say.
confession.
I killed somebody to cover up the moon landing problem. What are the odds of that being dementia?
Not very good, but also possible. When people have dementia, they think they're secret agents. They don't know what the fuck is going on. They don't know their name. They don't know their kids. People are dying, and they're dying. You know, usually there's a lot of stuff going on. It's
He
not just your body.
articulated a lot of details.
It's fascinating. And could be what we hope it is, which is deathbed confession. Like, didn't E. Howard Hunt have a deathbed confession about the JFK assassination?
Well, one of the videos, if you have it queued up, Jamie, is his son giving his deathbed confession, right? As he's dying of cancer, of what he saw his father say. He says, I lived right across from Cannon Air Force Base. My father was chief of security. He shows us a picture of his badge and his uniform. He was there.
Yeah.
And what Bill Casey said, I had to look up from my own library. Bill Casey said the whole moon landing falsification was supervised by the United States Air Force. Well, my dad was in the Air Force. I never heard of Canada Air Force. It's tiny. You were eyewitnesses. And then every department of the military has their special ops intelligence division headquarters. In Air Force Base. And so that's where it was filmed. And I even confirmed that several people were there, including a gentleman by the name of Robert Kemeny. Never heard of the guy. A science fiction writer who promotes UFOs, which is another reason to doubt UFOs. Because the same guy who says UFOs are real spent his whole life saying the moon landings are real. You see that? Same thing with the astronauts. Stephen Greer's #1 source that UFOs are real. I have a book coming out about this as well at my website. He says his #1 source that UFOs are real is the Apollo astronauts said so. You see that? And,
which one, Edgar Mitchell?
Well, yeah, Edgar Mitchell among many others. And
let's come back to that. I gotta take a week. Let's come back to that. And this is great. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming here. It's been a lot of fun. And I hope you don't mind me being annoying, but I have to cover this. We'll get into more.
You don't have to.
I do.
No, you don't.
This is the right way to do it. Trust me. Trust me. Okay. We'll take a leak. We'll be right back. So, we were at Gus Grisham died in a fire. There's another guy who NASA had hired to make a report, and he had this 500-page report. I think it was 500 pages about how badly mismanaged the whole Apollo program was, and that he saw so many flaws in it that he thought he was never going to get off the ground. And then
Thomas Barrett.
Yes, Ronald Thomas Barrett, right? And he died on train tracks.
That's right. That was kind of
with his family.
CIA hits kind of go through fads. And there was a big fad period where a lot of people's cars stalled at train crossings. I think back then this was before DNA evidence. It'd get rid of the forensic evidence.
That's also how they killed those kids in Mena, Arkansas, that found the cocaine. That was the whole part of that Tom Cruise movie, the true story behind the Tom Cruise movie. With, what was that guy's name again? That Jamie? Barry Seals. Yeah, who was smuggling drugs and dropping them off into Mena, Arkansas while Bill Clinton was the governor. And they killed these kids and put them on train tracks.
There's a relevant point about Bill Clinton, two of them. On page 156 of his book, you know this. He says that he doubts as president the authenticity of the moon landings.
Well, he said it in a very coy way, right?
But that's what he's saying.
Well, he told an anecdote about a carpenter that he was working with in 1969. He was saying how amazing it is that these guys, these people, they landed on the moon. And the carpenter said, no, those TV fellows can get you to believe anything. Now, I don't believe the thing they say. And then he said, back then I thought the old guy was a crank. I'm paraphrasing. But now, after 8 years in the White House, I think he might have been ahead of his time.
I think that was not paraphrasing. I think that was word for word.
Yeah.
Good memory. Well, here's the second point that's relevant.
Word for word, I'm sure.
Well, here's the second point about President Clinton. When he finally, after denying it 20 times, admitted that he had an affair, a reporter asked him, why did you do it? You know what he said, why? Because I could. Meaning because I could get away with it. That's what people need to see. They did fake the moon landing, and why did they do it? Because they could. And these people are still in power. It's a dangerous thing.
Also because they wanted to win this Cold War with Russia. They wanted to get this economic and cultural victory. Right?
Well, that could be their excuse.
Okay, so here's another question.
You murder Americans to do that?
Allegedly murder Americans.
Well,
we assume.
Yeah,
we don't really know. The Thomas Ronald Barron one is a wild one because that report was buried, correct? After that?
That's right.
And in the report, do we have details of exactly what was said in the report?
Well, basically, he said what Gus Grissom said. They were a decade or more away from going to the moon. And that was after the Apollo 1 fire, the Barron report. Of course, he died right before he was to testify to Congress. What a coincidence.
Yeah.
About how NASA was so far behind schedule. And that, NASA has never kept a schedule a single time in their entire history. Except the most complicated mission of all time, they were ahead of schedule. And do you realize there's never been an aerospace machine, airplane, whatever, that ever worked on the first occasion, not even the Wright brothers plane, and a 747 after millions of aircraft had already been built. 10 years more technologically advanced than the Apollo rocket. It took 168 attempts to get off the ground. And yet, for the first time in history, there was an aviation project that worked on the first occasion that happened to be the most complicated one of all time. You see that coincidence? How about that?
So humans have accomplished some pretty amazing things, but the leap between that and the moon landings, in terms of getting biological, living human beings to survive this 2-week journey, to land on the moon and come back. How long did it take total? All days in space?
Well, from setting the goal to doing it, it took only 8.5 years.
But the actual
and since then, they're talking about it taking 15 years to quote return to the moon, even though they have 54 years better technology. It's going to take twice the amount of time to return to the moon with 5 decades better technology.
But again, isn't that you'd also say because it's not as focused an effort? It's not. Like
well, it is a focused effort because 8 presidents have said they're going to return to the moon in 5 years, right?
Yeah, they also.
You had Bush Sr. said, and Reagan said it, Clinton said it, Obama said it, and Bush Senior, Bush Junior, Trump. They've all said
Trump
we're going to
said we're going to the
return.
moon?
Yeah, he said we're going to go to the moon by 2024. Time's running out. Tick tock, tick tock.
Yeah, we got a couple months left.
Well, they said they were going to have people orbiting the moon. They said in 2014 we will have people orbiting the moon in 2018, 100% behind schedule.
My point
and
was,
they only have mannequins orbiting the moon.
So my point was that the leap between what we do now in terms of the difficulty of getting into space, getting into low Earth orbit, and coming back, it gets compounded greatly by actually going to another planet, landing, taking off, coming back. That's much more difficult. And the only time that was ever accomplished was between 1969 and 1972. 7 attempts, 6 successful.
Allegedly accomplished.
Allegedly. But let's just say what they're saying. Just what they're saying. It seems very strange that no one else did it. It seems very strange that it stopped right there, and it seems very strange that no other missions.
That's right. It's the only technological achievement in the entire history of the world that no one from any nation could repeat 50 years later.
Yeah.
Just their position. Like, it took so much money and so many resources that we don't have that would be better served going to other things, and that's why they haven't been back. Why should they go back? They went there. They understand. They can prove they went there because there's laser reflectors on the moon that they can shoot lasers at, and they will bounce off and show you that there's a laser reflector on the moon.
Well, that's not an argument either, because in 1958, according to Scientific American magazine, they were bouncing lasers off the moon without any man-made reflectors thereon. So all they had to do was choose a landing site that had reflective surfaces. Additionally, Russia put an unmanned probe on the moon with laser reflectors.
Yes.
So that is a proven thing.
I was going to ask you, but that's the argument.
Well, you're welcome. I did.
Thank you. That is the argument, though, right?
Yeah.
So the argument is the laser reflectors prove. Another, like one of the goofiest ones, was when they used the reconnaissance imagery. And they showed, look, we can see the landing site. Like, what are you pointing at?
You have to understand, they already faked a full-body picture of an astronaut standing on the surface of the moon, which was filmed in Clovis, New Mexico, according to an eyewitness. Okay? So you're asking the Fox for further proof that they didn't steal a chicken?
Yeah.
You're saying after faking a full-body image that was shot in Air Force Base and pretending it's on the moon.
My client, Mr. Fox, is an upstanding citizen, and my client refutes all allegations.
Well, the same fraudulent organization has a little shadow from an alleged lunar satellite that says this is part of the lunar lander.
Yeah, there's a lot of weirdness.
Yeah.
Another bit of weirdness that is fun to watch people do mental gymnastics to explain away is the flag blowing in the breeze. So, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Nice. What does it show? No, what does it show, the image? What do you see? I could just tell you any one of those spots is a landing site. What did you guys say? I mean, you don't see much. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't prove nor disprove. It's not clear enough to say what that is, right? It's not clear. I don't see any objects that look like they're definitively a lunar rover. I don't see anything that makes me think that that's what that is, but it could be because it's not that clear. So it's neither proof nor, it doesn't prove or disprove those images, in my opinion.
Well, here's another interesting. You have Neil Armstrong said he personally picked up a particular rock, put it in his pocket, and saved it to the Prime Minister of the Netherlands.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Who he gave to, right? And they put it in a hermetically sealed box.
Yeah.
The curator saw my film, says, "Oh, I wonder about that." In the middle of the night, they expected no one would open it up. He opens it up, puts the rock under a microscope, and it's petrified wood. It's kind of this eerie, out of the world looking.
That's a fact.
So unless there are trees growing on Earth, on the moon, then it's a fake. In fact, there's a story that says moon rock proves to be fake. That Neil Armstrong picked up and personally delivered. But no reporter asks. So if the moon rocks are fake, what about the moon mission?
Okay, to steel man that, you would say, what was the chain of custody between Neil Armstrong and this Prime Minister?
He brought it to him. He personally gave it to him. And he said, I picked this up off the surface of the moon. This is the rock. I remember it. Here you go. They put it in a box. That's not much change command to get messed
The
up.
thing is, like, who's got it after that, and is it possible someone stole it, swapped it out with another rock that looked like that was bullshit? Possible. You have to think it's possible.
I don't think it's possible.
I'm with you. I don't think it's possible. I mean, it seems highly likely that they gave him a fake moon rock. But you have to leave the door open to someone who's involved, who's fraudulent, who knew there was a moon rock there, and some guy said, hey, man, I'll give you $100,000.
Another interesting point is 6 weeks before they're allegedly going to the moon for the very first time, somehow with that deadline, von Braun, former Nazi, takes a leisurely vacation in Antarctica, where he picks up, dozens of pounds of lunar meteorites. I wonder what they use those for.
Let's explain that too. That Antarctica is one of the best places to find meteorites, because the fact that it's completely white, it's all frozen snow, and the meteorites will stand out. They'll stand out in the snow.
Yeah, and it hardly ever snows there, so there's not much to cover them up. Right. And maybe the orbit being the South Pole is more prone to lunar meteorites.
Right. So it's very well known that you can get meteorites in Antarctica. And a lot of them, they can conclusively prove correct? This is all true? Okay. So Werner von Braun maybe needed to know what he was looking at when he got those moon rocks back. And so it's like, well, we have any on Earth? Well, yes, sir, we do. We have some lunar meteorites we can find in Antarctica. Let's take a trip. Didn't he have a broken arm at the time? I believe he did.
There's one picture of him,
I think,
right after he was captured, where his arm is broken. And I was just talking.
Oh, it's right after he was captured? Because I thought it was in Antarctica.
No. It was, he's in his Nazi uniform. And it's right after he got captured and brought over to Operation Paperclip. I was wondering how he broke his arm. It's like either he was being sassy during an interrogation, or he got, bombed and, got pulled out of rubble.
Could have been he loved Hitler so much he fainted.
Yeah, or maybe he got carpal tunnel syndrome from doing the salute too many times.
So he was a legitimate Nazi, and this is important too, because this is a thing that I know a lot of people have denied. Operation Paperclip was an operation that took place right after the end of World War II, where we acquired a bunch of Nazi scientists that went on to do the Apollo program. Werner von Braun was one of them. The Simon Wiesenthal Center had said while he was alive, that if he was alive, they would prosecute him for crimes against humanity. Right. He was a legitimate Nazi. They hung the 5 slowest workers, 5 slowest Jews in the rocket factory in Berlin. So if you walked in, you would see the 5 slowest workers hanging there. And this is eyewitness accounts from people who were in that rocket factory. This is not disputed stuff that he did that. And you could say he was just a rocket maker. He had nothing to do with that. But he was not.
And in charge of the moon faking.
Not just one.
Yes. He also said before he died that the government is planning on faking an alien invasion. So the guy who faked the moon landing, he said that. That the next.
What's the evidence of that he said that?
Well, his secretary said so.
Go make stories up. She might be a scammer.
She seems sincere to me. He said there's going to be an asteroid threat next, followed by a fake alien invasion. And keep in mind, these Apollo astronauts who spent their whole life lying, saying the moon landings are real, also the key people who were saying. And so is Robert.
Not key people, but Edgar Mitchell was one.
And Robert Emmenegger made films, propaganda films to plant the seed that UFOs are real, and he was at Cayman Air Force Base when they did the moon landing.
Okay, can I assume that then by what you're saying, you don't think UFOs are real at all?
No, they are real, but they're not from outer space.
Okay, what about the ones that Kenneth Arnold saw in the 1950s?
I don't know about that.
So this is the first.
I think UFOs are real, but they're not from outer space, according to the top 2 UFO researchers. I have a book coming out, hopefully in time with this podcast, Aliens from Planet X, that talks about their origin and future appearance. And UFOs are real, and aliens are real, but they're not from outer space. And that's according to the top 2 UFO researchers after decades-long research. So go to Sabral.com and
so where do they think they're from?
If
they're not from outer space.
They're interdimensional and potentially fallen angels, disguising themselves because they're liars of something like you said can't be proven or disproven from this galaxy 300 light years away.
This is kind of what Tucker Carlson does. He thinks there's a spiritual element to it. He thinks they've always been here. And he thinks that this is what's kind of documented in the Bible as a good and evil.
That's it, exactly. I mean, that's what's going on. I mean, the top 2 UFO researchers said UFOs are real, number 1. Number 2, they're not from outer space. And number 3, they're demonic. And that's what I talk about. Where it talks about fallen angels interbreeding with humans, it's talked about in Genesis 6, and creating a race called Nephilim, who were men of renown, world leaders.
Could you interpret that as when you say interbreeding with humans? Now imagine if what they are is a form of artificial intelligence. Or I should say, instead of artificial is a word that it's got a lot attached to it already. Maybe digital intelligence or human created intelligence that's not of biological origin, but it is a living thing. It's just living in a different kind of way. Now, if that is something that human beings are eventually going to, we're going to have some symbiotic relationship with electronic that's biological. You're seeing it already with Neuralink. You're seeing how this guy was paralyzed can now utilize a computer and manipulate everything with his mind. He can move a cursor around. You're seeing artificial intelligence come to the forefront where people are realizing the power that it has and how quickly it's developing. It's happening very rapidly. Within this year, it's kind of confusing. When better artificial technology comes along and better interfaces come along, and we start realizing the only way that we are going to survive is if we integrate. Isn't that kind of the same as something coming down and interbreeding with human beings? If these things, if this is the path of progress, this is how it goes in intelligent life forms on complicated planets, when they have complicated technology. They develop internal combustion engines or some other source of power. They start manipulating their environment, and they eventually get to the point where they can make an artificial life form. And that artificial life form is far superior intellectually to the biological life form. And the only way the biological life form can survive is if it integrates with the artificial intelligence. And people will start to do it initially, and those people will have access to tremendous resources that biological people don't have, and then it'll be required, just like it's almost required for everyone to have a cell phone. Everyone's going to integrate. And in case, over time, what would that look like? Well, it would probably look like aliens. It would probably look like some weird sort of creature that's not really biological anymore. So it doesn't have all the flaws of our primate DNA. It doesn't have all the, but it doesn't have a soul. Like, are we creating a thing without a soul that has a mandate and has it has plans for the universe and for life forms? And would that kind of be demonic? It seems like that's demonic. I mean, if you want to be real simple about demons, you think they live in hell and they got pitchforks, but what kind of force would a demonic force be? Something that would overpower the human race and render it non-existent. Well, wouldn't it, one way to do that would be to integrate with humans to the point where it makes biological reproduction a thing of the past. All reproduction is done through either some sort of complicated gene splicing program, or life and consciousness gets integrated with technology inextricably, so where everybody is some sort of a hybrid system.
Well, there is a spiritual component, including to the moon landing. I mean, you've seen a funny thing happen on the way to the moon.
Right.
It opens up with the Tower of Babel, which was built simply to boast we have the tallest building. And then we showed the Titanic that says the ship that God himself did not sink. And we know what happened there. Tower of Babel never finished. Titanic never made one voyage. And then Richard Nixon, when he knew they were not on the moon, said putting a man on the moon is the greatest event since creation. You see, mankind's greatest accomplishment and the world-leading country was putting a man on the moon. And how ironic. When I popped in that tape of the window shot and realized they really did think the moon landing.
So that was the first one that really cemented it.
Absolutely. I gave them the benefit of the doubt as long as possible.
Okay, I want to go to the flag, because the flag is a piece of contentious debate. The flag waving on the surface of the moon. So the moon has almost no atmosphere, correct?
Right.
Okay, and it has 1/6 Earth's gravity. So when you're watching these people plant this flag on the moon is supposedly, it doesn't have any wind. Or it doesn't have the kind of wind that blows around a flag. Now the flag had a rod at the top of it, and the rod at the top of it kept it in place, and it kept it stiff so it stayed horizontal. And when you watch the video footage, the flag is waving around in what looks like a breeze. And so a lot of people have tried to kind of explain it away and say, see if you can find a video of the flag itself waving.
Yeah, there's one.
So here we go. So they're planting the flag. Now, you do have to take into consideration that there's very little gravity. So it's 1/6 Earth's gravity. So things definitely in a 1/6 gravity environment, they move differently. The problem is when the flag gets ultimately planted and then they back away from it and no one's touching it anymore, then it seems to like independently be moving in the breeze.
Well, it's my opinion, they had a lot of air conditioning pumped in there because the backpacks had the cooling units removed so they wouldn't fall apart. So it was very hot in there, and they had lots of air conditioning.
There's better footage, Jamie, where you can just see.
And a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. At Superl.com, there's a clip of the flag blowing in the wind. We showed that a couple of times.
Here's another thing to take into consideration. This, what you're looking at, is not a direct feed that was offered to the news organization. So what this is a projector that's projecting on a screen, and then the news organizations then point their camera at that screen, correct?
Well, actually, NASA pointed a camera at the screen. So they took the footage, they put it on a big screen. You got to understand 1969 projection technology is very low resolution.
Looks like this.
Then they put a camera on it. They ran that to a monitor, and then they had people film the monitor. So it's deliberately fourth generation. So they're intentionally degrading the quality of the signal. The networks wanted a live feed, and they gave them fourth generation instead.
But this is important to know. Like that wasn't. I mean, if you can get someone on the moon, you can get better footage. In terms of like
Gilligan's Island went to
in
color
terms of what we know
in 1965. Why didn't they have color? Right? I mean, this is
even if they don't have color. Let's just say it's easier to do it in black and white. Let's just say that if they did it in black and white, there's no reason why they can't get a clear feed directly to the news organizations and to television. There's no reason to be filming it on a monitor. There's no reason to do that.
Well, there is, to cover up the fact that it's done in a TV studio.
But if you can overcome the technological hurdles to get people to the moon, you can overcome the technological hurdles to allowing people to have clear access, clear footage of what this thing is, instead of fourth generation stuff, right?
Yeah, like I said, I think if Gilligan's Island went from black and white to color in 1965, NASA can afford a color camera on the moon. After all, it is the most technologically advanced event. Why wouldn't they want a high-resolution color camera? They didn't because it might show that it's a fake scene, which it was. That's why they degraded the signal by fourth generation.
Do we have better footage of the flag waving around the moon? Because there's some footage of it where you're just like, this is weird.
Yeah, there's some, and a funny thing happened on the way to the moon about halfway through.
Okay, let's see that one. Just Google flag blowing in the wind on the moon.
Well, if you Google it, I may not want to show it. So it's in my movie.
If you put it on YouTube as a YouTube search, it'll show it. There's one, Apollo 5. That's me.
This one's pretty good.
Click
I
that
think
one, Apollo 15.
Yeah.
Click on that one, Jamie. Apollo 15. No, Jamie. Back. Where it says Apollo. No, I said the one that says Apollo 15. Right there. That's it. Yeah. Okay. So this one, this is color. He plants it. It still looks shitty, but he plants it. And let's get a look at it when he gets out of the way. So this is it. So this thing is kind of just waving on its own. No one's even touching it. It looks like it's waving in a breeze. It's so it stops moving and then it starts moving again. Now, again, there's one
that shows it even more so than that.
Yeah.
Like an astronaut walking past it, creating the breeze, and then the flag glows without him touching it.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. So how much further does this go, Jimmy? So scoot ahead. I think this is actually the one where the guy walks by it and it starts going in the breach. Here it goes. Does it show it where he walks by? There it is. It's back there because you see his image. There it is, right there. Okay, watch. There it is. See that? Yeah. So watch that again, Jeremy. So this is the one. He hops by, and as he hops by, the breeze makes the flag blow.
Because he's in an air environment that's not on the moon.
Right. That is a weird one. Do it again. Look at this. As he hops by, he doesn't touch the flag.
Now, can I do devil's advocate? What do you call it? Steel what?
Steel man.
Okay. The reason why it's doing that, and really on the moon, is because there's micrometeorites hitting him, and they're bouncing off of him and hitting the flag.
What?
Is that pretty good one?
Is that real?
No,
I thought they were trying to.
I was trying to come up with an excuse as to why the moon landings are real. You like that one?
That is a good one. Micrometeorites.
Well, actually, von Braun, we found publications of his. Mind you, my film cost $1 million. It was financed by a board member of an aerospace company who builds rockets for NASA, who knows it's fake, who gave me $1 million to produce these films as his patriotic duty to expose it. We found documentation from von Braun that says every 24 hours on the moon, there's a 50% chance of a catastrophic, deadly error because of decompression from a micrometeorite. So they were there 3 days. They were 150% chance they would have been killed from a micrometeorite. Grain of sand traveling through space at 25,000 miles an hour. And he said you would have to immediately go into a cave once you learned. They never did that. He also said in writing, in order to go to the moon in one rocket, he says that cannot happen. You need 3 rockets, each weighing, each being 10 times the tonnage of the Queen Mary, or some 800,000 tons each, in order to go to the moon. And the Saturn V was 2,500 tons, not 800,000 tons. We have that in writing.
That was from his book, right? And what year was that?
I think that came out in 1959, and then he recanted on his math shortly thereafter by 30,000%. And now Elon Musk wants to, quote, return to the moon. And he says to return to the moon, we need to make 9 fuel trips first to ferry the fuel necessary to be able to go to the moon from there. That's exactly what von Braun said in one of my clips at Sabrel.com. You have to make multiple fuel trips to go to the moon first to a space station, and then from there you can go. Elon Musk said the same thing. But how did they do it? With a rocket that contained 1/30,000th of a percent of the amount of fuel von Braun said it.
One of my favorite films is the film of the lunar module leaving. When it leaves, when the camera pans, and it looks. Let's show. What year was that? Which?
I think that was one of the last missions. And I think you're talking about where the camera perfectly tilts up with the little model going up.
Yes.
And of course, with the delay, how could you synchronize that? Of course, you could.
Well, you could, because you know it's 4 seconds, right? Just like it's radio waves.
Well, but it'd probably be more than that going through all the analog equipment.
Right, but you could time it. You could say you could have a 5-second delay. So this is it. So this is launching. Watch this.
We are perfectly tilting up with it in real time.
It's just
with the remote control from NASA with the radio delay that I suspect would be more like 12 seconds.
But also,
because today, if you say to someone in Atlanta talking to someone in Iraq, hey, how's it going? 1, 2, 3. Hey, I'm doing fine. That's just on equally around the world.
You could say the panning is interesting, but you could put a timer on it. The thing looking so goofy, is so crazy. Like that thing is supposed to get off 1/6 Earth's gravity and fly like that. How? What's it doing? It looks so fucking fake. It looks like it's being pulled by strings. Look, it might be real. I'm certainly not an astronaut. I don't know what I'm talking about. But if you had a guess, if you showed this to me and said, "Hey, do you think this is real or fake?" and you didn't give me any context, I'd be like, "What is this? This cheap science fiction movie? What is this?" And then here it goes, like, that's leaving a planet? How's it leaving? Is that some new space technology. Where's the fire coming out of the bottom of it? How's it doing that? I mean, it just looks fake. It might be real. It might be one of those things that is real but looks fake. Right?
Where it gets weird. It's not, doesn't say the time. It's delayed. Houston had to anticipate the timing condition, which I guess he could have guessed it was going to be in 5 seconds.
Could he have guessed?
I have no idea what he was using after what that.
I guess you could guess if you say, I'm going to launch in 5, and so you know, then you count 10. Because he's going to, you got like 5 second delay. And so when he gets to, like, if he counts down from 10, he gets to 5, you hit it.
Well, there's a 3 second delay today, halfway around the world with modern equipment, talking from like Atlanta to Iraq.
Right.
3 second delay. So we don't fuck it up. Only halfway around the world with modern equipment.
He has to say it. So the guy on the moon has to say, I'm launching now, and he has to wait 5 seconds.
It would be at least a 12-second delay, I think, and possibly more than that. The delay itself with the radio, light waves there and back, plus all that analog equipment.
But it is not impossible to do a 12-second delay. It's only 12 seconds. If you had a stopwatch and you counted it, and you had a far enough vision where you could see the base of the lunar module, you could see it detach, and then you kind of got it, as long as you got enough of a field of view in the footage. Before it looks fake. It also looks fake in the way it's moving up. Watch it again, Jim, because it's moving up like it's being pulled by strings.
Well, it looks fake because it is fake.
But most things that look fake are fake. Not all of them, but the vast majority of things that look fake are fake. Now watch how this pulls up. There it goes. It detaches. It's like, what is that? Now, here's the question. Did they practice this at all on Earth? Did they practice taking off on one of those things? Or could they?
I don't think they
because
did.
They couldn't.
Practiced landing.
But here's the question. They couldn't, right? Because it wouldn't have the same amount of thrust on Earth because the gravity is so much stronger. So that thing wouldn't have been operational on Earth, right?
Well, they had a lunar lander simulation that Neil Armstrong almost got killed in 6 weeks beforehand. He couldn't fly it on Earth in the safety of a tried and true environment. That was 6 weeks.
Right, but also, again, the gravity of Earth is much greater than the gravity of the
Well, they took that into account. It was supposed to be a simulation of it.
So it was more powerful to overcome Earth's gravity and dryness. Yeah. So then you're dealing with a totally different machine. You're dealing with totally different factors. Maybe it would be easy with 1/6 Earth's gravity. Maybe easily.
Apparently it was.
But 1/6, I would like to know, like, how much thrust do you need to get off of the gravity of the moon if it's 1/6 Earth's gravity versus what it takes to get off of Earth? Like, what are those calculations? And how is that amount of force being generated by that thing? And is it? Because that would be a really good question. Because if you can't prove that you can do that, like, how do you do that?
Well, this is one reason why NASA destroyed all the schematics, all the electronics, all the diagrams of the equipment, because you could later prove that the lunar module. See, they claimed that the lunar module was powering air conditioning on a bank of car batteries and competed against 250 degrees outside and got it down to a comfortable 72 for 3 or 4 days. I mean, you tried that at home, with the car batteries.
Also, batteries of today. Like, my Tesla only goes 350 miles if I drive real slow.
And so they're saying they powered air conditioning off much more primitive batteries, 24 hours, 3 or 4 days in a row, against 250 degrees outside. So this is an indirect proof. If you really went to the moon and spent $200 billion, you would never destroy the technology. But one of the clips we have is them saying that they intentionally destroyed all of the equipment to go to the moon. All the diagrams, all the hardware, all the schematics, all the original telemetry of where the rocket was at the time, and all the original videotapes. Ron Howard's grandfather warned him that landings were fake. He didn't listen. He wanted to make an IMAX movie. He went to NASA and said, give me all the originals so I could transfer it to HD and project it at 120 feet wide. I said, give us a couple of days. And in those days, they lost every single original videotape from every single Apollo mission. Now, if you really went to the moon and spent $200 billion, the last thing you would do is destroy that technology. But if you perpetrated a fraud, that's exactly what you would do.
So what is this, Jimmy? So is this landing? Is that, there's Neil Armstrong? So this is the one that he was practicing on that he almost died in? Look at that thing. Wow, that's crazy. So it was a tiny thing. So several second delay. Here it goes. The cameras were very successful capturing the images of numerous EVAs, but while they could be controlled from Houston, it was felt that several second delay between Earth and the Moon would make capturing the modules ascent impossible. So the plan was to pre-program the camera and hope that NASA camera operator in Houston, Ed Fendel, got his timing just right. On Apollo 15, the tilt mechanism malfunctioned, meaning the camera was never panned upwards, and thus the lunar module rapidly accelerated upwards and out of the picture. On Apollo 16 mission, the astronauts actually parked the rover in the wrong place. So while the cameras worked perfectly, it was too close to the module, and again, once it lit up the engines, it accelerated swiftly out of picture. Happily, Apollo 17 got everything right. What is perhaps most remarkable about looking back on it was that no one realized the significance of the liftoff at the time. Persistent rumors suggest that NASA had to pay the networks to cover Apollo 17 mission at all. And when final liftoff of humanity from the moon took place, it barely raised a mention on that evening's news reports. That's a really important point, too, because people were really tired of it. Like, they were mad that it was interrupting I Dream of Jeannie.
I Love Lucy.
Oh, that's what it was. I Love Lucy. Yeah.
Well, that's for Wikipedia that continually defends the fake moon landing. If you type in moon landing fraud, you don't get anything about the fraud. You get 1,000 videos defending, the supposed moon missions. Now, if the moon missions are real, then anyone who says otherwise is an idiot.
Okay, so how did they defend?
If I were going around saying George Washington was not the first president, it's really Mickey Mouse, do you think there'd be 1,000 videos to reassure people that George Washington was the first president and not Mickey Mouse? But there's 1,000 videos out there that took tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of hours to produce to defend the moon landing. If it's so obvious, they should speak for themselves. It has to be continually supported because it's made out of strong.
So the lunar module leaving the surface of the moon, how did they practice that? It was the first time they ever pulled that off, the first time they ever tried it?
I think they used a simulation.
But did they do that on the moon?
Well, they couldn't practice.
Right, so did they,
the first time.
Did they have the ability,
every single time.
Did they have the ability to land something on the moon and have it take off remotely? Did they have that kind of control back then? No, probably not, right? So if they did, if Apollo 11 did happen and they did take off, and at that time they did it, was the first time anybody had ever tried to use one of those things to get off the surface of the moon.
So every time
with a person, with two people in it. Three. No, two. Two people in it, one person in the lunar orbiter.
And landed on the moon. Never launched into space. Of those 6 landed, 5 humans first 2 were flown tests over
Let's talk about the AI.
Yeah,
you know about that.
But hold on, before we go. So the first 2 were in America? And so, is there footage of them trying that thing? No, just having it launch on Earth. I'd be fascinated to see what it looks like. How that thing gets into the air. Because if they were able to make a lunar lander that Neil Armstrong got in, that thing, it was very different than the ones that were on the moon. But that thing, if he's doing that to try to overcome the 6 times gravity that Earth has over the moon, what does it look like when they're testing that thing? Like, how much thrust does it have? And where is the engine? Where is the rockets that propel that thing in space? Where do you go? This is my question. And so how did they explain that away? Like, what is the conventional explanation as to how that thing had the amount of power that was required to get off of the moon's gravity, get away from the moon, and fly to Earth?
Well, how did they do it with 1/30,000% of the fuel that authorized what we had to? Why is it today, when we heard of the moon, you have to make 9 fuel trips? to be able to go to the moon and return. Somehow they did it in one trip. Right? Every day, recreated
Oh, okay. Let's see what they did. So this is one they did on Earth. Right. So you certainly could make something that obviously is one person. That's small. That's different.
Definitely think that video is what you see.
Okay. I don't know.
Let's talk about the AI thing. That's the latest breakthrough.
Okay.
They had an AI conference in November. You know, they have all these conferences, automobile conferences, video equipment conferences, shoe conferences, and they had the latest AI conference in November in Moscow. And just like at these conventions, you can trap a car driving around the track that gets 150 miles a gallon and somehow never makes the market. Well, Google had its most advanced AI, a bunch of AIs hooked up together called the neural network. And they let people play around with it for 3 days. One group had it write a symphony, one group had it write a novel, another group tested its deepfake detection program, which has never been wrong. It can tell you in 1 second video whether a video of Biden or Trump is real or deepfake. It's never been wrong. First, they sent in pictures from the moon surface from the unmanned Chinese probe from a few years ago. It said they're real. And then they said it in comparison. Pictures from the Apollo mission. And it said absolutely fake for multiple reasons. The background, the foreground. They even pointed out that one picture was not even a real astronaut. It was a astronaut. The AI detected that the footprints were not the way a human normally walked. They were stamped in with the miniature. And that the entire set wasn't even real. It was a miniature of the set.
Where is this AI conclusion? Where can someone see that?
Go to Cibrel.com. I wrote an article about it, and there's a video of it of him himself being shown the results that the latest AI. And then when I tried to track down the original article, it warned you if you click to proceed, all the data on your computer will be stolen and you'll be associated with child pornography. That says that? I have go to Cibrel.com. There's a clip of it. I did a screenshot. It says that. That's how desperate they are. Because the latest AI says the moon landings are fake. You think that story is on our feet? Their president was there. It's nowhere to be found.
Does the latest AI look at the Apollo 17 lunar module takeoff?
Well, I don't know that they showed it that footage, but they showed it still pictures from the Apollo mission, and they showed it still pictures from the surface of the moon of the unmanned Chinese probe. It says the Chinese probe pictures are real, the Apollo pictures are fake. The smartest AI in the world with a deep fake detection program that's never been.
How is that not public? How is that not major news?
Exactly, right? Why is it that Fox News cancels their #1 program if they're in business to make money? You know, we had the former director of the Russian space agency a little over a year ago. He said the moon missions were fake. Fox News calls me up the next day. They said, Bart, we want to do an hour-long special about whether the moon landings are real or not. And we just want to be honest with you. We haven't read your book. We haven't seen your film. And irregardless of what's in there, we will conclude that the moon missions are real. The point is to reassure the public. And then, during that hour-long program, which I saw after the fact, they had a quote from a scientist in 1969 that said, congratulations, and therefore they said, see, the Russians think we're real. And I'm like, well, what about the former director of the Russian space program who said 6 weeks ago that it was fake? They deliberately don't mention that. You think RT is
Who
out
said
of
it was fake? Which guy?
Well, the former director of the Russian space agency.
Who's he?
His name is Dmitry Rothschild. And he said that the Apollo missions are fake. And Fox News called me up. They had to put out that fire. You see that? And they said, we will conclude without investigating it, without reading your book. And even if your book and movie proves that it was fake, we're still going to conclude that it was real.
Of course, it's Fox.
And then
Your network.
Well, yeah, and then are they really anti-corruption? No, they're not. And there it is right there. It doesn't say Google.
It's the neural network thinks almost everything in this photo is fake. Meanwhile, back it up again. It's the neural network thinks almost everything in this photo is fake. That's the moonlight effect. So meanwhile, it raises no particular questions about this photo taken by a Chinese lunar rover. So this is someone explaining this to Putin, and they're looking at it. He believes this one is fake. He's pointing to the Apollo. Yes, look at the red. This is what Google's neural network thinks, not ours. So there will be no bias. It's surprising, but it does believe so. The neural network has analyzed a lot of data, including light and dark contrast, etc., and then it believes the photo is synthetic. Very interesting.
Now, he's not surprised, so he knows already that it's fake. Let me tell you something, Joe. I know somebody who works for the Chinese Space Agency. Okay? I just did an interview with him for my YouTube channel. And he says everybody there knows that the Apollo missions are fake.
So why don't they publicly broadcast?
Let me tell you exactly why. He says they're blackmailing NASA. NASA is giving them illegally, according to their own federal law, secret space technology in exchange for China not blowing the whistle. And that's the alleged reason why it must be real. The Russians would have found out, and the Chinese would have found out, and would have blown the whistle. That's just not true. Let's say I had a picture of a world leader with a prostitute. I could upload it to the internet and take them down, and then that would be it. Or I could blackmail them year after year after year. And that's what I have a source in the command center at the space station at China Space Agency. He says they know, everyone knows it's fake. They're blackmailing NASA for technology. So the federal government is violating their own espionage act. You see that? Mm-hmm. Russia knows. The guy's not surprised at all. In fact, my interpretation of his emotion, he's afraid. He looks afraid that the truth is going to come out. Now, you see, and then RT doesn't cover that story. They don't cover it. And I saw another AI story on RT, so I went in the comment section. And I leave about 2 or 3 comments a year on there. I've never had one taken down in 3 or 4 or 5 years. I leave a comment, hey guys, why didn't you cover that the latest AI, where Putin was there, says that the moon missions are fake? They took down the comment. They won't let you go to the original link. You see, Fox News is covering up for the federal government. You see, it's a great embarrassment. I showed that footage that we talked about for quite a while to a news director at NBC. He practically fainted. He says it absolutely proves they didn't go to the moon. I said, when are you going to broadcast it? He thought, he says, I can't. I don't want to go down in history as the man who caused the next civil war. He says this will outrage the public. 10 years later, a new director at NBC News sees the footage. They say, it proves we didn't go to the moon. They fly me to New York. They put me up in the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. They paid me thousands of dollars for the exclusive license to that footage. And they said, Bart, I'm sorry to tell you this, you can keep the money, but we're going to have to cancel the program. And I'm like, well, why is that? I said, well, they got a call from someone in the federal government threatening us. You see? So people see that footage, it convinced me. And I was a big moon fan. You know, pride is a thing. Here's something I wanted to say. I talked to a guy who teaches aerospace at a major university, and he said even if he saw Buzz Aldrin confess on national TV that the moon missions were fake, he would still think they're real. Pride is simply the unwillingness to be wrong. And humility is the willingness to be wrong. I was willing to be wrong. It is what it is. They did fake the moon landing. The government is that.
Okay, let's go over some other stuff. One thing I wanted to go over is the photographs and the shadows that are moving at different angles. Because this has been disputed and this has been refuted by some people that are photographic experts. They've looked at this and said this is actually possible to get these kind of different angles in the natural side. It's debatable. So let's talk about it. So,
okay, so here we have on the right-hand side a picture taken from the alleged last mission to the moon. you'll see on the left-hand side is sunlight. Try it yourself. Go out in your front yard or your parking lot at work on a cloudless day. 2 people, 2 telephone poles, 2 trees. They will always run parallel. They will never intersect. It's impossible for sunlight shadows to intersect. Over here on the right, they claimed was taken in sunlight. After all, there's no atmosphere. It's 20 times brighter on the moon than on Earth. The last thing you need is an electrical light. And the astronaut shadow is going at 12 o'clock and a rock 5 feet away. The shadow is going at 9 o'clock. A 90-degree intersection proving that was taken with an electrical light that's really close and it's probably behind the astronaut. And if you go to the right of it, it's going to throw the angle off. That proves it in a court of law. Take a jury out, they'll see the picture on the left. Turn out the lights in the courtroom, bring in a spotlight, and you will prove in a court of law that picture was taken with an electrical light, which proves they are on Earth and not on the moon.
Now, what is the conventional explanation as to why these shadows move in different directions? When people try to debunk it, and I'm sure you've seen them try to debunk it, what is their take?
I've never heard it debunked, to tell you the truth. They've ignored it. In fact, the reporter from National, Mechanical Magazine, Popular Mechanics interviewed me. And they said, I can't explain that. I talked to the Washington Post about the footage we showed. He was doing a story about, isn't it interesting on the 30th anniversary, some people doubt the moon landing. And I said, well, what about that footage? And he says, well, it looks to me like they didn't go to the moon. And I said, well, why don't you do a story about that? He says, if I did that, I would be fine.
All right.
That's the Washington Post.
Okay. Jamie, what are your thoughts?
Yeah.
Looking at this photo, I go, sun behind him.
Well, what about the one side by side?
Yeah, this photo is not as interesting. That's one.
Go to the side by side one. What's your opinion of that? Sunlight on the left, electrical lighting on the right.
Sure. Well, let's take a look at the image.
There's my book, which is interactive, has 17 clips. One of the clips, if you want to find it, is National Geographic did a special just to refute my film. And what they did was, and you can find that clip, it's under Sabrel.com, Moonlight Video Clips, and they go to a desert at night. They dress up an actor in an astronaut costume. They bring out a spotlight, and they have people stand next to the astronaut, and they act, and the shadows intersect. And you know what they say, Joe? They say that proves that the moon missions are real. I said, well, wait a minute. It proves that they were taken by electrical light. Why didn't you go out to a desert during the day, during the sunlight? You see, they brought in a spotlight. The shadows diverged, and they said it proves that the moon landings are real.
But that's a light that's a close source, right?
Yeah, but my point is, what they actually did is they proved that the moon missions were taken with an electrical light. Because they... What's that?
If you take photos of the desert in the day, the entire sky is bright. You have to block out a lot of light.
Well, it doesn't matter. The shadows are still going to run parallel. It doesn't matter.
It does matter. That's what I was trying to get up before I cut off. Is that from this photo here, which is very similar to the other photo, it looks like the sun is probably behind it. It's probably the brightest source that they have around them. Mm-hmm. You've already admitted that without adding extra laser reflectors, that the moon surface is reflective. Mm-hmm. So there's going to be reflection off of that. And you're going to probably have the Earth, which is also now a second source of light, coming from a different angle that the sun is, to create potentially, without knowing exactly everything. So I'm not a math scientist to know where the sun is, but really the sun and Earth are at this particular time of day. They could create different shadows.
Well, not really, because the sun...
Well, why not?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because the sun is 1,000,000 times bigger in volume than the Earth. And that would be like on a bright, sunny day at noon, shining a flashlight on the ground. Do you think you're going to see pictures and
here's multiple light sources that are going to look different?
Right, wait a minute. The difference in the amount of light that gets emitted by the Earth and the amount of light that gets emitted by the sun is substantial.
Right, that would be like shining a flashlight on the ground at high noon on a cloudless day. You're not going to see the beam of the sun.
The thing is, though, Jamie,
and the surface, take it from a filmmaker. That's called reflective light. It's not gonna cast a distinctive shadow.
Yes, but here's my point. It's still that rock on the upper right-hand corner, even if it was getting light from the Earth that made that shadow that underneath it to the left that goes in the wrong direction, you would still get the same kind of shadow that you get off the astronaut behind the rock. There's no reason why that would blast out that shadow. That shadow would be significantly stronger.
Right, that's why. This is the reason I wanted to go with a different photo, because that's the one he sent and has other stuff on it. I wanted to try a different photo.
Well, this one is not nearly as convincing.
It just has shadows going in different directions all over.
And that's because it's taken with electrical light.
Well, it does seem that they're going in different directions. Right. Well, Apollo 11, they're saying was taken with electrical light. What are you saying?
No, he's saying it's from electrical light. My point here, right now, look, the sunlight behind the guy's head, right over here on the left, shadow coming to the right, over here on the right.
Well, who says it's sunlight?
Right,
That's
Jamie,
that's your assumption.
If you had electrical light,
If it were sunlight, the shadows would be parallel. You're actually proving it's an electrical light because sunlight is parallel.
Yeah, it's, but hold on, Jamie, don't stop.
When you guys are fighting against the things that I'm saying as a photographer, as a filmmaker, and like,
we're not fighting.
You're assuming it's sunlight.
I said it could be 4 different lights. It also could be the reflector of the actual lunar lander. That thing is made of giant, shiny metal. It has also light reflecting in multiple ways.
Where's the lunar lander that we're releasing? Maybe.
We don't
know, but that's part of the problem.
Where all the light sources are. I wasn't there.
Right, that's part of the problem with analyzing each individual short little photograph like this. But if I'm looking at this, I see one very distinct shadow that's coming from the person
on the bottom right there that shows shadows at 2 different angles.
That's kind of crazy.
That means an electrical light.
Well,
why? Because I just showed you what a picture looks like.
I just wanted it to be an electrical light. There's lots of light sources.
Yeah, that's true.
Well,
that's true. I mean, but there's also a hot spot.
They either filmed it on the moon or they filmed it on Earth.
And that's where
if it's on the moon, the shadows are parallel in sunlight. If the shadows intersect, it's an electrical light, which means they're actually on Earth, and they're trying to fake it out.
So what you're saying is that if it's electrical light, it's more than one source of light that they have like suspended, and so these are going to cast light in different directions, and it's going to create shadows that come at different angles, as opposed to the enormous sun, which bathes everything in a fairly even distribution.
Yeah, if there's 2 light sources, like 2 electrical lights, they run in different directions,
right.
Or if there's one light, because it's close. The sun is 93 million miles away. That electrical light is probably like 10 feet away. So if you're behind it, it's going to cast the shadow, or in front of it, it's going to cast the shadow straight ahead. And if you're to the side of it, it's going to cast an angle and the light in a different angle, or the shadow in a different angle.
And so this one was just one.
I mean, look at this picture on the right. This is the most famous picture. Get the original off of eBay. They've color corrected this. The soil in the original picture around his feet is caramel brown. Look at the pictures from the Chinese probes that the AI said was real. It was a caramel brown color. And they had the background grayish blue. And they said, oh, we can see the fake background too easily. So they color corrected them. Go to eBay, go to your library, find a publication from 1970. And you'll see, and all the lunar pictures, the originals, and there's one there. There's the brown one there. Go back. There was one picture of the original print of the soil being brown right there. That's the color. All that set of pictures that I had, those 20 pictures I got from my dad, all of them had the soil that color, including the famous one of Buzz Aldrin, right? They all had a caramel brown, and in the Chinese probes, the soil is caramel brown because that's the color it really is.
Right,
but
if you landed a probe in the desert in California versus you landed a probe in the middle of Austin, you're going to get different color ground, right? Wouldn't we assume that the moon, when we look at the moon, there's a bunch of different shades of the moon, right? That's the man on the moon. So it's like,
and all the NASA pictures in the original print, they're all the same shade,
right? Because they're in that spot where it's that color.
But you have to see there's a before and after that same picture.
Okay, that one's it.
The original picture, we have to find it on eBay or whatever. The original picture.
Do you think it's online?
It could be, but you have to go to eBay and type in Apollo 11.
Well, everybody knows eBay is the most trusted source of information.
What we need is the original print that came out in 1969, and those. And those, the soil is brown, and yet in this most recent picture, they've color corrected.
And why do you think they did that?
Because the soil was brown, and the background was grayish blue, and they didn't match. And you could see the fake backdrop so much easier.
Now, there's another point of contention that the same background was used in different photographs that were supposed to be nowhere near each other.
That's true. That is true.
Okay, and what's the instances of that you can show?
Well, I don't have them queued up, but that proves that they're.
You must know what they are, though, right?
Well, I've seen them before. Other people have put them in films, and it's true that they claim they're in two different locations, but the backgrounds line up exactly right on top of one another. So
yeah, it's supposedly many miles apart. They get the backgrounds on the same.
Yeah, the AI said the picture they had of an astronaut on this vast background was a miniature. It wasn't even a real astronaut.
Yeah, I want to see more of that. And that was it actually Google's AI?
It was Google's neural network. And so either Google spent billions of dollars and 10 years or more developing this AI that ended up being a piece of junk, or the moon landings were fake. You see, which do you think is true?
Well, or the photographs are fake. This brings me back to the thing that I was saying earlier. That they did look the Hasselblad cameras that they used to photograph things on the moon. One of the things that people would always say is, "Oh, they were special cameras. They were different. They protected against radiation. They did a bunch of things. They could operate under the incredible temperature of the moon." But they were the same cameras, right? They weren't really special cameras.
Right. Someone sent me a link recently. They have, according to Eugene Cernan, he left a picture, a family picture, there on the surface of the moon. And he took a picture of the photograph that he left on the surface of the moon. And then someone said, okay, at what temperature does photographic print, Kodak paper from that time, at what temperature is it destroyed? Something like 145 degrees. Well, that's 100 degrees hotter than that on the moon in a picture that's perfectly fine.
Right, but how long does it take before it goes?
It's to be immediately. Yeah. And so the AI says that. And then it says, okay, well, is this a picture of Kodak film on the moon? It says, yes, it's supposed to be. But how can it be there just leisurely laying around when it's 100 degrees hotter than what it would cause it to destroy?
What was different about the cameras that were used on the moon, and what protection was in place supposedly to protect them from radiation and temperature?
Nothing. When my film came out, and that's about the time that you and I met for the first time.
Here it goes. Hasselblad engineers gave it a coat of heat-resistant aluminum paint and removed the mirror and focus screen to save weight and allow the camera to be operated close to the head as opposed to the waist. To aid in the photo composition, they attached a bracket used for mounting camera accessories called a cold shoe to the side. It also held the astronauts' checklist while they were on the lunar surface. Inside the camera, highly precise motors allowed astronauts to scroll through a roll of film without using a hard crank. Rise knew that recreating the perfect replica of the Apollo 11 Hasselblad camera was going to be more difficult simply because there wasn't much accurate information available about it. Right.
Okay, well, the most significant part about this, when my film came out, Fox was going to air it as is. And right beforehand, their lawyers freaked out and said, well, we didn't show the other side of the story. My argument with you during the break, we've heard their side of the story for decades. We don't need equal time. Give us equal time.
Yeah, but my point.
Well, wait a minute, let me say. So they made a special where they interviewed me. It was Conspiracy Theory, Did We Go to the Moon? Aired 3 times by popular demand. One of the most convincing parts is they interviewed the representative from Hasselblad cameras. They show him a picture of allegedly a guy on the surface of the moon in sunlight, and he's embarrassed. He says, I don't know why it looks like that. Looks like he's standing under an electrical spotlight.
And it's also because of the hot spot, right? It's crazy.
That's right. So the guy who made the camera says that pretty much that the pictures are fake. He doesn't know why. It looks like an electrical light is lighting, not the sun.
And again, that could be because it was almost impossible to recreate those photos, to create those photos.
Well, they showed simulations so many times during the 1969 television pictures. they didn't have that much actual footage. I don't think they would have a problem saying, well, we just, destroyed the pictures. All we have is a TV image.
It is really, really crazy. If they destroyed all the original footage.
If I really went to the moon, or I was in charge of a mission that really went to the moon, and someone said, well, we got to put in fake pictures, I'm like, no way. Because people are already saying the moon missions are fake. I would never allow fake footage to be shown in a real mission. If they really went, it would jeopardize the credibility of it. They would never.
If you had a say, but also you have to take into consideration that people that back then there was no VCRs. They would air this once, and in their mind that would be it. No one anticipated VCRs. No one anticipated DVDs, and certainly no one anticipated the internet. No one anticipated a podcast. No one anticipated YouTube videos. No one anticipated someone being able to analyze and look at these things. No one anticipated AI being able to look at the images and determine if they're fake.
I haven't heard your devil's advocate excuse yet, Joe, for why they intentionally destroyed a $200 billion investment.
That doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make any sense to me why they would destroy the footage. It doesn't make any sense to me why they would not have the telemetry data. It doesn't make any sense to me. I can't think of a reason why other than gross incompetence.
No, they said they intentionally destroyed it, not accidentally. If there was any technology you might intentionally destroy, maybe the atomic bomb after World War II. We used it at the end of the war, now it's just destroyed.
They did. Because then other people have.
Well, the point
I
is,
see what you're saying.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. 10 years later, it's 1,000 times more powerful.
Right.
So why would they destroy that technology unless they're covering their tracks?
Now, one of the things about this is that this subject is connected instantaneously with idiocy. If you believe the moon landings are fake, you are a moron. And it's something that is pushed heavily, especially by people that only have a cursory understanding of the moon landing itself. And their argument is it would actually be more difficult to fake the moon landing than it would be to actually go.
Well, that's not true. Was the film The Martian shot on location in Mars?
Well, that was much later.
Well, but the point is,
you know what I'm saying? In 1969,
that saying Occam's razor that the simplest Occam's razor is the simplest explanation is true, but they've got it backwards. The film The Martian wasn't shot on location on Mars. It was done at a TV studio. It's easier to fake a moon mission than it is to go to the moon, obviously. And yet they're so desperate to say that the moon landings are real. They say it upside down. They say it's easier to go than to fake.
Well, they say it's easier to go than to fake it and keep it secret all these years.
But they did. Only a handful of people knew the truth. Right? The guy in the command center can't tell the difference between a real flag and a fake one. Right? There's only 3 eyewitnesses and no independent press coverage. They have complete control.
Everything's compartmentalized.
Yeah. So they did fake it. We have the fact that you can't have 1,000 times greater technology in the past than in the future, right? We have the footage of them faking being halfway to the moon. We have shadows intersecting at 90 degrees, which can only be done with an electrical light. We have an eyewitness of Cyrus Eugene. And then there's another clip. I think it's clip 7, Jamie. I interviewed Edgar Mitchell in his house for my second follow-up film, Astronauts Gone Wild. I showed him the fake footage that we just looked at. He turned beet red, got mad. Where did you get this? Get out of my house. Started cursing at me. Kicked me from behind. And in the commotion, we left a high-quality wireless microphone. And in the commotion, the camera operator forgot to record. So while the camera is in the back seat of the rental car, in the guy's driveway, he's in his house with the door closed, and we're recording his private conversation with his son. And you'll hear them say, do you want to call the CIA and have a line talking about me? Now, if they really went to the moon, and I'm some idiot who thinks it was done in a TV studio, why would they care? Why would the CIA care? And why would a civilian Apollo astronaut have the CIA in his Rolodex? Do you see? That's indirect proof that they didn't go for it. Why would they be talking about having me killed by the CIA if they really went? It's some silly person who thinks they think. You see?
Let's hear that. Yeah, recording?
Yeah. I gave him the time code there. And then so my book goes into all these things that are not in the film.
So here's you climbing into the car.
To analyze the scene caused something of a stir in UFO research circles when I first appeared online last
And there it is.
So that's the son saying that.
That's right.
Okay. How old is his son at the time?
Well, he was about, I guess, 23 years old.
Okay, but 23-year-olds are retarded. Well, you get a 23-year-old kid, they're dumbass, they're mad, their dad just got punked. You know, the whole thing's happening, your dad kicks this guy, fuck this guy, want to call CIA,
Well, I don't know if you read the book. One chapter is called "A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to CNN." Okay, when I found that tape of them faking part of the moon mission in my home studio, and just quietly wept, oh my God, I really did fake my first one. Like, oh my gosh, I have proof that the moon landings are fake in my house with a blind roommate and a toddler. I'm panicking. I call it Bill Casey. I'm like, Bill, you're not going to believe what I found. They really didn't go to the moon. They really didn't go to the moon. And he's like, well, Bart, I told you. I'm like, no, you don't understand. They really didn't go. He's like, well, Bart, I told you. And as I'm telling him about the footage, it's interrupted by this screech. I can't hear him. He can't hear me. I go to church that night to get advice from the elders what to do. They say, drive like a bat out of hell to CNN. I already made a copy of it and put it in safe houses. As I'm leaving church, one of the last cars late at night, a van backed into a swimming pool that has been closed for 3 hours since sundown. Pulls out immediately when I go by. I'm like, they're waiting for me. I pull over to the side of the road. I say, I'm not going anywhere until the skies are crazy. I got all night. Finally, he realizes he got caught. He passes me. I follow him. No, the enemy. He gets on the parkway going toward town. I get in the parkway going toward town. I'm like, I want to see this guy. Who is this guy waiting to follow me? The day I find the scene. I look at him in the eye. He looks like a great white shark who will kill me and go home and have a great dinner. As soon as we connect, the car shuts off. The electrical engine, everything shuts off. He meets up with another.
What year is
this? This is 1999. I had a Toyota van. And he meets up with another car on the other side. They start literally looping around as I'm running from side to side being chased. I flag down a cab who takes me to CNN in Atlanta, where I have a friend who works there. And I'm literally trying to give them the tape through the back door. This is all in my book. They didn't make a great movie. And I'm in an unmarked white van who handcuffed me, and I could hear them behind me saying, well, where's the thing? I thought you had the thing. He's got the thing. They're all wearing rubber gloves. They put something on my wrist that looks like something you get when you go into a hospital. And within 1 minute, I feel like I'm on LSD, to the point where I'm throwing up. That's what the thing was, you see? They put me in a van, they started interrogating me, they escaped their custody. How'd you do that? How to read the book. It's a long story. I make my way back to Nashville. I pee in a cup. I'm going to show my news director at NBC that I've been drugged by this exotic t-shirt because I told them everything. I'm not the waterboard anymore. Okay. And I take it to a lab. I give it to a friend to put in the lab in his thing. Trying to outwit the CIA, right? I check back with him a few days later, says, Bart, well, there was a problem that problem. He says, well, they had a break-in over the weekend. And I'm like, yeah, so what? He says, well, funny thing, the only thing stolen was the urine sample. But the people at the lab are like, you don't know who you are, take your business elsewhere. And so all of this is in my book. Never talked about it before because I'm already trying to convince people of this very difficult truth. They really did fake the moon landing.
And how do you know these folks that abducted you?
Well, they're the ones who monitored my phones, who followed me from church, who followed me to CNN, who stopped me from getting the tape there, who drugged me with something so severe I'm throwing up and hallucinating. And then they're so afraid that I'm going to prove that I was drugged, they break into the lab, in the middle of the night and take Only thing stolen was my receipt. Gone the next day.
And again, what year was this?
That was 1999.
Did Jesus say anything?
Sorry, allergies.
Yes. Truth? You're allergic to truth?
No, I'm
Okay.
allergic to whatever's in the air in Austin. We were talking about before the show. I made
Alfalfa tablets help you out a lot. Got to take like 4 or 5 a day.
So this is 1999, and this is when you first get a hold of that footage.
That's right.
And did they ask you where you got it? What do you remember anything that they asked
I
you?
remember like the first 2 questions. I was really concerned about the safety of my son. I always think, what would I do if I were them?
Right.
And so I was concerned if they would kidnap him and say, we'll give you him if you give us the date.
Right.
So the very first question out of their mouth, I remember, where's your son? Very first question. You can picture that. And then the next question, something about copies of the tape, and I don't even remember. It's a blur. And, I'm literally in the middle of the night running away from these people. X-Files type of things that, we'll make a movie someday about. And it's just unreal what I went through. And they really did go. They're still keeping up with it. You got to remember, what's his name? Ralph Nader. He wrote that book, was it Deadly at Any Speed? And all it was is GM simply didn't want to spend $200 per car to put in an airbag. So you know what they did when Ralph Nader was trying to get them to put FBI agents found him to entrap him with prostitutes and drugs to discredit him, only to not put $200 airbags in car. Imagine the harassment to a reporter who has proof that they faked the moon landing. And now, in my book that just came out, we have an eyewitness who says he saw them fake the moon landing at Cannon Air Force Base and even admitted to killing a coworker.
Okay, let's go over some of the things that people would say to try to debunk some of these claims. So let's go over specifically the Van Allen radiation belts. So what is the explanation, the official explanation as to how the astronauts were able to get through the Van Allen radiation belt safely? Because I know that people have disputed this, and it is something that people talk about all the time because it's the number one thing.
Well, they're contradictory with themselves because we just showed Kelly Smith, who said the field of radiation is dangerous, that we need to develop shielding before we send people through this region of space. So the shielding to send people through it so they don't die has not been invented as of 2014. No, he said people. No. We must develop this technology before we send people through the region.
I was agreeing with that, but so the instruments don't break.
Yeah.
Well, that too. Which will then harm the people.
Right, but that was what we were talking about earlier.
Regardless, he says the technology to do that has not been invented yet.
We found that out there, and the quote he said that they had it.
No, he says we must first solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. So the challenges have not been solved as of 2014.
Right.
So how could they have been solved in 1969?
Well, the idea is that they did solve them, and then that technology was lost, and they have to recreate it.
Really, they invented the automobile and threw it in the ocean, and now they're having to reinvent the automobile.
I'm just, like I said, devil's advocate.
Yeah, but the point is that doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make a lot of sense. No, it doesn't make a lot of sense that they destroyed the
you said you were going to share your opinion about what you think about it. What do you think?
Well, there's no way I know, right? We're all speculating. There's no way I know. But all this shit looks very suspicious. Like, mostly suspicious. Like, not a lot of it makes sense. Just logically, if you look at the timeline between 1969 and 2024, and the amount of progress that has taken place in actual outside of Earth's orbit space travel, it's non-existent by human beings. Another question is, did they ever manage to get anything alive through the Van Allen radiation belts and have it come back to Earth before they tried it out with people? Did they do it with a monkey? Did they do it with a chicken? Did they send anything into space and have it come back alive?
Not officially. They may have done it unofficially and not reported it just because the outcome was not good.
Right. When they did Operation Starfish Prime and they blew that thing up, didn't it make the Van Allen radiation belts worse in that spot?
That's what I heard. That it added to the radiation there.
Here it says, some people believe that the Apollo moon missions were a hoax because astronauts would have been instantly killed in radiation belts. According to the U.S. Occupational Safety and Health Agency, OSHA, a lethal radiation dosage is 300 rads in 1 hour. What is your answer to the moon landing hoax believers? Okay. Total dosage for the trip is only 16 rad in 68.1 minutes, because 68.1 minutes is equal to 1.13 hours. His is equal to a dosage of 16 rad in 1.13 hours equals 14 rad in 1 hour, which is below the 300 rads in 1 hour that is considered to be lethal. Also, this radiation exposure would be for an astronaut outside the spacecraft during the transit through the belts. The radiation shielding inside the spacecraft cuts down the 14 rads per hour exposure so that it's completely harmless.
Well, I have a clip at Sabrel.com where they talked about it's a show from the 1950s where they set up probes with Geiger counters and they say it's 100 times the lethal dose. It broke the Geiger counter because it vibrated so much.
So where
again, these numbers of the amount of radiation and the Van Allen radiation belts are from the people who faked the moon landing.
Mm-hmm.
So what kind of proof is that?
So this is their saying that the total dosage for the trip is only 16 rad.
That's correct.
Okay.
How do we know that? Because the people who faked the moon landing said so.
What is the source of this? NASA.
I'll find out if you like what's
Yeah.
radiation.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's find out a source.
How would you?
Yeah, that's a good question. Why don't you Google how lethal are
there's
radiation belts?
a clip. There's a clip from my book.
Try another one.
I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking for.
Yeah,
deadly Van Allen belts.
Right. There's a clip from my book at Sabrel.com that has a scientist showing the radiation levels and talking about how it's a barrier between deep space travel.
Now, what is causing that radiation?
Well, this magnetic field of the Earth causes this magnetic area which collects over however old the Earth is, all those years, radiation that goes nowhere. So it keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It also shields us from cosmic and solar and galactic radiation and for people not getting cancer. So you have to have it to have life on Earth, but paradoxically it also prevents you from leaving the Earth.
So it says the numbers along the horizontal axis give the distance from Earth in multiples of the Earth's radius. The inner Van Allen belt is located at about 1.6 RE. The outer Van Allen belt is located at 4.0. The distance of 2.2, there's a gap region between these belts. Satellites such as the Global Positioning System orbit in this gap region where the radiation effects are minimal. So there's a gap in between the two belts. And says the International Space Station and Space Shuttle on this scale orbit very near the edge of the blue Earth disk, and the figure soar well below the Van Allen radiation belt. So most of the space stations, space shuttle travel, all that stuff is in that area.
Well, it's below. They're at 250 miles. The radiation begins at 1,000 miles. Right. I think in 1996, the space shuttle went up to 365 miles, like its highest altitude. CNN reported this word for word. The radiation belt surrounding the Earth is more dangerous than previously believed. So how is it that astronauts 600 miles away from it know more about it than astronauts allegedly through it to the moon and back? You see that? That's not possible. We have article after article that says that the radiation belts are an obstacle to going to the moon. We have George Bush Jr. saying we're going to return to the moon in 10 years. Of course, he said that 20 years ago. And he says, but first, we need to learn how to protect the astronauts from radiation. We're not doing it the way that worked so well on the Apollo mission.
So what kind of protection how thick was the aluminum shielding?
1/8 of an inch.
1/8 of an inch. And was there anything, a coating on the inside of it that protected them further?
No, just 1/8 of an inch of aluminum.
And how much of protection would 1/8 of an inch of aluminum provide?
Well, half as much as a dental X-ray lead vest, or less than that.
But they would experience much more radiation than that.
That's right.
Now, if this is saying that it's well below the lethal threshold, is there anything that disputes that? Is there anything that you can point to that shows that the non-ion radiation belts are significantly more powerful than what they're saying? Like this article that you said was from CNN from the 365-mile trip. Let's find that.
That's in the film. That's in the film. If anything happened on the way to the moon,
right. I've read that.
Just look for that part in the film that shows the animation of that Allen radiation belt. And then those book clips that I said my book is interactive. One of those clips has 2 or 3 links underneath it, including documentation from I think it's called Scientific American, from a 1958 publication that says that the radiation is 100 times the lethal dose. We have an article to that linked in one of the video clips description. 100 times the lethal dose. It talks about the rad, the lethal dose and so forth, and how much is in the Van Allen radiation belt, based on probes they sent up in the late 50s in which the Geiger counters broke because they vibrated so much. They said it was 100 times the lethal dose. Back when von Braun said you would have 3 rockets weighing 30,000% more than the Saturn V rocket. But all that stuff was buried. And now they're rewriting history to falsify the moon.
So one of the problems is that if they did fake it in order to redo it, even if the technology exists today to be able to shield the craft to get through the Van Allen radiation belts and to fuel it adequately to get to the moon, to pursue that and to pursue that transparently, where you have to explain the protection that you're putting in place because of the danger, because of the measurements that we have, because we did send the Orion up there, we did send different probes up there to figure out how much radiation. That would throw into question whether or not the original Apollo missions were true. So if it was, even if we are capable of doing it today, if those were fake, it would stop us from doing it today somewhat. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And it's one of those things like I talk about with UFOs. It's like Lucy with Charlie Brown in the football. You always think you're going to get that football, but nope, they pull it away from you. It's like this, if they do want to actually go to the moon, go to Mars, and if we have the technology, they're going to have to publicly address what precautions that they're going through in order to shield people from the radiation if they're being accurate and honest.
Well, yeah, Kelly Smith made an attempt to do that. I don't know if it's intentional or unintentional, but he said the technology necessary to protect astronauts from the radiation to the moon has not been invented. So if it's not been invented yet as of 2014, and it's been invented today, it certainly wasn't around in 1969, and this explains that footage of why they're faking being halfway to the moon, because they can't even go halfway. They can't leave Earth orbit, and what a surprise, 54 years later, they still cannot leave Earth orbit. That's why there's mannequins orbiting the moon, because of the deadly radiation. That's why.
Well, also because it's cheaper to send that.
Well, they said they were going to send people in 2018, and now 100% behind schedule, they can only send mannequins. So if they could send people, they would. The fact that they didn't means they can't, which means it's lethal radiation. That's what it means.
Well, that seems to be the most logical event, right? That and micrometers.
Well, and the fuel. Because Elon Musk is a smart guy. He says it's going to take 9 fuel trips in order to have.
See if you can find him saying that, Jeremy. 8.
Oh, I'm sorry, 8. 8
So,
fuel trips.
Pull up him saying that.
I think he's made it more efficient now. He's made bigger containers.
So what do people that are confronted by this information that want to refute it, what do they say?
Well, the college professor I talked to said even a confession from Buzz Aldrin that the moon missions were fake wouldn't dissuade him from the glorious moon landings. He would still think they were real anyway.
Elon Musk says it would take 8 Starship launches to fuel up a single moon trip. Elon Musk isn't entirely sure how many Starships it will take.
That's without creating a new rocket, to create a new payload, to create the amount of fuel that take that. They already have
Yeah, he said the moon landings were his historical anomaly, meaning they're out of place and haven't had greater technology in the past or in the future. I believe he knows that the moon missions are fake, but he needs cooperation with NASA to fulfill his dreams, and he's playing ball. I would probably do the same thing.
Yeah. That makes sense. This, again, this is one of those subjects, and this is why so many people are reluctant to take it on. But if you even talk about the moon landing being fake or entertain a person like yourself that says this, you're automatically put in the category of being a fool.
Isn't that interesting? If you believe the lie, you're intelligent, and if you believe the truth, you're a fool.
Not just that, it's self-belief. And it's policed by a large percentage of the population that will certainly attack you after this video and say, why did I have to watch this guy's crap? What has anyone ever tried to sit down and debunk you? Because I'm inviting someone to do that if they want to do that with you. Because once this comes out, I know there's going to be a lot of people that are outraged. The best way to stop it would be for someone to sit down and go over in every detail why you're wrong. And has anybody ever done that?
I've never debated anybody who thought my work was real or not.
Nobody ever wanted to?
No one ever asked me to debate them. I know that they were fake. I used to not only believe they were real, I worshipped them. And if I could
you were a child.
Well, through a teenager. And admitted that I was wrong. And still, when I had all this evidence indicating the fraud, I still gave them the benefit of the doubt. That $1 million film that was financed by someone who built rockets for NASA, who knows the moon missions are fake, okay, that took 7 years. Just to edit that movie that's 45 minutes long took me 4,000 hours. And
oh yeah, this still plays.
Yeah, I mean that's not a real debate. It's like a 1 minute interview. But that film took 7 years to produce. 3.5 years into it, I popped in the tape and said stuff to show the public. I hit fast forward. It's the same shot over and over again. The blue Earth allegedly bouncing around. I'm like, well, let me listen to that from the top. We never played the talk, by the way. I hear a third track of audio prompting them to fake a 4-second radio delay. And I'm like, that's not the window, is it? That's not the lights come up. And then it dawned on me, they really did it.
So before that, you were on the fence?
Well, originally I thought they went and thought it was the greatest thing. I worshipped it by having pictures in my room for many years.
And it was just Bill Casey coming out?
That and looking at the pictures as a filmmaker. I'd become a filmmaker whose job is to make fake scenes look real. And I could tell that they were fake backgrounds. I could tell that the shadows intersected. I said, still, that's not enough proof for me to say such a thing as they faked it. But when I found that footage of them faking being halfway to the moon, right in front of your eyes, with the third track of audio of the CIA telling to take a 4-second radio delay, that's it. The two NBC news directors agreed it proves they didn't do it. And the weird thing is, this is the lynching. This is the finger out of the devil. The JFK witness list, they say it's 200 people they knocked off to keep that a secret. 9/11, 3,000. Maybe they killed 20 people to cover it up. Even though it killed the fewest number of people, it's the one that will enrage the public the most. Because they waved their flags, they got down on their knees and prayed. They gave them medals of honor. They printed it on stamps and coins. And they taught it in school. Glorious moon landing. If the public, this is what the NBC news director tried to get me to understand, which I didn't understand until recently. If the truth comes out, it will bring down the corruption. It's religion. The moon landing fraud coming out has to happen, or we will never have honest government ever again.
Let's look at the Apollo 11 post-flight press conference. Because this is a weird one. Because these guys just returned from the moon, and they look like they're in a hostage.
Well, they look like they're at the funeral of their mother.
It does not seem like these are happy guys who just returned from the moon. Scoot your head a little bit. Here we go. So look how nervous they look. Look at Michael Collins fidgeting. And obviously you would be nervous. You're addressing all these people. but it's the tone in which Neil Armstrong takes. And then after this, we're going to show the 25th anniversary speech, which is one of the most bizarre.
Easy, Miguel. You got work tomorrow. Shop Amazon for everything free, every day. There are more identity threats than you realize. Even if you monitor your credit, only a little personal info needs to leak out. Like your
Go to him talking.
password.
Go back a little bit. Go back a little bit so you can get
Your identity
Here we go.
dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialists will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions, but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year with promo code NEWS. Go to lifelock.com. Snag a job is where America goes to hire. This talent pool and hourly hiring. Access to over 6 million active hourly workers. Snag a job is the all-in-one solution for hiring high-quality employees. Cover all your needs. On-demand, attempt to hire part-time or full-time. You name a position. Warehouse worker, retail associate, grocery store clerk, fitness trainer, baker, stylist, developer, podcast producer. Yeah, Snag a job's got a worker for that. With our easy-to-use platform, you're able to seamlessly post and fill available positions quickly. Dedicated customer support teams provide all the help you need along the way.
The highlight of
Nice knowing you have a talent pool like that in your backyard, right? Snag a job is the partner you need to keep your business running smoothly. So visit snagajob.com or text snag to 242424 to talk to an expert. Snagajob.com.
That interested us most, in particular the things that occurred on and about the land. We will use number films and slides, which most of you have already seen, and with the intent of pointing out some of the things that would describe to you the obvious to those of you who are looking at them here from the surface of Earth. The slide is started promptly. And I think that was characteristic of all the events of the flight. The Saturn gave us one magnificent ride. Both into Earth orbit and on a trajectory to the moon. Our memory of that actually differs little from the reports that you have all heard from those previous the previous flight served as well in preparation for this flight in the boost as well as the subsequent phases.
We're going to have some fun today and tomorrow. We're talking
we would like to skip directly to the translunar coast phase and
springtime, I know, brings out
remind
the DIY
ourselves of the chain of events that actually come to the end, starting with
area of the house, something outside.
unlocking
way sometimes to get
the transposition sequence. This is going to go on for a long time.
Yeah, one interesting thing to note there, you see the two teleprompters there on the desk? These are the only guys on Earth who know what it was like to walk on the moon, and yet they're being prompted on how to answer the question.
They just look very odd. It looks very odd. Another odd thing was that Michael Collins said that he couldn't see stars. Yet he wrote in his 1994 book.
And
also, he never left the lunar orbiter.
That's right. And also, when he's asked about stars, Neil Armstrong says, "I don't recall." And then Michael Collins, to fill in for him, to help him out, says, "I don't remember seeing him," which he wasn't there. They were all three orbiting the Earth, so they had the same experience, but he forgot. So he get the written transcript of that. See, I don't remember seeing any. They changed it. You see, lightning strikes twice in the same place. What a coincidence. First, a typo that says Buzz said it instead of Michael Collins, and then in the video, Michael Collins answered a question he should have done nothing about, having not been on.
And it gets attributed to Buzz Aldrin because it's not convenient. But if you
Well,
watch the
because they didn't have YouTube videos back then. People got the transcript. They said we need to correct that. Michael Collins wasn't there, so they said Buzz said it.
Yeah.
So they're covering for it.
Let's play the 25th, play the 25th anniversary speech. Because here's one of the craziest things. Neil Armstrong, first man on the moon, doesn't give interviews, doesn't want to talk about it, doesn't want to appeal publicly, becomes kind of reckless. And you would imagine that a guy who didn't want fame and all of a sudden he's thrust into the public light, like that would be a real problem. He probably didn't like it, didn't enjoy it, didn't enjoy being the center of attention, and said, you know what, I was on the moon, but I'm just going to display that. You could look at it that way. Or you could look at it like, if you have a guy, from a public relations perspective, he's one of those valuable people to interview of all time. He's the first man to walk on another planet. He walked on the moon. The first man we sent him to another planet. He landed on our moon and he walked around and everything. That guy would be a hero. He would be everywhere. They would interview him constantly. Just from a PR standpoint, you would kind of force that guy to do something because it's the most incredible accomplishment in human history. As far as what human beings have been able to do, is the most significant technological breakthrough ever. But personally,
I am fucking sorry.
Right? But he doesn't do that. He doesn't talk to anybody. And then he gives a speech. So again, this is a speech at the 25th anniversary of NASA. And he's giving this speech to like, is it American valedictorians, high school valedictorians, like some of the best, brightest high school kids?
When Clinton was president.
Yeah, and so this speech is so bizarre. I've never seen anybody give a rational explanation as to what the hell he is saying, other than he's trying to tell you that something is bullshit. So listen to this speech.
In 1994, Neil Armstrong made a rare public appearance and held back tears as he spoke these brief righteous remarks before the next generation of taxpayers as they toured the White House.
Today we have with us students among America's best. To you we say, we've only completed the beginning. We leave you much that is undone. There are great ideas undiscovered. Breakthroughs available to those who can remove one of the truth's protective layers.
What is that?
What is that? I think he's trying to say something. You know,
that is one of the most cryptic things I've ever heard anybody say.
You can also notice that he was looking down, except that part he had memorized. Perhaps someday you'll be able to remove one of the protective layers. How about that? This, as he's holding back tears, in my opinion. You know how many pictures there are of him on the surface of the moon, you know, posing as the first man on the moon? A still picture. Zero. I went to the archives personally, vault. I had the employees that said, find me a picture of Neil Armstrong on the surface of the moon, still picture. They went in and out, scratching their heads. He refused to have his picture taken. He refuses to give interviews to listen to President Trump. Not a single picture. Didn't want to have anything to do with it. I believe they asked him to participate in the fraud, and at that point he was a noble man. He said no thank you. And they said, you don't want to end up like Apollo 1 crew, do you? The guy's a test pilot. I don't think threatening his life.
Or you could say, if you do this, it's for national security. There's a reason to do this. Or involved in a Cold War. It's a very important thing that we achieve military superiority. So I
think he would have resigned if they wouldn't allow that. There were great suspicions. So I think they had to threaten. I think they would have had to
It's
threaten
not
us.
speculation.
That's right. It's my speculation
Right,
from
this-
years of research.
This video is not speculation.
That's right.
And the video is
I
crazy.
think they
Most
threatened.
people, again, are not aware of it.
I think they threatened his family's life to get him to participate.
Perhaps, but we're just speculating. Yeah, right. But the video, again, that's not speculation. Has anybody ever gone over that video? Oh, well, about this. Anybody ever Neil deGrasse Tyson? Like, we went. Another thing was that you could track the trip the entire way, and that people are tracking it.
Well, that's it. The only people who have had the capability of tracking it were the American government and the Soviets who were blackmailing for knowing that it was private.
So that's just speculation too, though, right? It's like, how were they blackmailing people? Is there any evidence that they blackmailed?
Well, they obviously know that the moon missions are fake. Putin was not surprised. It was around that time that we sold grain to the Soviet Union before cost. We thought it was supposed to be enemy. And around the same time, after Richard Nixon said Communist China is an enemy, that he went to China, which is generally the inferior person visits the superior. You see? And so he went, because I think they know. I think they found everything to be able to do. And we know they are blackmailing NASA for technology in exchange for that.
You know that.
Yeah, I interviewed a guy who works for the Chinese Space Agency on my YouTube channel.
Right, but that's just hidden sex.
That's his eyewitness testimony.
I understand.
I was talking to people.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but it's still like, it's a guy saying it.
The guy who works for the Chinese Space Agency.
But if you get out, like, he might not be telling the truth. Like, we don't have the proof. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you have to judge. I mean, people are convicted and sent to death row based on the testimony of people.
Right, but this is one guy saying something extraordinary, and extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
It's not that extraordinary that China would find out about the moon landing fraud, and instead of blowing the whistle with blackmail as a more valuable tool of the information. I think that's what the Soviets are going to do with blackmail. It's another good reason for the truth to come out, so we won't be blackmailed by China and Russia.
What do you think would happen if definitive proof came out, if Trump opened up all the files, if everybody started talking about it, and definitive proof was we got to a point technologically where we are ready to travel to other planets and realize, hey, this is impediment, this impediment could not possibly get by the Apollo astronauts.
Well, if the truth came out acknowledged by the government, it would be a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful history. Because the faking of the moon landing is so much more significant than if they actually gone. It shows the sad fallen state of mankind. It would be like throwing a glass of water in the public's face. They wake up, they realize they've been sleepwalking, and they look down, and they're 1 foot away from death. It would be dead silence.
Tanya here,
Not
and there
just
are
as a
many
nation,
ways
but
that
as a
we can all
species.
help raise
We
awareness
can't
around
even
HIV. But maybe the most important.
But wouldn't the problem then be we would have to revamp the entirety of government? If that's the case, the intelligence agencies have done this. They really did kill Kennedy, if they really did fake the moon landing, if they really did all the things that we think they did, like, no one would have faith in it.
That's right. And maybe that'll happen. And so be it. You know, the stock market could crash, the dollar could crash. It could ruin the reputation of the United States of America, but we have a gangrene limb. William Benny, you know, worked for the NSA for 30 years. He says that the CIA and the NSA, they're spying on the private cell phone conversations of Supreme Court justices. They get dirt on them to blackmail them into voting away the CIA and the talent. That's a dangerous situation for a country to be in. There needs to be a major house cleaning. I'm not even sure what would happen. Let's say all the federal government ran on electricity and it's unplug it all with one plug. I'm not sure what would happen to you and me and everyone else's life if we unplug the federal government. I don't know why we can't just have the independent states of America and manage our own affairs, because they are so corrupt They're killing their own president. They're starting war after war based on lies and fabrications, right? We have so many murders of people that they have done themselves. The federal government is killing their own people, and we're funding them. It's wrong. What they're doing is morally wrong. Our leaders are gangsters.
What are we missing? What have we not covered? We've basically done this right now. We're at like 3 hours plus. We've been talking about this. What have we left? Anything?
Well, I think we've covered most of it. We have the fact that shadows can't intersect unless it's electrical light. We have footage of them faking being halfway to the moon. We have the deathbed testimony of an eyewitness who saw them filming Apollo 11 at Kennedy Air Force Base. And we have the fact that you can't travel 1,000 times further into space in 1969 on the first attempt with 1 minute to computing power for cell phones than you can 50 years later. Technology has never been better in the past and in the future. If it weren't a sweet lie that people love and don't want to give up, people would see the truth for what it is.
And that's an interesting thing, too, that you said it's a positive lie.
It is.
Yeah, it's not a lie like the God is still more than one killing innocents.
JFK is dead, and all the people in 9/11 are dead, regardless of who did it. This is different. This is taking candy away from people and giving them manure. They're defending the candy.
Would you be willing to debate someone? If I could get someone to come on here and prepare and talk to you and refute all this stuff? Sure. Okay. So we'll put that out there because I would like to see that. I would like to see how someone describes it. Okay. And what they think about this. Because I'm sure there's eyeballs rolling and fingers hitting keyboards right now. People are going to get very outraged. But I don't think the right way to handle this is to not talk about it or to silence it. I think if you're wrong, the right way is to let you lay out your best argument and have someone refute that best argument. So I hope that at least is attempted. Okay? And you've been at this a long time, Mark. I'm tired of talking about the moon landing. How long have you been at this for?
It's a historic importance because the faking of the moon landing for mankind is more significant than its inaction. That they lied to the world, embezzled money, murdered their own people. And to not know that truth is like having cancer and not listening. We have to know. We can have a great awakening about everything else, but if we still are deceived about the greatest accomplishment of mankind, you see, then there is no great awakening. It's a spiritual issue. It's a spiritual battle between truth. It's ironic. You know, there was a famous writer who said about the Tower of Babel, the monument to their pride became a moral truth. And if the truth comes out,
do you think that this is a subject that even intelligent people that get this information as it resonates with them, that they're going to try to ignore? Because it's so controversial that you instantly get labeled a kook if you believe it.
The problem with intelligence is people can be smart, but only within a narrow field. Like I asked my doctor to get this. What do you know about natural medicine? You know what they said? Virtually word for word. All I know is what pills are prescribed for this illness that I was taught at university. They're intelligent within their narrow field, but they can't critically think. Universities are universal thinking. I was forbidden by the University of Pittsburgh after having a contract to speak to the student body group about the moon landing project. In the free speech, free expression, United States of America. You see, this is a major problem. People are emotional about this. They have to be willing to be wrong. People are so arrogant. I mean, a college professor teaching aerospace who says if Buzz Aldrin confessed on national TV that it was fake, filmed at Kennedy Air Force Base, just like Bart said, he would still think he walked down the moon. That's what we're up against. This is a God. The God of science is putting a man on the moon. But it's really just.
You always remember the what is it?
I think you eloquently stated your case.
That's
the
name of the drug. That's the chemical name of.
I'm really hoping that someone will sit down and talk to you about this, and we can get further to the bottom. Because the arguments are very compelling. The actual raw facts are very possible. The
whole thing is very odd.
Yeah.
Well, all
Very
this stuff people can investigate for themselves. Just go to Sabrow.com. There's 17 clips they can watch for free and they decide for themselves. Thanks, Bart. Appreciate you. No problem. Bye,
It's like,
Come home, I'm looking at ESPN. All the lights turn dim, the TV turns off, and I thought my kids were playing a trick on me. I looked up, and there's nobody there. When I turned around, there were these two beings right there. And, whoa, sorry. And they had the big almond eyes like you see on TV. I swear they did. I felt like my brain was shaking in my skull. To the point where it started hurting, and I started screaming, but no sound was coming out. A few seconds later, it stops. They don't walk like a person. They kind of dangle, and they went right through the wall. And then boom, the TV comes back. The lights come back to normal color. It was just traumatic for everybody. I basically lost my whole family over this. I kept hearing this voice in my head over and over again. Finally, the next day I got so tired of this, I couldn't stop this noise, this phrase. So I go to my computer. First thing popped up was .org, and I almost fell out of my chair.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Flagrant. Today, we are joined by the holder of forbidden knowledge, Billy Carson. We are getting to the bottom of all the conspiracies. We got Antarctica, ancient civilizations. We got the pyramids. We got Black Dick Length. And Billy Carson is going to fill us all in. No Diddy. Indulge. Take us back to Anunnaki.
Mm-hmm.
What are they?
Well,
these giants.
Yeah. Okay, the Anunnaki, they are these beings that came from off-world.
So these are aliens.
These are aliens. Now, what's interesting about these aliens is that they're not little green men with antenna. They're actually hominids. Bilateral bipedal hominids. They look just like us.
Okay.
They slice them in half. They have two forward-face-looking eyes, two hands, legs. They put their pants on one leg at a time like us.
But they look more like us or more like us?
They look like we look like them. Okay. We actually look like them.
Okay.
And the reason why is because we have their genetics and their DNA inside of our bodies. Now, what's interesting is these beings were a spacefaring race that broke away from the Pleiadian star system. The Pleiadian star system is a group of stars called the Seven Sisters in the night sky. You can see 6 stars with the naked eye. Now, these stars in ancient times, according to ancient texts and tablets, there was an ancient galactic war there.
Okay.
Most of the information from Star Wars comes from this text. And this war, they had these destroyers like Death Stars. They don't call them that, but they call them the Brahma Astra and Brahma Astra Honda weapons that actually can release a weapon that can destroy planets.
Okay.
Imagine if you were in a star system and a planet is being blown up and you're in a nearby planet. You got to get off of your planet.
Yeah.
This created something called space refugees. Nobody's talking about this.
Where are you getting this information again? Where is
the
it?
Mahabharata, the Bhagavad Gita, the Indian Vedas.
So these are ancient Indian texts.
That's right.
5,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the English.
I just want to let you
Sumerian.
Oh, and I want to get to this, but for this entire episode, we're not fact checking.
Okay.
We're not debating. We're not pushing to take us down the rabbit hole. We want to see how deep it goes.
So people can listen to what I'm saying and they can go look all of it up.
Fuck them. Take us down the rabbit hole.
I'm taking you, man.
Okay, let's go.
So we're talking about we're talking about the evidence, the very first evidence of space refugees.
So you're seeing this in these ancient Indian texts.
Yeah.
Okay. You come across this, and you're like, okay, let me see if there's some truth to this because I'm seeing this across multiple ancient Indian texts.
Right.
Any other text referencing this?
The Terror Papers, an ancient indigenous American text as well.
Okay.
Very little known text that hardly anyone talks about. The Hopi tribe elders have written this book based on that text and published it actually. It's called the Terror Papers. So that it wasn't just in indigenous lore, but it made it finally to publishing. So it's actual text that we can all read and get access to. It reads like the Star Wars movie. Just take out the love stories and all that. And what's interesting is it talks about, again, these same galactic wars going on. People fleeing from that region of space looking for other planets, Orion, Aldebaran, Sirius A, B, and C, which we know the Dogon talk about people coming from Sirius B, which is a star that ran out of fuel, and of course Earth. And they came here to create a breakaway civilization. Just like if there was a war, and there was in our solar system, that's what we call Mars, the god of war, we're going to be like, we got to get off this planet because the debris is going to destroy us.
So we're the product of pussy aliens, basically. Like aliens that weren't ready to bang and fight for their future and their freedom. They just ran. We're defectors.
They were the elites that had the access to the ships that can take them from one star to another.
So are they like the politicians that didn't go to Vietnam?
Right.
We're the product of rich privileged kids.
They're the guys with the $10,000 suit that just sent everyone out to die.
They would be protesting at Columbia.
Correct.
Okay, good. Got it.
Yeah, that's who these people are. And so some of them came to Earth, and so Anunnaki is a general term. It doesn't mean one race. It's just like if all of us here got in a spaceship and flew to Mars, and we met a Martian, they said, "Who are you guys?" We'd say Earthlings.
Got it. They maybe would call us Anunnaki.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm Billy Carson from Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah.
Right. So they would get they're Earthlings. That's one term, but we're all different races here.
Right.
So, but Anunnaki is a term to say those who came from heaven to earth. That's it. In Africa, they call it the Nituru, which means the same exact thing. The gods that came from heaven to earth and turned mud into a kingdom. Now, the civilization they built is the Atlantean civilization.
So this is where we hear about Atlantis, the mythology of Atlantis.
Right.
Got it. Okay.
They built it.
And where's the evidence for this? Where do you read about that?
Well, if you look in the text, a lot of the Indian texts, the Vedas, the Mahabharata, the Bhagavad Gita, the ancient lore of the indigenous aboriginals, the Terra Papers, the Enuma Elish, the Epic of Ashur-Hasis, the Code of Hammurabi, the Myth of Etana. There's so many tablets I can just keep going down.
Everybody's referencing the Atlantean civilization.
Yeah.
Obviously, the most popular one was it Plato's uncle or something like that?
Plato wrote about this.
Oh, he did?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Got it.
And so, you start looking at this information, and that was more recent. I mean, when I say recent, it's not as ancient. But the account of Plato's account of Atlantis is not that ancient. But we're talking about the ring city, but that was just one capital. So that ring city that was being described is one capital of dozens that existed on Earth at the same time.
Do we know where these other ones might be? Is there any remnants?
They go on every continent. Every single continent. We're standing on Atlantis right now. We're sitting right on top of Atlantis. Yes. Everyone on this planet is on top of Atlantis. So when you start to look at the Americas, you discover that there were so many pyramids in the Americas. There were literally thousands of them. What happened to them? The Catholic Church blew up the tops of these pyramids and built churches on top of them.
No. Really?
Yeah.
Come on, bro. Hold on.
I was raised Catholic. They never told me.
Give me a sip.
They didn't tell you guys a lot.
Hold on. So break this down. There were pyramids everywhere.
Yeah.
How do the Catholics find out that? Are they reading the ancient texts?
Oh no, they just know that we got to eradicate this civilization science because we want to impose our will on the people. See, the Catholic Church went through something called the Inquisitions.
Yes.
And it was the papal Inquisitions where they went around the planet and they killed and tortured and murdered 80 million people to convert them into Christianity. And so it wasn't spread like they tell you in church, the gospel means the good news. It was really bad news when these people showed up. It would be like America showing up to your country and you have oil buried in the ground.
Really?
It was bad.
Wow. So they were like giving women fucking rights and shit. Absurd.
They had,
what the fuck is wrong with these people, man?
If you go to the museum in Rome,
you'll
find they still have the torture tools there in the museum. They're proud of them. They have the Pope's spear. The Pope's spear, which went up in a woman's vagina.
I saw that one.
Pop them open from the inside. They had a spire that they would lower a man down into a spire through his butthole over and over again, up and down until he died.
No diddy.
For real. They just had all these torture mechanisms. But what they would do is get the leader, the king, the chief, you know, the guy who does all the sage and all that stuff.
Yeah.
The medicine man.
Yeah.
And then they would say, look, you need to convert everyone to this. And if you don't,
You're
they're going to kill you.
gonna fuck you from the inside.
Yeah, exactly. So they would make it.
Who would do the fucking? Because I feel like that would be against Catholicism.
It would be one of these people from their church system in their area.
So there was a fucker. There was a guy who would.
There was a guy who connect you and gets you lined up perfectly.
Yeah.
And and do that. Sick people, but they.
Do what you gotta do.
Right?
That's right. You gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta spread the gospel.
You gotta spread the gospel.
Spread the gospel.
It is a good word.
Under the order of Rome.
Yeah.
And but the thing Rome said was, look, we got to get this money.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do is we're going to convert our pagan system into a Christian system. Mm-hmm. We're going to combine the two together. That's why we have all these fake holidays that are all pagan holidays in Christianity.
That's why I mean Constantine, right?
Yeah, Constantine. They just combined it all together. Mm-hmm. Now we got the taxes and we got the offerings.
Yeah.
We got both. And now we got the people unified. And now we can put our boot on everybody's neck. And so once they reeled up the leader of that village or that town and killed him like that, and everyone saw it, it was like, okay, I'm ready to learn now. Teach me a language. Talk to me about your God. By the second, third generation, you're born, you give it a name, a race, and a religion, and you don't even know who you are.
Wow. So, do you know which church in America or which churches are on old pyramids?
Oh, no. You just have to go and just go out there. See, anything on, most of the older ones that are on hills with the triptych windows. The triptych windows are the same windows that mimic the three windows that you see in a lot of the pyramids, like in Chichen Itza, Yucatan Peninsula, and all of that. Those older ones. If you go to Mexico City, how I learned this, I went to Mexico City. I got a homegrown archaeologist. He started showing me all the hills and all the old churches. He said those were all pyramids.
So it's wild. Like when you go to the Mexico City pyramid specifically, they show you what it looked like before and then what it looked like after. You can never look at a hill again, and not think it's a pyramid after you go see it.
It's so if go look at it and see not Chichen Itza.
Yeah, that's a triptych. Yes. At the top of all Catholic churches, the older ones, they all have that triptych design. And most of the ones that are old in the 1800s built on those hills were.
Go to the Mexico City pyramids and do it before excavation. Because what happens is grass just starts to grow on them.
Yes.
So they just start to look like terrain.
Yeah.
And, they just look like hills. And people have all these like explanations for it. Like my tour guide, look at that. Mm-hmm. So like if you just saw that, like that black and white picture to the right there, tell me that you would never look at that and assume pyramid.
Right.
So now I have to look at every fucking hill and go, should we dig this thing up? See? And some of them are just hills.
Yeah, some are just hills, but some are these.
Right?
God.
So when the Anunnaki came to Earth, were there already Homo sapiens here?
Yes, good question. They were already not Homo sapiens, but hominids.
No, they weren't.
Our cousins.
Bad question.
They were Homo erectus. They were our cousins. Yeah, they were. But I believe that they were more intelligent than us spiritually.
So is it fair to say that the aliens were the first ones to smash monkeys?
No, they didn't do the monkeys. We were because when we were here, they didn't call us apes. They called us beings.
Yeah.
And in the Epic of Atrahasis, there was this big war getting ready to happen. And Enki and Lil and Anu were in this place in South Africa called Adam's Calendar, where they found the very first gold mines that human beings were working underneath their boot. Anyway, so the Ijiji, who were the working class Anunnaki, came from Mars to Earth to go to war against them because they felt like they were being enslaved, even though they weren't supposed to be enslaved. They were just working class people. They felt like they were doing too much labor. For 250,000 years, they were working. Whoa. And they came to Earth and they encircled the campus and they said, we're going to go to war. And it was like, well, why? And they were like, well, we've been asking you for relief. The workload is too heavy, and we don't have any women. So
that's a big issue.
They were complaining about no women, literally in the ancient tablets. And so Enki says,
they didn't change diamonds.
What were they saying?
Enki says, I have an idea. Because they had kind of discussed in a weird way fashioning people. That means like robotics.
Okay.
But they had talked about their home planet. When they tried that, it failed. So that's a clue as to what AI and robotics can do to a planet. They were like, there's an existing being here, though, that we can add our essence to, talking about genetic modification, and get them to bear your load.
So don't make robots, make people that can do your work for you.
Exactly.
Whoa.
Yes.
Wow.
So they started with that method first.
So they're just forcing human beings to do their work for them.
Yes.
That's crazy.
And that's how you bring them the offerings.
Yeah.
When you bring the offerings, your best harvest and your fresh calves, that's your meat, that's your food.
This is what you see in the biblical text.
They're eating. Mm-hmm. That's their meals. They're not going to go out and hunt. I mean, this archaeologist was talking to me in Egypt in 2014. He was laughing. He was showing me one of the altars. He said these people were so dumb. He just said his own people. He says they would line up in ancient times for miles to bring their best offerings to the head god. And the god was just putting them all this food in the storehouses. And he showed me where the storehouses were inside these temples. They would put these things in there. Then they had these other areas underneath the temple where other priests would go underneath and speak, and it would resonate their voice, and it would be the voice of God talking. And it was all this. It was but a sham to get them to bring all this food and gold and offerings and everything else.
I mean, I do believe that, because if you go to Chichen Itza, you can have the limestone creates this like a vibration effect, and you can have like a conversation, like me and you can talk to one another across a football field.
Yes,
like this.
Yeah, the sound bounces.
It's crazy.
It comes right back at you.
Yeah, so they were using that as some sort of technological advantage, like some Wizard of Oz shit.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So were they literally eating, or were they eating off like the energy of the sacrifice? Or
they were eating the food. They were barbecue.
What about sacrifice?
Barbecue.
There's the air there.
You're eating oxtail.
Someone sacrificed some more hot sauce.
I mean, think about it. I mean, if you were the ruler of a planet.
Yeah. Billy, I think you might be putting on what you would do. Is that possible?
I'm telling you, these people ate the food because I take tours to Egypt all the time. Last year I took 140 people private tour.
Yeah.
And when I go, I take a homegrown Egyptologist and a homegrown guide with us. And he takes us to the temples where they actually have the where they actually have the storehouses.
Billy's got hungry.
That's right, I can hear barbecue.
That's it.
Okay, so go. See you there. They take you all the different
spots. So we take you to the temples and we show you where they would hide the food. But they take all the offerings and where they would store it.
Yeah.
It was their grocery store. Literally.
Wow. Tour announcement. We're 2 weekends away. Madison Square Garden. May 3rd and 4th. I'll see you all there. I cannot wait. Is Jesus part alien?
I believe so.
And was he part alien and trying to do good?
Yes, I believe so.
So he was breaking away. He was using his power. He was like, yo, what these aliens are doing to us is fucked up.
Right.
We need to break free from that, and I'm going to liberate the people.
Yeah, so you have to understand. You're right on point. There's good and evil.
Jesus is the man, bro.
Yeah, it's good and evil in everything.
We're all part alien.
Yeah,
at this point, right?
Absolutely. It's in our DNA.
Oh, fuck. I thought he was a little bit more.
Well, he was more. He was a little bit more, yes.
How was he a little bit more?
Well, if you look at the Apocrypha text, you discover that not only was Jesus' mom a virgin birth, but his grandmother was also a virgin birth. Nobody ever talks about that in church, and they hear about that in Sunday school.
Wait a minute. So his grandma, wow.
Yeah. So you see this establishment of this particular bloodline.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden he comes through the womb and then begins to regain all of his own memories, right? So he is a reincarnation of himself from a previous lifetime.
Oof.
That's why sometimes I hypothesize that he could be Thoth the Atlantean, who says that he could incarnate on and in any plane he desires. Could he have decided now to come back to the womb?
So Thoth the Atlantean was the king of the Atlantean Empire.
Yeah, he was one of them.
Or one of the leaders of the Atlantean Empire. He's reincarnating inside Jesus.
Yeah.
And why has he chosen to help the people instead of enslave us like he did?
Good question. When you look at the ancient text where Jesus gets all of his information from,
the
Emerald Tablets of Thoth.
We need to talk about that.
Right?
Tablets, bro.
38,000-year-old text. In there, in the book that I wrote about it, I line up the Christian text, and I line up Jesus' text from the New Testament.
This is going to seem really ignorant. People were writing shit down 36,000 years ago?
Thoth authored these tablets himself. He actually wrote, he didn't have a scribe. A lot of times these God figures or these leaders would have scribes.
Right.
He actually wrote it down himself. He actually put it onto these tablets.
And what is he writing in? What language?
Well, it looked like the language of runes, R-U-N-E-S. Okay? And in this text, he writes about coming to this planet after the Great Flood, and seeing the temples of ancient Kemet sticking up out of the mud, and actually going on a mission to help rebuild civilization. Not that it was for the first time, but he's rebuilding it to a high level.
So it was already built,
Yeah.
destroyed. He's like, hey, let's run it back again.
Right. His father sends him on a mission. His father says, go to the land of Chem and do the plan that ye know of. So he gets his crew and he gets into the great ship of the master and he takes off until the planet disappears. This
Which
is
is the horizon.
Right, he's up in the sky.
Oh, he's coming from...
He's in a ship that goes up.
Gotcha.
Because you know this, because when he gets over the land of Chem, he goes, I see the land of Chem beneath us. And I see the temples rising up out of the mud that were flooded by the fountains.
Now we come back.
Now he comes down to the ground.
This is the Great Flood.
Right.
Got it. Okay.
He opens the door, he comes out, and he calls these people barbarians coming to attack him. Probably territorial.
Crazy.
And he says, I raised my staff and sent out a ray of vibration, stopping them still as fragments of stone of a mountain. So now he's got a stun gun that can freeze them in their tracks.
That's fire.
That's technology.
And we have so is the spaceship.
But we have something right now in the military called the active denial system.
Which is?
It's the same.
What days try to join?
No. I'll strike that from the record, Your Honor. No, it's a system that works just like what he described in ancient tablets, where it sends out a beam, a ray. Type in active denial system, put it up there. It sends out a beam and a crowd of people coming to attack, right? To riot or whatever. And it stops them in their tracks. It makes them feel like they're in pain, makes them feel like they want to vomit, put voices in their head.
Wow.
Whatever you want to do, you can program the frequency into their body to make it do that.
Is this what the people said they were experiencing in the
Cuba?
Yeah, basin.
Yeah.
Okay. Keep going. All right.
So so then here's the key about the God thing. Him, not wanting to be one of these gods. When he released them from that, he started talking to the people peacefully, and they started groveling at his feet. And he said, No, get up. He said, I'm a son of Atlantis. He didn't say I'm God. He said, I'm a son of Atlantis, and I'm here to bring you back up to a high level of civilization. And he worked with the people for a couple thousand years to rebuild that civilization. Before he left, he told all these people that came there with him, spread out around the planet. This is how Atlantis advanced again. Spread out around the planet and duplicate what we did here.
And this is where you see similar stories across ancient texts around the world.
Correct.
And those similar stories are higher intelligence comes to us, bestows upon us this wisdom after the floods.
The Lakota tribe, the Hopi tribe, the Dogon tribe of Africa, the Aboriginals, I could keep going on and on and on. In fact, the verbal handed down history of the Aboriginals, because I've been there before, went for a walkabout in the outback with the Aboriginals and went on a trail to go find Proto-Egyptian hieroglyphs, which we did stumble across and get them documented, that they were seated on this planet by Pleiadians.
Pleiadians
from the Pleiades.
Gotcha.
The same people that the Sumerians talk about, they call it Momo in the ancient text. The ancient Egyptians revere it as well, the Pleiades. It's in every text, Homer's Iliad, the Bible, the Mahabharata, any text you go to, and most artifacts are going to have a depiction of the Pleiades or talk about the Pleiades.
And what's the depiction?
The stars, the 7 stars.
Oh, it's that star system.
Yeah. Subaru has it on their logo for their car.
So it's a gay lesbian. It's a lesbian. It's a lesbian galaxy. Is that what's going on? Okay.
Shout out Subarus. We love y'all.
It's a constellation.
It's a star system. You talked about Jesus, where he went from 12 to 32.
Yeah.
Can you explain Jesus' trajectory from 12 to 32 that we don't have in the Bible?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
So Jesus disappears from the Bible at the age of 12, right? He disappears, and where does he go? There's another text called the Gospel of the Holy 12. And in the Gospel of the Holy 12, which was omitted from the Bible, he goes to Egypt with his mother. Now, I've been there, and when I take people on tour, I take them to the place where he slept. It's still there. It's a crypt now. It's like a place you can go there. You know where it's at.
It's inside a church, right?
Up to Cairo, correct. Right inside that church. They converted it into a church. And he went there to study the Egyptian mysteries. He went there also to learn all about the ancient mystery schools. And then he left there and he went to Tibet to learn the mystic art. Tibet, he went to go learn, not the mystic arts, but went to go learn spirituality.
He went to Tibet.
And mystic arts, yes, mystic arts. And then he went down into India, learned about reincarnation and all of that. And then he came back down and he reappears in the biblical text when God says in the Bible, I called my son out of Egypt.
What an episode for Akash to miss. We don't tell him any of this. The ego that he will have finding out that Jesus learned everything from India.
Yeah.
Oh, we can't tell him. Okay, keep going. Okay, so
You
he
know,
learned
Reiki healing in Tibet and, energy healing with his hands. The mystic arts, I have to correct myself. The mystic arts he learned in India.
Got it.
And then coming back down, teaching reincarnation all the way back.
And how do we know that he went out there to India?
Well, there's the records have been kept. It's complete records. And even the Dalai Lama confirmed that he was in Tibet at one time.
Really?
Yeah.
How do they keep reincarnation out of the Bible?
Well, the Bible is about reincarnation, but they doctored it up to make you think that it's not about reincarnation. But when you even look into the book of Revelations, it says you're going to get a new name and a new body. It didn't say you was going to be a spirit with energy. It said you're going to get a new name and a new body, a physical body. And that you're going to live inside of that body. And so you're going to come back and be born again. You know? And the biblical text where people are getting confused about this born again, like in the spirit thing, it's really born again in consciousness. Getting dipped into a bucket of water and all of that's a waste of time. Somebody dumping you in a pool and all that, you just get wet. Dumping babies and splashing the babies. It's a waste of money, waste of time.
So what you're saying is that just a metaphor for this conscious rebirth?
Conscious rebirth. What we can do, we can have a rebirth right now. Right now, if we decide to look at ourselves and think about things that we were doing wrong, maybe in our lives right now, things that could be better with ourselves, and we begin to work on ourselves. And we go back and have a meeting again in 2 weeks and say, what have we individually worked on within ourselves to become a better person?
That's spiritual.
That is rebirth. We had just now been born again in the spirit. And you can be born again many times in one lifetime.
Okay. You said that they've doctored the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
What's the earliest version of the Bible that exists?
One of the earliest versions is the Ethiopian Bible and the Sinai Bible.
Okay, so Ethiopian Bible. That's fine. There's this great clip. I don't know if you've seen it. It's on one of these fucking Ivy League campuses, and there's these white kids talking about how it is a form of white colonization teaching Christianity, and there's an African student there who's like, Christianity was in Africa before it was in Europe. And then the white girls are just like, no clue what to say. So this does, I imagine, speak to that, right?
Yeah.
So who was it that went to Ethiopia? Which tribe ended up going there? Because I think there's a Jewish.
Oh, you're talking about
Isaac? Was it that he went down there? One of the 12.
Yeah, one of the 12 tribes. Moses went down there.
No, I think
Moses went down there and met his wife, and she was a woman of Cush. So the Cushite people ended up in Ethiopia.
Oh, okay. I thought there was one of his. I thought it was one of the 12 went there, but I could be wrong.
Maybe it's Matthew.
Matthew?
It's possible.
There's a city called Myrmina, supposedly in Ethiopia, describing as a land that was inhabited by tribes of cannibals. After parting from Jerusalem, and the Holy Apostle Matthew preached the glad tidings of the gospel.
And that's why you see a Jewish faction there as well. Okay, so the earliest version of the Bible, or one of the earliest, is in Ethiopia. What are the differences between that Bible and, let's say, the King James?
Okay, a couple things. So first, the Old Testament is the Torah from the Ethiopian Torah.
Wait, the oldest Torah we have is also Ethiopian?
Yeah.
Dude, black people hold me, bro.
They still
really hold me.
The original Jews.
I gotta go to Brooklyn and apologize to people it was right the whole time.
Yeah, come on. Okay.
Everything was right the whole time. I did a whole mini documentary on this.
Really?
With full research.
Okay, I want to get to all of that, but take us there. Okay, so oldest version of Old Testament, Ethiopia. Oldest version of New Testament, either Sinai or Ethiopia. What are the differences we see in these and then the newer versions of the text?
Well, what's interesting is the text, there's less mistranslations.
Less mistranslations, got it.
In the Ethiopian Bible and the Sinai Bible, there's about 12 to 14,000 differences than the more modernized King James Version.
And what are the differences?
Well, for example, Moses never crossed the Red Sea. He crossed the Sea of Reeds. which is a closer, much smaller, easier to see the cross.
Right.
As a matter of fact, if you talk to geologists, which like I did, you'll find if you do a geological rewind to go back in time with tectonic plate movements, a computer model will simulate that there was an actual tsunami in that area somewhere within that time frame, give or take 100 years or so, which would have easily wiped out that area, completely dried out the Sea of Reeds, and you can walk right across. Then the water would have come crashing back.
Wow.
But he never crossed the Red Sea. Also, another mistranslation is the God. God is not supposed to be singular in the Bible. It's plural in all cases. Gods with an S.
It is.
God, you really can't see this.
Leave that.
We got multiple gods and reincarnations. You might be onto something.
So, but you see that in certain languages, like God in Spanish is Dios, not Dio. So that would be gods.
Yeah.
There is a plurality to it.
You know why? Because
that is Father, Son, Holy Ghost, maybe?
No, they just copied it from the ancient texts and tablets.
Fighting.
In the ancient texts and tablets, it's multiple gods. In the Bible, you have the gods are Enlil, and who's also known as Yahweh in the Bible.
Yeah.
And you also have Amen Ra, the great Amen. He's, when you say the Lord's Prayer, that's Enki's prayer. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven, give us the daily bread, blah, blah, blah. That's Ptah's prayer, who's also known as Enki, God, Enki.
In which religion?
In Christianity.
Enki is in Christianity.
No, he's ancient Sumerian.
That's Sumerian. And
he's an Anunnaki, so you're praying to him.
Okay, I don't want to go away. I want to learn about the Sumerians. I think that's really important to everything else you talk about. But I just want to learn some more about these differences in the Bible. This is always really fun. Obviously, with translation, you're going to find differences. When people are explaining the meaning of certain things.
I'll give you one big translation that's off is they say, well, Jesus was crucified.
Oh.
Well, that doesn't exist in the Sinai Bible.
What happened?
It doesn't exist in the book of Barnabas. He didn't.
Some fire name.
Barnabas? I know, he didn't. But they left it out of the Bible on purpose, by accident.
So how did they kill him?
They didn't kill him. In Harvard Library, there is a book of Jesus' wife at the Harvard Seminary School. And they found that about 8 years ago.
Jesus' wife is the Mary Magdalene?
Yeah.
So she was not actually...
They're assuming it's Mary Magdalene. It doesn't specifically say, but let's assume that it is. Which means he probably had kids, and his Merovingian bloodline is still probably walking the land till this very day. Yeah.
That's in, what was that great book, the Dan Brown book, the Da Vinci Code?
Da Vinci Code, yeah.
Yes. So there's probably someone related to Jesus right now.
Right. Yeah.
Stop it. It might be Ryan Garcia. The miracle workers. It's always the miracle workers, isn't it?
So it's interesting that that's a mistranslation. Another one, actually, interestingly enough,
this is fun.
The word for virgin was mistranslated from Aramaic into Greek. So the word originally meant, I think it was laga, which means young woman. By the time it got to Greek, it was translated wrongly into virgin, which then made it into the biggest part of the story of Jesus, which is that his mother was
so she might not have been a virgin.
It's possible. But when I saw what convinced me, that's why I looked deeper. That's how I found out about the grandmother. I said it might be true. But they still use that mistranslated word for that. Maybe they didn't have another word to use. But that's a big mistake, because there's certain parts of the Bible where they use that same word to describe women as being virgins, and they tell men that you have the right to rape them.
Jesus.
That's in the book of Deuteronomy.
Who wrote that?
God said this in the book of Deuteronomy. He says...
Is this Old Testament Deuteronomy?
This is Old Testament, yeah.
Wow.
Towards the end of the Old Testament, he says, if you see a woman walking through a field and you want her, you can rape her. Exact words used, by the way. And it says, if after you decide you want to keep her, you can make her your wife.
Wow.
So that's God. See, here we go. The creator of the universe, of the multiverse, that can think planets into existence, that can speak, things into reality,
is R. Kelly.
It's gonna, exactly. It's gonna say, you know what?
I believe I can.
Great lyrics.
Wow.
Oh,
is.
So
Deuteronomy is a wild book.
Listen, Deuteronomy is so bad, and this is where you go. Wait a minute, this is really not the creator of the universe.
Yeah.
God says there's a person in a town far away who speaks ill of me. Go there and get over the town walls, kill the women, kill the children, kill infants, and bring the spoils of war back to me. Now, what kind of God needs spoils of war?
You're God. You got everything.
Yeah, just look up Evil Bible. Google Evil Bible and go to the book of Deuteronomy.
So who do you think wrote this?
These are these Anunnaki people. See, they were these Atlantean leaders.
Yes.
They got to the point where they became greedy and they became self-made gods. They really believed it. They were battling each other over resources.
Right away.
Yeah.
Gotcha. You're
battling over resources and people. Battling and, literally like fighting over who's controlling who. And how we all got to be different races.
Yeah.
That goes back to.
How did that happen?
Yeah, that goes back to the Tower of Babel incident in the Bible, which comes out of the Sumerian tablets.
Okay, explain what ancient Sumeria is real quick, because we keep referencing it, and I also want to understand.
Well, the ancient Sumeria is a location right now would be Iraq.
Right.
All right, and Iraq, which at that time was extended part of what Africa actually is, believe it or not. But it was a multicultural location.
Got it.
The people there were advanced beyond belief. They had achieved a high level of advanced construction, waterways, irrigation, mathematics.
Is this Tigris and Euphrates?
Between the Tigris and the Euphrates, where the Garden of Eden is located.
Got it. Okay, and this makes sense because I imagine like the Tigris and Euphrates would overflow, and there would be this great fresh water that would spill onto the land, and then they would have tons of fruits and vegetables that would grow quite seriously. And similar way to like the Nile, people spoke of what happened to like the Nile Valley region, which is very fruitful, right?
Right, very fruitful.
Okay, so you have lots of food. When humans have lots of food and an ability potentially to protect themselves, society can grow. So this is the idea.
Right.
Okay, so Sumeria, this is a culture that is influenced by the Atlanteans, or this is just human?
Heavily influenced by Atlanteans.
Okay, so the Atlanteans are ruling it?
They built a base there. And Enlil is the one who built the base. Yahweh is from the biblical text. He built a base there. And he said, I'm going to create a design for cities that will last for all time on this planet.
And is this the first city that is
one of the most advanced cities? It's got street grids. It has a town center. It has plumbing. All of that exists at this time.
And this is how long ago?
This is about roughly 8,000 years ago, according to the mainstream. But if you go to the real understanding that these tablets are copied tablets from even more ancient tablets, we could be talking 40, 50, 100, 200,000 years ago.
Whoa.
Even deeper than that. And some geologists have gone to look at the weather patterns of the destruction of some of these areas and realize that we're talking maybe even almost 2 ice ages ago. So this is really old stuff. And so these people were extremely intelligent, but they were influenced by these Anunnaki Atlantean people who gave them the knowledge and taught them how to build and taught them how to do all of this. And at the Tower of Babel, Yahweh, who was known as Enlil, he helps them to erect this. Well, he builds his own tower first, called the Duran Key, which means bottom heaven and earth. And then the humans, when he leaves to go somewhere, the humans build a similar structure. When he comes back, I guess it's probably months or years later, he sees that this thing is being built by humans, mimicking what their advanced culture had built. And he says, oh man, whatever their hearts desire, they will achieve it. Which that made it into the Bible. And so he destroys the tower, just like it says in the Bible. And then he says, my seed shall not abide in man forever. His years shall be 120. That also made it into the biblical text. So you see where it's getting copied from. Older ancient texts. The Bible was written from 100 AD to 900 AD. This text is thousands of years prior. And so he then decides to confuse the languages and move people around to different regions of the planet so that we couldn't collaborate.
Because if we can collaborate, we can do all the things that they can do.
Exactly.
And we can challenge their power.
Exactly. This is where the genetic modification came in. That 120 statement is powerful because at Harvard University, they just discovered that the lifespan of a human being maxes out at about 120 years.
Yeah.
right? And that's under the most pristine conditions.
Yeah.
No poison.
That's organ failure and
Right.
these other things. Not counting cancer,
Right.
these outside sources.
Exactly.
But how long can your organs really live for? Yeah.
So that's where the genetic. Now, scientists said, look, chromosome number 2, something happened to humans. It was taken out and fused together, right? Instead of having 48, we got 46. Why is that? Fused together, 2 telomere caps put on the end, limiting our lifespan. So we know that there was a genetic mutation around the same time. They're saying 200,000 years ago. The same time the tablets are roughly estimated to be written originally about this Tower of Babel. So it's like ancient texts and modern science is almost collaborating with each other. And you're saying, man, what? Wait a minute. So the geneticists said it's an artificial mutation. We said, well, who did it? They said, we don't know how it was done. They said through natural evolution, it would have taken millions and millions of years to have. But there's expedited. Now, how do we get they did? How do we get the races now? Me and you aren't dark because our cousins were working in the sun. Don't believe that. It's foolishness. Okay? You're not light skinned because your uncles and aunts were working on top of a mountain in Russia.
Yeah.
No. What they discovered was between races, there's a 2% variance in DNA and genes.
Yeah.
2% would take multi-millions of years through natural evolution. Didn't take that long. It only took 200,000 years. So what's going on here?
Oh, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
We're branded.
Yes. Well, that's kind of interesting because if humans didn't leave the African continent until how many 100,000 years ago?
Yeah.
You're saying that we left prior to the amount of time necessary in order for us to naturally evolve to have these different colors,
Correct.
dick sizes, or whatever. So yeah, why did your guys' God love big dicks so much? Yeah, what is that about?
When you go to Egypt, that's like you get in the museum, you see a lot of statues with big penises.
What is that?
You notice how we didn't look into that. Just there. Mr. Carson heard that. He's like, yeah, we don't check that one.
We don't check
that. Yeah, can you explain that? Yeah. It's my guy.
You see statue of David, and he got a little strippy on it.
Okay, so and then Asians, where the fuck do they come from? That's just crazy.
Yeah, I know.
Because they're the most different.
Yeah, they're really different. But here's what
They are.
You say that because my wife is Asian.
Yeah, so tell me, what's the deal?
Here's the thing. So, when you look at the Anunnaki, and you discover that they were multiracial people, they all look different. The crew that took to Ken with them, they were all different looking people. Even one person had married a woman from another planet, according to these texts, not according to me. But when he said, go around the planet and duplicate what we did here, so now I go, you and I were already in Africa, right? You go to Europe, you go over to Mesoamerica, and you are ruling over people. Now, what does a farmer do right now if they have cows? They brand the cow. So in case my cow wanders off, that's Farmer Jim's cow. We got to get it back to him.
So everybody made their people look like them.
That's
so
right.
They knew these are our products.
Let us make man in our image.
Whoa.
I believe my hypothesis is that we are genetically branded people for the people that we were ruled over by.
Whoa. So what color do we all start as?
No one knows. When you talk about these Anunnaki texts, it describes them. There's only one reference in the Sumerian tablets that references the people that took the brunt of a bomb that got dropped in ancient times, and they call them the black-faced people. And it said that the evil wind took them over, and their hair fell out, and their nails fell off, and their eyes were bleeding. It's like radiation sickness. That's the only reference we actually have of the way anybody would look, other than the hair. They talk about hair in the Epic of Gilgamesh. They talk about locks, but does that mean locks like you just have long hair, or does it mean dreadlocks? You don't really know. But it's interesting.
Also, white people get dreadlocks too.
Yeah, true. So it's interesting. So you don't know. We don't really true. Anybody who's making hard factual statements like that, they're just making it up.
So what about Blake Griffin? Who branded him?
Yeah.
What
do we do when we start mixing and matching? Like, what's going on there?
Yeah.
Is that bad or is that good?
No.
Yeah, what would the God say about that?
In the Garden of Eden, it was actually Edin, right? And Enlil, he was known as Yahweh. He was the Lord. He was known as Satan, the Lord of Eden. Satan. the Lord of Eden. And Eden was an outside laboratory. And in this laboratory, when you read these texts, even some of the apocryphal texts, like the book of Adam, which was left out of the Bible, you discover that this was a mating ground. So they would start. So what happened first was they began with genetically modified people that were almost like clones. And the information on the cloning technique is at the Temple of Karnak in Africa, in Egypt, where I take people. And also there's more evidence or talk about it at the Temple of Dendera. And there's one more temple that has the birthing center. I think it's the Temple of Isis. And so they were making these people, but they couldn't make them fast enough. And these people couldn't have sex and reproduce on their own. So then they got very frustrated. So Isis says, okay, I have an idea. I'm going to take the egg out of one of the beings and put it in my womb and take it to term. So it says in the text that they literally mixed their genetics with this egg, put it in her womb. So that's now making what we call a zygote in modern technology terms, right? In vitro fertilization, puts it in her womb, takes it to term for 10 months, and then gives birth to the Adamu, which means first man. And there's a cylinder scroll in the British Museum where she's holding up the baby, says, my hands have made it, the first man, Adamu. So that's where we get the first genetically perfected Homo sapien.
So before that, they were all...
They were Homo something, but they weren't like us. They couldn't reproduce. Like if you take a tiger and a lion and mate them, it'll have a ligand, but the ligand can't reproduce. Right? So that's the situation. That's what we had going on.
It's so fun. It's so much more fun to listen to you and just believe everything.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I know there's people that listen right now like, oh, this is bullshit. Just get away from that and just enjoy today. Just enjoy.
I want them to research what I'm saying. Yeah. They can rewind and write this stuff down or type it in their phone and start learning. I want people to research what I say. Don't believe what I say, research what I say.
Yeah.
So what happens is, and we take people to these cloning centers and we take them to Africa on tour. Our tour we take every single year. Next one is coming up in October. And so the point I'm trying to make is, so we have the cloning center. The clones couldn't reproduce enough. A lot of work was going into making these people. So they came up with that. This starts the generations of ISIS, the generations of ISIS, the Genesis, the Genesis.
Ooh, and Genesis is obviously the first book of the Old Testament.
Yes.
Doing the math right now. He really is. He's doing the math. Whoa. So that's Adam.
Yes, Adam. Adam was then put into this Eden to mate with these other. They had mating times and schedules. You couldn't do it. You couldn't mate. Get back what you're talking about. You couldn't mate with somebody unless you were given a scheduled time to mate, and you get in trouble and punished. But no babies coming. So I said, damn it. So let's go ahead and take some of his DNA, clone that, make a woman. So they made Eve. Then she got pregnant. Okay, this works. They were not the first humans on this planet. They were probably a million in at that point. Okay? So people who think that 8 billion people that we have now on Earth came from 2 people have never studied genetics. Because if I start mating with my sister and so forth and so on, by the second generation, third generation, we're going to have a whole bunch of people with disabilities and one eye and arms broken and small legs and all kinds of stuff. You can't make 8 billion people. Not enough genetic diversity.
Right.
So that's why they had the specific mating times and the people that you could mate with to make sure that they were not creating a small genetic pool. Once they figured that worked, they said, okay, let's isolate them in a certain part of the garden and begin to do this experiment with them. So Adam had Cain and Abel, and Yahweh came back to check on his offerings one day. And, one was bringing him the harvest, one was bringing him the lamb, and one got jealous because he kept taking the harvest. He's like, I'm pissed off, I'm going to kill my brother, right? So Cain kills Abel, and God comes back like he doesn't know this. He's supposed to be all-knowing and omnipotent. He doesn't know that this happened. He's shocked that this happens. And he says, I got to kick you out of the garden. And so Cain says in the Bible, he says, the people out there will kill me. Well, what people?
I thought there's no people.
I thought there was no people out there. There's people out there already. Matter of fact, they might be barbaric. So he said, don't worry, I will put my mark on you. See, that's the brand. Put my brand on you. So he said, so that they will know you're mine. So he put a brand on and let people know, hey, no, that's Enlil's guy. Don't mess with him. Exactly. That started the whole Canaanites. See? That's where the Canaanites came out and built the whole thing, and eventually migrated over to Mesoamerica. So we're talking about, and it's a big story, man. It's a really, really big story, but you can see where there's so much misinformation and
So Jesus, good guy or bad guy?
I think he was a good guy. I think some of his words were twisted in the New Testament.
Yeah.
He never said, I don't believe it was anything about slavery. If you really look at the words of Jesus, what he's teaching, it comes from Thoth the Atlantean. So either he is Thoth the Atlantean, or he was taught by Thoth the Atlantean, or he studied in the mystery schools to get that same knowledge.
Right.
Because I line up the verses in my book, Compendium of the Emerald Tablets. I line up the words side by side, so you can see what Jesus is saying was already said thousands of years prior.
Right.
He's teaching the ancient mysteries, and he's trying to get mankind to enlighten himself through consciousness.
But though the Atlantean was doing it to subjugate the human species.
He was helping. He went around the planet helping everyone.
Oh, so he was helping.
Yeah, he was helping.
So this is after. So those after whoever created us and was subjugating us.
Yeah, he's a son of Ea Enki, so he's a son of one of these rulers.
But he broke free from this tradition of enslaving humanity.
He just wanted to help. He would go and he would teach. Him and his father would go and teach humans. His father would send him on secret missions to like raise vibration, raise energy.
Why did they want to help out? What was that about?
Well, Enki liked human women.
Oh, really?
So did those.
So it was that. It's
so married Maat.
Really?
And he built the pyramid of the moon at Teotihuacan as a dedication to her.
Wow.
Yeah.
And what happened to all the Anunnaki and all and Thoth and all?
They had two wars. The first pyramid war almost eradicated them, but they started over again. The second pyramid war, bad. That one almost decimated the planet. You see how when you look at Earth, like from Google Earth, you see a lot of those big deserts going across. People say, oh, that's just natural geological formations over time. This has become an arid desert. No, that's war. If you go to Egypt and stick your hand deep in the sands, eventually you're going to come up with balls of glass. How do you get glass and sand? 3,000 plus degree temperatures. You go to Mohenjo-Daro in the Indus Valley. What are you going to see there? Dead bodies still in the streets from thousands of years ago, still holding hands, never been scavenged. The buildings that they lived in turned to glass. How can that be? We're talking about 3,000 plus degree temperature weapons fire. We're talking about this war that happened in the ancient past. Amun-Ra wanted to continue he started the first war to take over the earth early because he didn't want to wait for his processional period to rule. And then this is the guy who says you must say amen after everything. Say amen. Everything you give thanks for, you're saying amen to him. So when you say amen, you're thanking him.
Yeah.
A brutal killing guy. But anyway, so he says it's a fact. So he started one war to take over early, which he won.
Yeah.
He started a second war to stay in power.
Yeah.
In that second war, he escaped. He was almost killed, but he left his kingship and the finances of the kingdom to the Ra-Kam. And R-A-K-A-M. So that translates into modern words. Kam translates into childs. So now you translate Rothschild.
Oh!
Shit, yeah.
Got him!
Yeah.
I think he was going to rock.
See, right to the right. Hold on. Rothschild. So the Rothschild ends up being the Rothschild banking dynasty.
Yeah, $700 trillion dynasty. Still running the planet until this day.
Are they really?
Oh yeah, they run all the banks, all the central banking systems.
Oh,
globally.
This is awesome. Let's go. It's like my YouTube wormhole. Okay. So Rothschild ends up being the Rothschild banking dynasty.
Yeah.
But didn't the Rothschild banking dynasty start in like Austria or something in modern times? Like,
see,
how do we jump?
When you have these kind of people that you put in positions of power and they continue to fund and help each other, they always find a way to get back to where they want to be because there's only one recipe. And once you understand and know the recipe, you can do it. You can start from zero and get it all back.
And what is the recipe?
What's the recipe to building any kind of level of success? I had a business that I built into a very big business and I lost everything a long time ago. I was homeless. I was sleeping in my car, okay, on the beach in North Miami, Aventura. And somebody lent me $30. I put $10 in my gas tank and the other $20 I converted to quarters. This is in the 90s. I got the yellow pages out and I started cold calling businesses to get out of the marketing company, getting new accounts. I got me some new accounts. I built my business back up. I got off the street, got a new car, got a new house, became a multi-millionaire again. So the recipe, understanding what it takes to be successful, once it's ingrained in you, it never changes. I don't care what business it is. They could be selling cow chips in Wisconsin, you'll be a billionaire. And so they understood that it was in their DNA.
Can you tell us what that is? We want to learn.
I teach classes on this.
Give us a little tidbit. You know, give us a little.
One thing you have to know, obviously, if you have to be passionate about what you're doing.
Yeah.
See, they're passionate about putting their boo in people's necks. And
really?
They're passionate. I remember one of the Rothschilds. I can't remember which one it was. I don't know if it was Evelyn or the other one. He says, "We have the right to rule over people." Exact same. Yeah. They believe that they have the right to rule over us and to oversee us. They believe that's their genetic lineage. So if you're passionate about something, you're going to do it to its highest level, and it's never going to feel like you worked a day in your life. So the trick to becoming successful is to find your passion and then find a need for that passion in the world. Once you find a need for the passion in the world, then you supply that passion to the person or company that needs it. Now that energy exchange puts money in your bank account. So you never chase the money. I never focus on how much money I can make. I was focused on following my passion and providing that passion to the world. Money is just a side effect of the energy exchange. That's the recipe.
And then these central banks that the Rothschilds have created. Is there any benefit to them? Like, is it nice to have a central bank? Like, if you were to make the argument for them, what would you say?
Well, listen, anyone who can make trillions of dollars off of money that doesn't exist,
it's pretty good.
Pretty good damn deal.
Yeah.
I just punch a couple of zeros and ones into a computer, and all of a sudden it turns into trillions of dollars of money that's backed by absolute nothing but consciousness and attribution. If we had $1 billion in this room right now, and it was -30, and we had to sleep here overnight, knowing that we're going to get pulmonary edema from breathing in cold air, we'd burn it. Because now the value of the money is only heat to keep us alive for one more day. Money is just what we consciously attribute to it.
So how have they convinced us that we should consciously attribute value to this money?
Goes back to the Sumerian tablets. You go back, you discover where hoping was implemented, where these Anunnaki gods put this monetary system in place thousands of years ago. And they said, okay, if you, we're going to have to really monetize this system that we're creating. So you have lambs, you have apple orchards. You bring 2 satchels of apples, that's the value of 1 lamb. Right. If when you get to him, he only doesn't have a lamb, he's going to give you an IOU. And we have millions of IOUs in cuneiform form.
Yeah.
We discovered them. So I go to him, the first time I get my lamb, I go home. The second time I come back, it's now offering time. He only has enough to give me a half lamb. I got to give him 2 satchels of apples. I get a half lamb and an IOU for another half. I come back a month later, man, there's a shortage of lambs now.
This is fractional reserve banking.
Yeah.
Describing.
I give you a leg and I give you a head.
So this is really a function. My understanding is this is a function of like the problem is really the weight of gold. Like at least when it entered like the true banking system in Europe, like it's hard to just carry your gold around all the time.
Right.
So then if somebody has your gold, they can give you the IOUs for the gold. You can pay those IOUs knowing full well there's gold in there. But if you start handing out more IOUs than there is gold, nobody's going to ask because we all believe the gold is there, but it's not really there, and that's kind of our banking system.
Exactly.
Right? And that's when people say, I think banks only need to have like 10% or 20% of the actual funds in the bank itself.
Correct. If we all went to the bank today and said, give me my money, the banking system would collapse because everyone would not get their money. It'd be impossible to get your money out.
Yeah, let's not do that.
No, that'd be a bad situation. That'd be a really bad day.
Yeah. And that's what people call, that's the run on the bank term, right? Like when there's an economic collapse and everybody wants to go take their money out and then the bank goes, hey, we're stopping withdrawals today because
shorting stock.
Yeah. All right, guys, let's take a break for a second. Listen, let's just face it, okay? After a night with drinks, we don't bounce back the next day like we used to. I'm 40 years old, okay? Even a night of responsible drinking after some shows can ruin the next day completely. But luckily, there is now a surefire way to wake up feeling fresh after a night of drinking, and it's with Z-Biotics. Z-Biotics is the world's first genetically engineered pre-alcohol probiotic, okay? Let me explain this here. When you drink alcohol, it gets converted into a toxic byproduct in your gut, okay? It's this byproduct, not the dehydration, which is what they tell you. that's to blame for your rough next day. Z-Biotics is a probiotic drink that produces an enzyme to break this byproduct down. So just remember to make Z-Biotics your first drink of the night. Drink responsibly, and you'll feel your best tomorrow. You have this in the tummy first. Then you have those responsible drinks. But the Z-Biotic is already cooking, is getting to work. It's producing that little enzyme. It's breaking down that gut byproduct that has been really causing you to have horrible mornings, vacations, weddings, birthdays, and reunions, all these different occasions. What we're going to do, we're going to start out with the Z-Biotics. Simple as that. So go to zbiotics.com/flagrant to get 15% off the first store. When you use flagrant at checkout, okay, Z-Biotics is backed with 100% money back guarantee. So if you're unsatisfied for any reason, they'll refund your money, no questions asked. Think about that. Think about that for a second. That's a lot of confidence that this is going to work. Remember to head to zbiotics.com/flagrant and use the code flagrant at checkout for 15% off. Thank you, Z-Biotics, for sponsoring this episode and our good times. Now let's get back to the show. All right, guys, we're going to take a break real quick so I can help you make the biggest no-brainer decision ever. If you're looking to have some nice alcoholic beverages in the comfort of your own home, have it delivered to you with DoorDash. Obviously, you use DoorDash to get food delivered to you. So just take the next logical step of having alcohol delivered to you as well. The alcohol selection on DoorDash is top shelf. Beer, wine mixers, mocktail, and more can be delivered straight to your door. There are thousands of stores all over the country, so you're sure to find what you're looking for and more. And whether you want to have alcohol delivered to your own home or even send someone a nice bottle of something as a gift, using DoorDash is an absolute no-brainer. You didn't know this was possible. We're telling you it's possible. And on top of that, okay, on top of you getting your drinks in hand without lifting a finger with DoorDash, you're going to use the code FLAGRANT to get 25% off up to a $15 value when you spend $35 or more on drinks through DoorDash. For eligible users, only terms apply. Must be 21 over to order. Alcohol, obviously. Drink responsibly. Delivery and promotions available only in select markets. Now let's get back to the show.
Can you talk to us about the pyramids? What are pyramids? Why do they show up in every culture? And what is their function?
Can I just say one thing? Because some people would say the pyramid is just the easiest physical structure to create at that size, right? Because if you create a building that just goes straight up, wind can rock it side by side and it goes. Whereas a pyramid is just the most stable structure. So that would be like the what do you call like the mainstream thought? What is that? What do you refer to?
Just saying that it's a
No. What do you call mainstream thinking in your discipline? Do you call it what is that? What is the term? No, the term that you would use for like what they teach in school. Well,
mainstream.
Okay, so the mainstream thinking would be the boring one, the one that we didn't ask you to come on this show to talk about at all. So please do not say, the physics works best for a pyramid. But they would just go, hey, if when kids are building with blocks, they eventually realize if they build it too tall, it falls down. So let's build in this way, and then that creates a pyramid. But I'm sure you have something way more interesting.
So I'll go into the structure of the pyramid construction, and I'll go into why. So what's interesting is the pyramids.
Is there any time where you're reading this and like you see an explanation that makes a little bit more sense, and you're just like, that shit sucks?
No, I look at everything. See, what I do is I research everything, and sometimes over time, some of my theories evolve.
Good.
And I think that's a true sign of someone who's really seeking real knowledge.
Yeah, but don't involve them too bored.
Versus somebody who's just into dogma. Because once I get so hard set into my own theories, and I'm not willing to take any new input, now I'm just a preacher at a church.
Facts.
Literally, I'm just preaching dogma at that point.
Yeah. So today, it's church. I just
Okay.
want to let you know. This is church. You can preach all you want. Yeah.
So,
really getting loose. We might need some tequila.
Yeah.
Do you drink?
I don't drink.
Okay, nothing.
I don't smoke either.
Nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
Really? What about DMT?
Just water.
Or mushrooms?
Just water.
So, because
Water and coffee.
I'm sure you've heard of the profound effects of
A lot of great effects. A lot of people have helped a lot of people. I have nothing against it.
I'm talking on the ancients.
Oh yeah, listen, I talk about it in my podcast. It's real ancient stuff, but it will rewire your brain And so once I read that, because I research everything before I do anything, I realized, well, I like the way my brain is structured right now.
So you don't want to relearn.
If there's any slight risk that I could lose my memory system, it scares me.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Because my memory system is really good. Like my ability, my recall capability.
Yeah, your attention is
pretty
on
sound.
point. Yeah.
So I'm like, what if I do this and I lose that because it rewires? Not that I'm afraid to do it. I don't want to lose my file cabinet. That's really all it is.
Okay, have you always been like that? I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Like since you were a child?
Since I was a child, yeah. I started reading at 1. I was reading at 10 months child books, but by 1 I was reading real books. Yeah, I read my first, as a toddler, I read my first novel, which was The Sea Wolf by Jack London. Yeah. Not that big of a novel, but I read it. So anyway, the pyramids. Now let's take a look at the structure.
How do you even understand the things in the book?
I don't know. I always knew stuff. Yeah. That's why I had a brother who was only 1 year younger than me, and my sister was 6 years younger than me. And I would look at them and I'd say, these are real kids. They're like babies. But nobody could see what I could see.
Wow.
I told my mom.
Did you think that your siblings were stupid?
No, I just thought that they were babies.
So you knew that you were operating as an adult.
Yeah, it was a little different.
Got it. But you thought that the expectation for them was normal and you were different.
Yeah, because I tried to talk to them about my stuff and they just couldn't. They couldn't even understand what I was trying to tell. So I gave up.
Okay.
I was walking around for decades with all this stuff in my head, just kind of like wandering through the wastelands of life,
Who do you think read more, you or Cat Williams?
Cat Williams read more.
Oh, really? You don't think you got
I'm not
Cat?
going to compete with him.
You don't think you got Cat?
I'm not going to. I read over 1,000 scriptures, cylinder. I have 1,500 books of math that I've read. That's one. But I read over 1,000 scriptures, cylinder scrolls, papyruses, ancient text tablets, you name it, from all around the world.
Take that, Cat.
But I'm not going to take anything away from him. Whatever he said he read. So yeah.
Okay.
Pyramid. So let's look at first thing, the structure. Okay, these blocks are all different. They're not the same exact size.
Right.
They're all custom made and custom fit. So the Lego theory would work
if
the blocks were all the same. In other words, I know these blocks go for this particular. These blocks are going to be the same size. No matter what, I can stack them over here or intermingle them. Every block is individually custom made to fit right where it is. So that becomes very, very difficult. It's like the Great Pyramid, over 2 million blocks of stone. And nobody realizes they're all different, 2 million blocks. Each individual stone is totally different from the other one. Which means you can't make a cookie cutter and say, okay, we got these blocks ready, let's stack them up. Didn't quite work that way because they're all different. Now you have to take into consideration also the subterranean part of the Great Pyramid. The subterranean shaft, which cuts through solid stone and goes down 65 meters, then another 30 meters down beneath that, which I've been down there. How in the world did they cut that through solid stones that were already stacked? Some type of a laser cutting tool. And if you look at the mud ramp theory, the floating theory is a farce. You can't float these stones. The second thing we'll look at would be the mud ramp theory.
The floating theory, really quick, is the idea was that the Nile ran right up against.
Right.
I think the pier. So they were taking the stones from the Aswan Valley. I'm pretty sure.
Some of the granite from Aswan, and then some of the stones from not too far away.
But the idea is that you could float them up the Nile, so they weren't. Because the original theory, I think, was that they were rolling them across the sand, and people were like, "How could you possibly do that?" But the floating theory, I guess, makes sense in terms of a human's capability to move a heavy object.
Yeah. But you have to displace mass.
Right.
What are you displacing mass with for that level of mass in water? Highly unlikely that they would be able to displace that much mass to keep them floating. Otherwise, they sink. I mean, look at all the mafia movies. They just throw you in, and you don't come back up. And you have a lot of air in your lungs too.
Yeah. What were they using? There's like a video of this. What were they using to keep them afloat?
I forget, palm leaves or something. It was something ridiculous. It wasn't too bright.
It's on logs or something like that, maybe. Anyway, go on.
Anyway, so you have that, but then also you have to take a look at the mud ramp theory, which is you need more mass in the Great Pyramid in mud to actually have the mud ramps. So now you have to move more mass than the 2 billion blocks to make the ramp. Again,
and I mean, the ramp is how they were building the pyramid up in that way, so you need a ramp to bring the blocks up.
Right.
And then when you get on top, do they just slide down? Like, I'm so confused about how you finish that final stone.
It's a bad theory. It's a bad theory. So once you start really analyzing the stones, the structures, the way that they're interlocked, you see there's an interlocking design system. And each stone is custom made to be put in place, which means it needs to be created at the moment that it's needed. How do you do that? How are you going to get this stone up this mud ramp or float it up into this area and then put it into a spot that it doesn't really fit? Oh, man, mistake. It doesn't go here. It doesn't make any sense. The blueprint for the Great Pyramid, for example, was so sound, they had foreknowledge of exactly how to build it and why. And so you see that these stones were made and cut and put into place exactly, precisely when needed. It didn't take 20 years, in my opinion. It probably took maybe less than a year to build a pyramid. Now, what's the purpose of the Great Pyramid?
Why less than
a
year?
If you look at the, I took my
I've been there. I've seen it.
I took my Geiger counter and my compass and everything else, and you start to realize that this is so high tech. It's like throwing up a house in my neighborhood. It takes them 18 months to throw a house up.
Yeah.
This is not one of those things where we're trying to figure out as we go. This is something that has been done so many times. It's common knowledge.
So this is advanced planning. They had the the logistics and the schematics all built out. You need to for how sophisticated it is. I subscribe to that. They're not throwing it all together.
Well, check this out. The Great Pyramid, if you're calculating by the size of the base and the size of the stones, you can calculate the time, 365 days in a year. You can calculate the distance from the Earth to the Moon. You can calculate the distance from the Earth to the Sun. You can calculate the speed of the Earth around the Sun, the speed of the Earth on its axis, the speed of the Sun around the Milky Way galaxy, and the speed of the Milky Way galaxy around the local cluster, all from the Great Pyramid mathematics. So now you got to tell me, how in the world did that fit in with the rolling logs, the water, or the mud ramp? We're talking about advanced technology, advanced things that made that pyramid as a time capsule of incredible knowledge. A star map even is built into it to tell us who was here in the ancient past and who did it and how. When you take all the temples that are around the pyramid and the other two pyramids that are next to it, and you look at it from the sky looking down, and you connect them, you get an inner planet system of our solar system. You get the sun in the middle, you get Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars. So you get the interplanetary solar system from Giza looking straight down. And what's incredible is when you take the NASA interplanetary solar map and you overlay it on that diagram, it matches down to the millimeter. Was NASA around back then? No. I'm just asking for a friend. So obviously they knew what the hell they were doing. And also the distance from the sun to the Earth and to all these other planets by the astronomical unit, which is in astrophysics. How did they get that? The Grand Gallery leading up to the King's Chamber, the longitude is the exact digits of the speed of light in meters per second.
Oh, really?
Meters didn't exist back then.
You got like stair tunnel that goes there? Really?
Yeah, the location is the exact digits of the speed of light in meters per second. Well, guess what I found?
What's that?
I found Proto-Sumerian cuneiform in Mesoamerica on pottery, and also tablets that show a Proto-Sumerian metric system. And I didn't find it myself, obviously, but I found the record of it and the documentation of it. It's legitimate. And so the metric system existed long before that French guy discovered it. He only rediscovered what already existed. Yeah. So it's like, man, then you look at the pyramid, it was sitting on top of an aquifer. The aquifer is dry now because the Nile is gone, the war happened and everything else. But when you have running water underneath magnetized crystal granite, you get physiostatic electricity. Those ions push up into the Grand Gallery. Some of the water comes up and goes down into the Queen's Chamber. I'll talk about that in a second. The energy from those ions moves up into the King's Chamber. It stepped up. Well, before it had to have that little box there. The box was added, by the way. Before that box there, it had the capability of creating fusion and sending electricity through apex. When the pyramid was broken, the structure was broken, they added that box. That box is the same exact dimensions as the Ark of the Covenant.
The box you're talking about is that like tomb, like
that rose granite box that's inside. Yeah.
Yeah. How they did get that in there?
Yeah, they added it later on. How to get a lot of the stuff, I think they teleported or manifested. But well, look, and listen to this. Check this out. Let me tell you. Let me tell you where I get it from. Let me tell you where I get it from. Listen, listen to me. Come on. In the Emerald Tablet, listen to me. I'm gonna give you some science now. In the Emerald Tablet,
give us some science.
Listen to me. In the Emerald Tablet, Stoke talks about manifesting solid matter. He talks about it in a specific way, manifesting solid matter.
I mean, it is when you're in there insane to get this too.
Well, let me tell you. He manifests solid matter from photons and cymatic frequencies.
Cymatic frequencies?
Yeah.
What is that?
Sound waves.
Fuck.
Yeah. So we know that in string theory and quantum physics that the way that the universe is formed and shaped is all based on vibrating microscopic strings that are emanating matter into existence through this frequency creates the illusion of reality. He's talking about this 36,000 years ago. Well, just 5 years ago, 2 scientists in a laboratory in the UK used for the first time ever photons and cymatics to manifest solid matter in a laboratory. Duplicatable, became peer-reviewed science. Peer-reviewed science.
Okay,
so we've now rediscovered a way to create matter from photons and sound frequencies.
And I'm imagining they're doing this on a microscopic level.
Yes, on a very small level.
But the idea is, if it could be done on a very small level, then it could potentially be done on a very large level.
Now you're talking about literally manifesting entire structures.
Oh.
You send into the computer the blueprint you want.
So this is 3D printing.
And this thing prints out a whole building like this. When I went to Angkor Wat, before I get back to the pyramids, I took people on a big tour of Angkor Wat. My second time. That's the largest temple complex in the world, located in Cambodia.
Oh wow! Okay.
And it's a pyramidal type structure. It's got the 3 rises on it, and it looks like poured rock. It's massive. It's megalithic. The X-Men mansion is based on this thing.
Can we bring that up, Mark?
All right, what's it called? Angkor Wat. Angkor W-A-T. 2 words. Angkor, A-N-G-K-O-R, then Wat, W-A-T. Now, what's interesting about Angkor Wat is the legend of the indigenous people there is that it was built in a day and a night.
Sure. But is this like biblical day and night? Like, obviously.
No, it's day and night. They said that the gods built it in a day and a night. But that's not the only account of hearing that. It's been said in many, many different cultures around the world that a lot of these structures were built at a very rapid pace. In other words, again, foreknowledge, understanding, construction techniques. They had the whole thing ready to go. They understood. There's the one in the middle there. The middle down there to the right. Right. Yep, that's it. Now, look at that moat. This moat, which goes around Angkor Wat, I forget how many hectares it is, but it's more mass of mud removed to create that moat around Angkor Wat than the pyramid itself.
Oh, so the moat isn't natural?
No, it's man-made.
What?
It's more mass than the Great Pyramid by multitudes. Now,
meaning they had to excavate.
They had to excavate.
And how did they get the water for it? Did they excavate up into a river?
Good question. Yeah. There's mountains. There's a flow of water coming in. There's some water coming from underneath, and also they had to utilize that water for irrigation. So you're talking about calculus, you're talking about geology, you're talking about advanced mathematics, you're talking about excavation technique. There it goes. Look at this one. Excavation technique.
I mean, that's
you don't, as a civilization that long ago, say, you know what? Let's drain all of our resources to dig this hole in the ground.
So there's no way that was already naturally formed out.
No, they created it from scratch.
I mean, the first one.
Yeah, they created it from scratch. And what's interesting about it is this:
shit.
You don't move more mass in the Great Pyramid on a hope and a wish that it's going to work. Think about that for a minute. Do you drain your entire civilization's resources to dig out that much mass and hope it's going to create irrigation and water flow and sustain its height and levels and everything else?
No, this is more impressive. Digging out that much
foreknowledge.
Mud is way more impressive.
This is foreknowledge. You don't do this. You don't start a project like this until you already know it's going to work.
But like, how would you even?
like I can understand the idea of moving big blocks, right? And even cutting big blocks. But digging out a moat of that size with what?
Yeah, exactly.
Shovels? You know, like a block is the size that it is, right? You can maybe carve it out of, you know, some sort of like limestone valley, and then let's say you could move it with ancient techniques that are, you know, seem pretty rudimentary to us now, but in reality they were effective. Let's say that. Moving big things is possible.
It's possible.
But to dig out that much, I mean, it would just be hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people with like a shovel can't even be that big at a certain point in time. It's like, what's the
13 feet deep. 13 feet deep. Yeah. Pretty long. When you do the math,
and then how do you maintain the walls?
Yeah, it's all
because wouldn't like you see this, but you see this happen. I think with rivers, like the reason why rivers have these bends in them. There's a mathematical formula that can predict the bends in a river.
Correct.
And the erosion patterns that happen on rivers cause the river water to sway, which further erodes, and then the water comes back in the other direction, which further erodes. So you can actually calculate the bends in a river. The same thing, I mean, granted, water's not flowing here, but it would flow in. You would have erosion of these walls, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that seems pretty...
That's incredible.
So are they reinforcing it in some way?
It has to be. I mean, I have not been able to dive down there and look myself, but it has to be reinforced. It has to be a water break of some type that keeps it from... and it's also a pool.
Is this water stale?
No, it's fresh. It's good water.
But flowing from where? Like eventually the water would go.
It rotates down from the mountains. It flows through, and then even they have these tubes that go out and irrigate fields local nearby. So they also use it for irrigation. This is advanced knowledge.
And this is how many years ago?
Thousands of years ago. They try to say that this was built only about maybe 800 years ago by this king who lived to the age of, I think he only lived to the age of 45. It would have been impossible for that work to be done with the rudimentary tools that they said he used in a time frame that he was alive. And you look at the glyphs, this thing is littered with hieroglyphs. I mean, sophisticated hieroglyphs that are laser etched, and every square inch is covered, which means we're talking about something, in my opinion, super ancient. This thing could be 20, 30,000 years old. I think the king who took them and put his name on it did what everyone else does. He goes in, some hot shit, cleans it up. Yeah, it's mine. You know, refurbishes it a little bit. This is mine. I built this. No, you didn't build it.
Is there any cool stuff that's in the hieroglyphs or the?
Well, there you go, right there, dinosaur.
The what?
See that dinosaur, that Stegosaurus?
Right here? No, that's Brontosaurus.
Down left. Down left. Brontosaurus was down left.
Oh, there's a Stegosaurus. Holy shit.
Yeah. I took a picture right next to that thing. There's several of them over there. And so what it proves is...
Oh, no.
It proves that these people knew what the dinosaurs looked like with the meat on their bones, which is pretty interesting.
Oh, no.
So even if they found a skeleton, they might not see, like, all the scales
and the muscle structure and everything else.
Yeah, to me, it's the muscle structure that's more impressive than the actual...
Yeah.
Now, is it possible... Fuck.
Yeah.
That one's tricky.
Yeah.
How did Stegosauri exist in this part of the world?
I don't know.
Like, can we look at Asia and see if there's?
I've never looked into it.
I imagine like the landmass that is China now extended into the Asian Pacific.
Yeah, we're it's all.
So it would be possible that these animals would be frequenting these locations millions of years ago. Whoa! Okay, what other cool things that just make no sense?
This is where they filmed the Temple of Doom.
Got it.
The Temple of Doom was filmed there at Ta Prohm, which I went to Ta Prohm. But these sites are all really majestic and super ancient.
What about are there other like dinosaur images?
Yeah,
is there other imagery of anything else?
4 more dinosaur images at the temple. I don't know if you can.
What about the top left one, Mark?
Right here?
Yeah. What is there? There's a long-necked creature. It could be a camel.
That's an elephant. Yeah, they have a lot of elephants.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Look at these 3D glyphs, though. They're pretty elaborate.
Oh, my God.
And they're all over the place. Imagine covering hundreds of miles with those glyphs nonstop from the top of the wall, from the bottom of the wall to the top of the wall.
Okay, let's assume, for example, it did happen 800 years ago. what other majestic creations did this culture that was clearly so advanced for the time create? It wouldn't be one thing, right?
No.
It would be many, like you see in Egypt. There are many different pyramids. There are many different structures. So what else is...
There's about 40 incredible temples around that same area.
Got it. So it's not just this one
No,
thing.
it's not just that one thing. There are literally, I haven't even been to all the temples yet. And I've been there twice. It takes 38 hours to get there.
What?
Yeah, it takes 38 hours to get there. It's
Why?
hard to get there. That's how far away it is. You gotta fly from, I live in Florida, so I gotta fly from Florida to Qatar usually, from Qatar to Bangkok, from Bangkok to Cambodia. Yeah,
Wow.
it's hard to get there.
And what was the temple used for, in your opinion?
Well, that's interesting. There's a gigantic pool on the inside of this. On the second story, it's a megalithic pool and has to weigh, I don't know how many tens of thousands of tons. And it's on the second floor. There's another one on the third floor. There's a famous picture of me getting blessed by a monk sitting in front of one of those pools. The water's not in them. There goes one right there.
Get the fuck out of here.
I mean, what's supporting that structure? I mean, how did they know how to build this? And each one of those stones in the basin are super megalithic, like in Egypt. Massive, like super massive. If I was standing, you'd get some size comparison to how big those stones are. And they're just sitting there, and there's no collapse. After all these thousands of years, there's no collapse.
And why would there be collapse?
Well, if you don't understand how to distribute weight loads, if you don't understand calculus and mass ratios, this would collapse. But this is thousands of years, and it's still sitting there perfect. I bet if you fill it with water, the water wouldn't even leak out of it.
And you're saying there's one on the second floor and another on the third floor that actually has water in it?
No, there's no water. They're both empty, probably because they don't want tourists to drown.
Yeah. Does it rain here?
It's a rainforest, yeah. So it rains all the
So
time.
maybe the rainy season would fill it with water.
Yeah. Well, they have holes now. There's little portholes they have. I don't know if you can't see from this angle. No, on this side here. And I think it's just the drainage. But yeah, it's incredible, man.
Wow.
What an incredible place to visit.
All right, guys, I'm very excited to tell you about this next company that is sponsoring this podcast today because they're literally providing the two things that I need in my life now that I have a 10-week-old baby, okay? They're providing me with energy and focus and sleep. It is that simple. Gum and mints that actually help give you the energy you need and they help you sleep depending on which you choose, all right? First, we have the energy and focus. It's got the B6, it's got natural caffeine, and the L-theanine, or whatever the hell you pronounce it. It doesn't matter to you. What matters is it's going to keep you up and focused, okay? It's been clinically proven and shown to improve short-term sustained attention and overall cognition. They have two delicious flavors, cinnamon and peppermint, and it's the quickest, most portable way to get some energy. If you don't have time to run and get a coffee, you can just pop a piece of gum or a mint, you just keep it moving. You'll freshen your breath and add a little pep in your step. Look at this lovely little container. And then when it's bedtime, okay, Neuro also has sleep and recharge mints. They're perfect for you to take with you if you travel, like your boys. We're on planes, all these different time zones, different situations, not going to bed. You don't even love the bed you're going to be sleeping in. How do we make sure we get a good night's sleep? Bang. Simply put, right there. They have the nightberry and mixedberry option. Pick either 1 milligram or 5 milligrams of melatonin. It's up to you, which is clinically shown to regulate the body's circadian rhythm, your sleep-wake cycle. And they have patented cold compression technology that allows you to get consistent and accurate melatonin dosing in each mint to help you stay asleep. What I'm telling you is, if you're in a situation like mine, where you need to get that sleep in when you can, and you need to focus when you might not be having a lot of sleep, absolute no-brainer from Neuro. Okay, so if you want to try Neuro for yourself, you go to www.neurogum.com. That is NEUROGUM.com. Use the code FLAGRANT. You're going to get 15% off your first order of sleep and recharge or energy and focus gum. And on your first subscription order. That is www.neurogum.com, spelled NEUROGUM, and use the code FLAGRANT for 15% off your first order of gum or mints. Good luck. Now let's get back to the show. All right, guys, let's take a break for a second. Mother's Day is coming up. We need to do something thoughtful, okay? This is actually a fantastic idea. The Skylight Calendar is a smart touchscreen calendar and organizer for all your chores, groceries, to-do lists, all this other stuff. It's a great, thoughtful gift. But not only because of that, this is the reason why I think it's really awesome. You can program and load up whatever pictures you want into the Skylight frame. Okay, so while the frame is taking and managing all of your appointments and groceries and all the other stuff, or your mom's, it might be a nice gift to give to your mom. What you really want to do is change out pictures of you and your mom when you're kids, your mom taking care of your brother, your sister, all of you, an embarrassing, funny moment of your mom. And now you're giving your mom not just a new picture on, let's say, her birthday, let's say Mother's Day, but whenever you want, you're sending her that reminder that you love her and you miss her without actually going over to her house, which is something I know you never do. Look at this, 2 birds with 1 stone. Your mom feels good and thinks about you, and you don't have to do anything. So that's why I think that you're going to really love this gift. It's a super easy thing to set up. It syncs events from existing family calendars. Again, it has all the stuff. It has all the tech stuff that your old-ass mom probably doesn't even know how to use. But if she did know how to use it, she could use it. But most importantly, you're going to get to filter in those pictures, surprise your mom, embarrass her at a nice dinner party. I'm telling you, you can be thoughtful, you can be antagonistic, which is all you want to do when it comes to your lovely, beautiful mother. Also, your satisfaction is 100% guaranteed. So if you don't love the Skylight Calendar, they offer a 120-day money-back guarantee and free refund. So what do you have to lose? Absolutely nothing. As a limited time special offer for our listeners, you can get 15% off your purchase of a Skylight Calendar when you go to skylight.com/flagrant. That is SKYLIGHTCAL.com/flagrant. Mother's Day is coming right up. So order it today to get 15% off your purchase at skylightcal.com/flagrant. Is there any conspiracy theory that's wildly accepted that you disregard?
In regards to which?
Just, it could be anything. It could be like 9/11 was an inside job.
Flat
Or like,
Earth. I don't believe in flat Earth stuff.
you don't buy the flat Earth.
My teachings in science and real science tell me I understand mathematics, I understand spheres, I understand physics, accretion disks, quantum physics, quantum mechanics, all these things. They spell out how the universe looks mathematically.
Yeah.
The universe itself is a sphere. We're living in a fractal of that.
Oh yeah, I want to get into that.
Wait, one last question about pyramids.
So what is the purpose of like the pyramids of Giza?
Oh yes.
Okay, yeah. So the Great Pyramid is a power generation system, or was. When the energy shot out of the apex, the magnetized crystal granite obelisk would capture that ambient energy. And if you had something called a JED, you can connect that JED with a wire, which we have pictures of the hieroglyphs of them doing this, to light bulbs and electroplating devices and everything else. And you can power tools. So you had the power tools, power lighting capability through ambient energy, the same technique that Nikola Tesla used to build the 45th Tower. That was eventually, he lost the funding from J.P. Morgan. And then the bent pyramid is not bent because it was an accident. They got the angle wrong. That's baloney. The bent pyramid was told to me by one of my mentors, who was a homegrown Egyptologist that passed away a couple years ago, unfortunately. So it's a diagnostics tool. And so inside the bent pyramid, which I climbed all the way to the apex from the inside. Have you been to the inside, going all the way to the top?
I haven't visited the bent pyramid. I've only been to Giza.
When you get into the top and you look over, you get to see down to this other, I guess you want to call it a room. And in that area, he said, if somebody was sick or injured, they would be brought into this one chamber, which I climbed into. It took 140 people in there in groups. There's another area that would be full of water. And then they would gong this stone, and it would create this resonance that would vibrate throughout all the different other chambers. And the person at top, they call him the priest, he would look over, and he would see almost like an x-ray of the person's body. I know it sounds fanciful, but that's what was said. If you look at the bent pyramid and you look at the pyramid of the sun side by side, it's the same exact structure.
The bent pyramid and the pyramid
of the sun in Teotihuacan, Mexico.
Got it.
Right? Very similar shape.
Yeah.
So the shape isn't an accident.
It's not the exact same, but I hear what you're saying.
The angles change of the angle, the look, the feel of it. You kind of get the idea.
Now, the argument for the 1 and 2 Teotihuacan is they're going to say that this would create the most structural integrity. Whereas the bent pyramid, I think that they say that they were using like a mud
blocks, right? And didn't
those stones are limestone in this
bent pyramid?
Yeah.
My understanding was that it was kind of collapsing under its own weight.
No. The bent doing a whole show on this.
I believe. Yeah.
The bent pyramid. You see those areas on the corner that are dark and all kind of chewed up.
Mm-hmm.
When you go up right on them, you notice that they're actually burnt. They're charred, and then there's a debris field coming off of the corner down into where the sand is. And I have some of the samples that we had looked at. Those samples of charred stone, burnt stone. And what's going to burn and char that stone and create these explosions? There's another area around the other side where a huge piece of it's been blown off. You can see that it's hit and it's blown out, not collapsing. And so what would make that amount of debris fly that far away from the pyramid? If something collapses, it falls straight down.
Yeah.
This stuff goes up and out. And you can kind of calculate the trajectory. You go, oh man, something impacted this. A projectile impacted this pyramid. So it's another remnant of an ancient war, in my opinion. That same war that I told you about earlier. But the Grand Pyramid is like that by design.
So you're saying that these pyramids were power systems?
Not all of them. This one was supposed to be, according to my source, a diagnostics tool.
But the Great Pyramid of Giza was a power system.
Power plant, yes.
I've heard this before.
And there's been books written about this by engineers.
Yeah, and how would it function as a power plant?
Well, it functions well. Like I said, running water underneath granite creates physiostatic electricity.
Yeah.
In the area that you walked up at Grand Gallery, there's these slots on the side.
Okay.
And we estimate, or we hypothesize, that there were rods in those sections. They call them resonating rods.
Okay.
And that would step up the energy going into the king's chamber. And then from there was some type of fusion that would happen. If you notice that a stone box inside the king's chamber has a big chunk missing off of it, and if you look across directly to the wall, 20 feet away, you can see where that chunk that flew off impacted the wall and created the shape of that broken piece. How can you break rose granite and send it that distance and crash into another piece of granite and have it break into that piece? So we know that there was an explosion in there. Okay?
Yeah.
So evidence of an explosion. It's a power generator. Now the queen, what I was talking about earlier, the queen's chamber, water would flow into that. And Christopher Dunn, when I interviewed him the other day, after all these years of me talking about this, I had no idea he had the same hypothesis. This guy's a real engineer. The water would go down there, and through electrolysis, they would extract hydrogen atoms from the water.
Okay.
So if you take a battery, like a 9-volt battery, put it in a glass of water, you'll start seeing bubbles.
Okay.
That's the hydrogen coming out of the water.
Okay.
Extracting, it's that easy to do. It's not hard. I'm trying to make the point, like it's not like real science. It's simple. You need to understand positive, negative volts. Anyway, so why hydrogen? The shafts of the pyramid, the open shafts, they align with star systems. They align with Orion, Deberon, Sirius star system, right? All these different star systems on different alignments and different precession of the equinoxes. What communication method do we use right now, like at SETI and in modern technology, astrophysics, to try to communicate with ET? We transmit information on the hydrogen frequency because it's the most abundant frequency in the universe. So in my opinion, this is my own hypothesis. Now, see, I always tell you the difference between text and my hypothesis. On those alignments, we would transmit information to those star systems, updates on our breakaway civilization, to our other.
So they were not using it as a power system.
They use it as both. It's a multifunctional stone computer and a power generator.
So it's a power generator for Egypt, whatever they were doing. Okay. And then it's also a communication device for other galaxies.
Correct. That's my personal opinion. Other star systems, not galaxies.
Sorry, other star systems.
Yeah, right.
Is it a galaxy, a star system?
Well, our Milky Way galaxy has trillions of star systems inside of it.
So, got it.
Yeah. And there's
the galaxy has the star systems. Yeah. Each star system, we are within one star system. Got it.
And how's the Ark of the Covenant? Well, when the Great Pyramid, for some reason, stopped producing enough power, they took the Ark of the Covenant and they created that rose granite box inside the king's chamber and they put it inside of it.
What is the Ark of the Covenant?
It's a power generating technology. How do we know this?
Because
what is it? What do people think it is? I've heard the Ark of the Covenant.
I think it's this holy thing that existed that just protected the Hebrews and protected them from the Pharaoh. It's a lot more than that. When you begin to read even the biblical text, you discover it was technology. The person that handled it had to have on rubber boots, right? It's electric. You had to have on special rubber gloves. You had to have on these breastplates to help diffract some of the radiation that was coming out of it. And if you didn't have that stuff on and you touched it, you die instantly. People thought it was holy and magical. No, it's just technology. You're getting shocked to death.
Right.
Now, the descriptions of this thing, setting out lightning bolts and all this stuff, and vibrations and buzzes, it's electrical. So some scientists at a university in America reproduced it, utilizing the same instructions in the biblical text.
Reproduced what?
The Ark of the Covenant. And guess what? It generated so much power they had to shut it down. And anyone can Google that, look up the experiment, and watch the videos on YouTube of them doing it. It's real. It was technology, and that's what was inside of the stone box. How do I know? It's the same exact dimension as the Ark of the Covenant, and that's what happened when Moses, aka probably Akhenaten, I think was really the person, fled Egypt. He had. It wasn't slaves building pyramids, by the way. Just take the slave thing out of your mind. There was no slaves building pyramids. Didn't happen. People were building and working on the pyramids because they were honoring the gods. There were no Hebrew slaves in Egypt building pyramids. Nowhere does it even say that. There's records of the payroll and even the medical expenses to help people out who got injured or hurt at the job site, at the temples, and that stuff is in the museum. It's all documented, so it's not just me saying that. But Akhenaten started bringing in the one God religion, the monotheistic religion. He's the first one to bring that in. We're gonna worship the great Amen Ra. He started telling his people to go around and deface all the other gods, erase them from history, chisel them all away. That's why when you go to Egypt, you see all those chiseled faces away, all the noses broken off and all that. It's not because, I hate to say it, but it's a fact. It's not because white people didn't want to know that, let us know that black people were in Egypt. That's not true. I want to tell you what it is. It's not true. I've been there long enough to know, and I know enough history to know when the white people actually arrived there. These things were broken before they even got there. Yeah. So there's enough noses that still exist, by the way, that are on display that tell you, well, wait a minute, if these are just as old and these still have noses, then these never got beat up. But anyway, the point is, he then took these people and created his own following, his own cult following. They all wanted to worship one God. And Amen said, there'll be no other God but me, because I'm the jealous God. That made it into the Bible. Right? And he then decides to take his people, because now the politics are like, we got to get this guy out of here. He's destroying our history. He says, okay, I'll leave. I'm taking my people with me. He goes into the Great Pyramid and takes the Ark of the Covenant with him and takes that out into the desert. And this is why he hasn't chased him down. He just lifted it up and take it out. As long as you have the boots on, I mean, it's clear instructions on how to do it.
Oh, I thought it was like getting clothes.
No, it's not. Oh, it's just like a lift up thing with two handles on each side. They took it out of the king's chamber. The new Pharaoh said, man, that's our power source.
So it was justified to chase him.
Yeah, like if he takes that, we lose all. We're going back into the Stone Ages.
Yeah,
that's the power source. So we gotta get this guy now.
Yeah,
that's what it was all about. The power source.
Oh wow! But he ended up getting away with it.
He got away with it. Yeah, with that one, there were a few more. There were two more Arks of the Covenant, but they didn't have them.
Who had them?
Well, there was one in China and one in Mesoamerica.
What did they make with it in China?
Nobody knows. Yeah. You got 3 pyramids in China that match the same Orion alignment as the Great Pyramids and the alignment that we have at Giza.
Can you bring that up?
They bring up the China pyramids aligned with Orion.
So who were the people that built the pyramids?
These were the Atlantean people. Yeah. They had humans working on the pyramids. Because, I mean, if I own a construction company and I have a master architect, underneath them I have a foreman. Underneath them, then I have the workers.
Yeah.
So that's how it is. So the workers are doing work under the tutelage and utilizing tools in the way we taught them. But at the end of the day, it's the master blueprint coming from one master architect. There you go. China's on the left, right there. The Xi'an pyramids.
They're called the what?
The Xi'an. Xian. You see those 3? They're perfectly aligned with Orion. The next one is Teotihuacan, perfectly aligned with Orion, and the third one obviously is the pyramids of Egypt, perfectly aligned with Orion as well. So master architect.
This now, a traditional mainstream scientist would look at this and go, of course we're going to align these structures with the 3 brightest stars in the galaxy, right? And if there was nothing to read back then, there was nothing to watch, there's no TikTok, there's no Instagram, the coolest thing going on is the night sky. And when you look up in the night sky, you start making shit out. That's right. This is a whale, this is a giraffe, whatever it is. Okay, so that's what the traditional mainstream philosopher or scientist would say. Can we see the just pictures of the pyramids not aligned, just like face on? I never knew that there were these pyramids in China.
It's hard to get
access to them.
It's hard to get access to the face on lock because China doesn't want them out. They don't even let people visit them.
Why is that?
They keep them sacred. See, there's one there. They've got it nicely covered with some nice trees.
Yeah, did they plant these trees?
They planted them. Yeah, they covered them with dirt and planted trees on top.
And why do they want to plant? Why do they want to cover this? What benefit would that be?
They just don't want people to know that
there was an advanced civilization.
Yeah, exactly. The more cover up, the more.
The Chinese pyramids and the pole star. That's not beneath the pyramids, is it?
No, that's a different area right there. He's looking at the
terracotta warriors.
Yeah, the terracotta warriors. It's totally different. Yeah, a lot of incredible stuff there in China. Yeah, they got the pyramids too. Now, the alignment is extremely hard to do. So that alignment happens on a processional period. So you're talking about a massive span of time. You're talking about it has to align every, depending on the procession, every 13, 14,000 years, right? So all of a sudden, you look at the Younger Dryas era, where we had a mass extinction level event happen right above Syria and it decimated that whole region and down even into Asia. Not the perfect time to be building a pyramid complex. So you got to go back another processional period to get the right alignment to make sure it works. And you have to build it to there where it aligns with these stars show up right over the pyramids at a specific time. So now we're going back 36,000 years, the same age as the Great Pyramid, the same age as the Emerald Tablets.
And can you tell us about not Göbekli Tepe, but there's another ancient structure right near that you were talking about?
Derinkuyu?
I think so.
Yeah, Derinkuyu is an amazing underground city.
There's a bunch of them.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them, correct. And this one was discovered by a farmer, and when they opened it up and went down there, it can hold up to 30,000 people. Going down 12 stories deep into the ground.
To the water level.
Yes. And even areas for worshiping and cattle, livestock and all of that. No sign of any collapse. 14,000 ventilation shafts leading to the highest levels to bring oxygen to the people at the deepest level.
And what is your...
That's advanced technology, because when you have a ventilation shaft this wide, an inch or two wide, cutting through solid stone down 12 stories, what kind of tool can do that?
Yeah, that's interesting. Why would they build it, though? Why would they want to live underground?
Good question. All the cultures around the world, the indigenous cultures, have the same story. At some point, there was a disaster. It's not known if it was war or geological. It's not known.
So geological would be comets or something like that, and war would obviously just be neighboring.
Right. So these people called the Ant people took them underground. The Lakota tribe, the Hopi tribe, the Aboriginals, the people of Egypt also. And they go to the Cairo Museum, you see the Ant people depicted there. They took them to underground chambers. And then, of course, the people in Turkey, same story. They were taken underground. This structure was built to keep them alive, not by them, by the gods. Pretty interesting.
And why would the gods just stop whatever was going on?
We're talking about some people with big egos. It was always, I'm the best. I'm better than you. I got the most resources. At one point, how the war happened, when they came to this planet, they were forbidden to touch the WMDs, the weapons of mass destruction. The persistence have weapons of mass destruction. They stole some from Nibiru and brought them here and hid them in a mountain. But they swore that they would never use them. But then, of course, some of the relatives discovered them years later and decided to go get those weapons and use them, which created the evil wind on Earth, which started killing a lot of people. And then that's when they said, well, Enki went to his father Anu and said, can you stop the evil wind? And he goes, no, I can't. So get in your skyship and forebode. That means get the hell out of here.
Is there a part of you that's like so much of this isn't proven? Mm-hmm. Is there a part of you that goes, man, one day I might, one day, we're all going to pass. And you might not know what really happened, what's really going on in the world. And does that frustrate you? Have you accepted that these things just can't be proven? Like how do you,
I see it like this. I'm planting seeds for trees that are going to grow, but I'll never sit in the shade.
Wow. And you're okay with that?
I'm okay with that. I've done my part. In the grand scale of things, in this incarnation, I feel like I've done my part.
Do you ever wish that you would get a sign from these advanced beings, from these cultures that exist in different galaxies or solar systems?
In 1977, when we moved to Miami and Opalaga, we lived next to Opalaga Airport. I was outside in my backyard. That's how I got into all this. I was watching the plane go over my house in the backyard. Because it always intrigued me. How can the plane be going so slow, but I know it's got to be going fast to stay in the air? Then this day, this thing came across and cleared the horizon in seconds, not minutes. And it was a glowing, not a full-size cigar, not really an egg, but kind of in between, metal, glowing metal. And it went across, and then it stopped, and it came back and hovered above me, and was gone again. I went running in the house and told my mom, oh my God, I can't believe what I just saw. It didn't have a wing, fuselage, none of that stuff. I knew what an airplane looked like as a kid. And I went to my library the next day at my elementary school, Rainbow Park Elementary in Opalaga, which is still there. And I told my teacher I have to get the encyclopedia, the old Google. And I went and got all the aerospace information and started researching swept wing, delta wing, intercontinental ballistic, all the different types of submarines. I looked for anything that I could see from what I saw in the sky. I never found it. But that's what led me down this whole rabbit hole of discovery. I became a kind of a quasi-aerospace historian, and that led me, eventually, technology led me into ancient civilizations.
So you think you saw an alien spaceship?
Yeah, because back then I don't believe we had the technology to create an ARV, an alien production vehicle. I think what I saw was probably a real UFO.
Wow. Are you the first black guy to see a UFO?
I'm not the first black guy. I'm just one of the first, I'm not one of the first, because I know that it was Benny Barney Hill. Barney Hill was a black guy who came out, I think it was in the 60s or 70s, about his abduction situation with him and his wife. And him and his wife were abducted, and they gave an account of what these beings showed them as where they came from. And nobody knew where the Zeta Reticuli star system was at that time. It didn't exist in our star maps. Later on, it came out. A person says, wait a minute, and they put it together and said, this is Zeta Reticuli. We found this star system now. Now we know where they said they were from. Pretty interesting.
Wait, hold on. So this couple described a star system that they could have no prior knowledge of.
Correct.
Meaning they couldn't have gone to school and learned about this or read about this anywhere.
Correct, exactly.
Later on, we find this star system.
Yeah.
And then who connects the dots?
An astrophysicist or astronomer connects the dots and says, wait a minute, this is Zeta Reticuli.
Okay, so you see this thing. And again, we don't know. It could be advanced technology that we have that you saw.
Right. Science is full of uncertainty, which I learned from Professor James Gates yesterday when I talked to him about supersymmetry and stuff in an interview I did with him just yesterday. And that uncertainty is always there. You can never say anything for 100% certainty. And so because of that, there's always a possibility that it's something else.
I had dinner with Bob Lazar.
Okay.
And my takeaway from the dinner with Bob was going on Rogan, and Rogan asked me if I wanted to come to dinner. So we went to Fogo de Chao, as you do. And Bob was there, and Jeremy Corbell was there as well. And Bob believed what he saw. Now, that doesn't mean that it's not advanced technology that we have, that we've created, but I do believe that he was working on something, and he believed it was alien spacecraft. So I believe that he was being honest.
I can tell you why I believe his story, or at least some of it, is because he talked about element 115 before he even discovered element 115.
Yeah,
we're talking about 25-year span in between.
That's why the star system thing is quite interesting to me. So if you are describing things that have not been discovered yet, and then they do become discovered.
Exactly.
It adds some credibility.
Yeah.
Okay, so with your situation, you believe you saw a UFO.
Yeah.
Do you think that the UFO people, the aliens or whoever they are, do you think they choose the people that see them, or this has happened since?
If you start researching these alien abduction experiences or these alien sighting experiences, which there are now over 7 million of them documented in MUFON, you start to see a similarity between the stories and repetitiveness with some of the visitations or sightings or whatever you want to call them. And so it's quite possible that they isolate and interact with specific people at specific times. I mean, to what agenda? At the end of the day, we're like ants.
Did you have any communication at all? Did you feel anything in the moment?
I felt nothing in that moment. I had a second experience in 2010, which is well documented. I've talked about it. It took years to come out about it because I basically lost my whole family over this.
No way.
Yeah.
You came out of the closet?
No.
But yeah, tell me what happened.
So 2010, I came home. I was working on this big project called Fort Terra Nova, which I built. And Fort Terra Nova was on the History Channel. Countdown to Apocalypse, the Nostradamus episode. And anyway, so I was working on this project. I come home. I'm looking at ESPN. And I'm looking at sports at about 9 o'clock p.m. All the lights turn dim, the TV turns off, and I thought my kids were playing a trick on me because they lived up in the room behind me up on the second floor. And I looked up, and there's nobody there. When I turned around, there were these two beings right there.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. And,
whoa.
Sorry.
No.
What are you So they were right there. I'm sitting in a chair about this high, so they were right here in my eyes. And
Alex is freaking out.
This is wild. Okay. All right, let me get this together.
No, take your time.
So they were there. They had the big almond eyes like you see on TV. I swear they did.
So you have two beings in front of you.
But they didn't look like they were real eyes. They looked like coverings of some type. And they didn't communicate with me through any kind of telepathy that I could tell, but I felt like my brain was shaking in my skull to the point where it started hurting, and I started screaming, but no sound was coming out of my throat. I could feel the air coming out, but I couldn't hear it myself.
And you were awake during this period? You weren't taking a nap or anything like that?
Taking a nap, no psychedelics, of course. Yeah. And my whole house, everyone was in. My wife at the time, my ex-wife was in the bedroom right behind the next wall. My girls were in that side of the house. I split four of them. My boys were in that side of the house. The house was full of people. Nobody heard us or anything. I was screaming. A few seconds later, it stops, and they turn around, and they don't walk like a person. They kind of dangle. So they kind of dangled away, and they went right through the wall. And then, boom, the TV comes back. The lights come back to normal color. That's when I went running around the house, and it was just traumatic for everybody, and it was like the straw that broke the camel's back. There was other reasons why, but I ended up my one son, Giovanni. He's told me I'm scared to even come around you. And still to this day, he rarely ever calls me or comes around. So I got kind of like lost my son. I made no money off of this. I got no exposure off of this, so I kept it quiet for so long. Lost my family. Created a lot of dissension. I remember we were on the highway one day, and my wife was driving at the time, my ex-wife, and she slammed on the brakes, and it was like, just get out of the car, because the kids were scared. And I was like, I'm sticking to my story. I'm not changing my story because this really happened to me, and they just didn't want to hear it. But her parents were Jehovah's Witnesses, so everything was of the devil.
Yeah.
And so it was a pretty traumatic experience. It took a long time to talk about. The only reason why I came out with that information was because I started running into a lot of people at conferences that would come up to me and tell me that they were having these experiences. They were horrified to talk about them. So I felt like if I would talk about it, I would give them strength for them to have expressed themselves and walk in their truth and believe in their experience that they had.
Okay, so when you started telling this story just right now, I want to point something out. Listen, I'm skeptical about everything. I just want to let you know.
Yeah.
I could believe there was one physical sensation that I saw in you that kind of freaked me out. I'm not gonna lie. Crying, people can put that on. True. You started to perspire.
Yeah, I know.
to me, I don't know. I know that actors can induce crying. I don't know if they can induce sweat. So to me, the tears are less of an example. I mean, like your whole forehead just started to sweat. So maybe that is a traumatic experience of the loss of your family, and that is evoking that reaction. But fuck. Okay.
Were the beings? Do they have like clothes on? Was there anything else discernible about them?
Yeah, they didn't really have on what looked like clothes to me. They weren't really gray. They were almost like brownish, but they had very big eyes, 2 little tiny dots per nose, a slit for a mouth. They never opened the mouth. They never opened it. They never moved at all. They didn't even shake. There was no facial movements. I couldn't discern if they were even real or not real, or in terms of like being something that was flesh. But their hands were very long and dangly like you see on TV. I swear to you, and I was just like completely shocked. Now, 2 things happened to me after this situation. The first thing was, of course, I scared the hell out of everybody. The second thing was, I kept hearing this voice in my head over and over again, worldwide telescope, worldwide telescope, worldwide telescope, over and over and over. So finally, the next day, I got so tired because I couldn't stop this noise, this phrase.
What was the sound of the voice? What was the?
It sounded like my voice.
It's your own voice, echoing worldwide telescope, worldwide.
Over and over and over again. So I go to my computer. Back then, Google wasn't a big name yet. It was Excite.com. So I get on Excite.com. I type in worldwide telescope, but you can type it in on Google now. First thing popped up was worldwidetelescope.org, and I almost fell out of my chair. Worldwidetelescope.org is a site where all the space probe data from all the missions into space exists based on taxpayer and research data. So you can download this. Back then you had to download it. You couldn't just web. You didn't have www for whatever they call it now. But now you can just run it from the browser. But back then you had to install it. You can still install it if you want. I go in there, I go in, and I go, okay, what is this? And I see Moon, Mars, all these other planets and so forth, the star systems. I click on Mars. I click on Mars, then I see panoramas pop up. I go, panoramas. I click on panoramas. The next thing I know, I see the names of panoramas. So I click on McMurdo Valley. I go into McMurdo Valley, and I start seeing things that don't belong.
What's a panorama?
It's like
just an image?
A wide image. But it's not just a regular image. It's an image that allows you to zoom in, zoom out, pan left and right from the rover's perspective.
So you're looking at images that have been taken from spacecraft.
From the Mars rovers.
The Mars rovers.
Yeah.
Of
Spirit rover and Opportunity rover.
But they're of Mars, or they're of
Mars on Mars.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Spirit rover is no longer operating because one of the last images it transmitted looked really strange. I think they just blew it up or something. They never turned it back on after that. But these things that I saw on the surface between the presidential panorama and also Myrtle Valley, they didn't look like they belonged on Mars. They looked like broken down structures from the Middle East. I was like, what the hell is this? The more I looked, the more of these anomalies I kept seeing. So it led me down a whole rabbit hole into anomaly hunting. That anomaly hunting got me into researching these ancient civilizations. That's how it happened. That's literally how it happened. So because of that experience, I became an expert in ancient civilizations. Literally. That's how I got into it.
And do you feel, is this an example of the...
Yeah, that's the Spirit rover right there on the upper left. And there's a lot of anomalies we've documented. So many crazy anomalies over the years. And I can send you some if you want to pop them in there. Just some crazy stuff that made CNN and made CNBC, Fox News. A lot of our stuff has been featured in the news. We've downloaded over 1 million of these panoramas from the space agencies. And we've now documented over 60,000 anomalies. Things that don't belong there. Everything from pyramids to unks.
Yeah, what is the craziest image that you have documented?
The craziest image I would have to say would be this object that looks like, I gotta say looks like, but we're not there. It looks like an airplane. Another one would be this statue on the side of Victoria Crater. And I can pull these up and give them to you. Another one would be these unks. We found several unks laying around in the sand. The Egyptian unk. The cross with the loop on top.
Oh.
Yeah. What are those doing up there? And And it's supposed to I'm just saying, what's that doing there?
That's a good question.
Crazy.
So, okay. I don't want to lean too much into this, but I would be remiss if I did not ask you. It must be, I would imagine, if I was someone in your shoes, and I
That's Victoria Crater, by the way.
Man,
No, that's real. You can pull it up. Anybody can pull these up. That's what I love about these. I always give the source link so anyone can pull them up. Any person.
Obviously, that's been colorized to make it more visible.
To make it pop out, yeah. There it goes, uncolorized.
But even uncolorized, it's still just a little bit crazy.
And there's even more on that crater, but it's to the left, which that's not a good. It's not a wide panoramic shot, but there's more. Yeah, a lot more there.
Okay, so again, I would be remiss not to ask this. You have a sighting with the UFO, then you have an interaction with beings, and then you have a message to go look up these images. I would imagine someone in your shoes, it would be very difficult to not follow this, I don't even want to say line of thinking, but follow this they've almost like edged you in a direction. It would be very difficult to not run down that hallway. So I would imagine it'd be hard for a person in your shoes after having these experiences to not think, hey, they want me to go look into this stuff. Is that kind of what you feel?
That's a fact. Now, what I've done is to try to combat the nudging that's happened. I always keep digging into science. So I talk to geologists, I talk to scientists, I talk to engineers, I talk to homegrown guides, archaeologists, indigenous people from all around the world. I keep digging and trying to debunk my own theories.
Got it.
And the deeper I dig to debunk, the less I debunk.
Because you've heard these stories. Listen, and we're not here to discredit you. I literally wanted to do this podcast because I was just like, take us fucking deep. This is going to be so much fun. Like, I don't care about the science or the fact. I want to just hear the craziest shit that you got to say. I did not know you were going to talk about fucking meeting aliens. That's kind of crazy. Okay, but I can also imagine that if that happened to me, I would go down this rabbit hole and I would just see how deep it would go. And I would also maybe even feel like it was my purpose to do this thing, right? They've chosen me. And what have they chosen me to do? So what, if you do feel that way, why do you think they've chosen you? And two, what do you think that your purpose is?
I always consider that, like, why me? Why did this happen to me? The only thing I can think of is that I have a high retention for information. My recall ability is incredible in a lot of the stuff that I talk about, especially when I'm passionate about it. Probably everyone does. They just maybe don't realize it, but maybe they saw my ability to consume a lot of information and my ability to travel the world. I've been around the world 38 times now. Last year, I spent 9 months in hotels. Not many people can do that and still make a living and do what they do. So maybe they have a way of understanding, like, hey, this guy has the skills, the tools, and the capacity to really grasp this.
And why is it important that you grasp it? Why is it important to them that you share this? That's what I'm trying to understand. What are they trying to get to?
This is my hypothesis that I came up with. Human beings are an abandoned seed colony on this planet. And we have had some influence due to people violating what I would call a prime directive. We've been engaged in the way that we weren't supposed to be engaged, and we've been given technologies that have sped us up far past where we should be right now, including here this AI thing is coming, right? And that's no oversight or nothing. It's just being unleashed on us. Again, more advancements in the blink of an eye that we're not ready for spiritually or consciously. And it put us in a predicament. And I believe that there are people out there that are watching us, people that are watching us and observing us to see when we're going to go from being babies that are learning how to crawl to learning how to walk to learning how to run to being adolescents to even then becoming consciously in the spirit to becoming full-grown adults. I think that mankind is a baby learning how to crawl. And every now and then when a baby learns how to crawl, it plops down on its stomach, right? Because it has to get the strength. We plop down on our stomach a few times. Those will be some of the hiccups in our civilization right now. Eventually, we will grab onto the edge of a table and pull ourselves up and start taking steps.
What are the hiccups?
Hiccups, racism, slavery, inquisitions, religion,
atomic bombs, maybe
technologies that we're not ready for. All these things are one of the hiccups, right? Police brutality. My dad was killed by police, and so all these things, you look at it, and from a perspective of right now, it looks like things are getting worse, but it's actually the greatest time to be alive. Mm-hmm. There's no bubonic plague, there's no black plague, there's no Spanish flu. Those things almost wiped out human beings.
Yeah.
There's no papal inquisitions. There's no American Holocaust, which nobody talks about. 111 million indigenous natives of the Americas slaughtered in 70 years. Nobody talks about that, but that happened, right? And so that's not happening right. I can go outside. You can go outside. We don't see dead bodies laid all over the street right now. Now, are there things going on like in Israel and Iran and all these other things? Yes. But overall, on a mass consensus, it's the greatest time to be alive.
Yeah.
And so we're at the stage now where we have an opportunity to grab onto the edge of the table and pull ourselves up and begin to take those first steps. So after we take that step, what's going to happen? We're going to fall and we're going to cry. But when the challenge is when we pull ourselves back up, how long will it take for us to get a good walking gait? What is the definition of walking? Controlled falls. We have to learn how to control our fall. That's how you achieve a golden age. And I think that they're waiting at some point for us to see, for us to realize when we can stand up and we can start taking those steps in the right direction.
And then they give us some good shit again, or
it's quite possible that gives us the ability to get open communication.
So like, okay, we trust you now.
Or we have to get to a certain level consciously before other technologies can be revealed. I mean, I don't know. I'm just guessing at this point, but I think they're waiting to see how long will 8 billion people allow 100 families to control them.
8 billion people
are being controlled by 100 families.
Who are these families?
These are the elite oligarchs that control the planet. They literally run us. They tell us what to do, hear, see, smell, taste, touch, feel, where we can go, where we can't go. Don't cross over that invisible line, because if you do, you're illegal and all this other kind of crazy stuff. They're running us, and governments are put in place to work for the people, but they got it flipped and they got us working for them,
right?
And telling us what they're going to do to us if we don't listen to them. That's the opposite of what it's supposed to be.
So isn't this what they learned from the
Anunnaki? They learned it, and they learned it real well.
That's what the Anunnaki, at least that's what you're saying, that they did for the human race.
But the problem, the reason why the world is today, or why we have this boot on our neck, is because of us. We're the problem. The 8 billion are the problem.
Because we haven't elevated our consciousness to the level that...
They're sharks. A shark smells blood, a shark attacks.
Right.
A shark is going to be a shark. How come we as 8 billion people haven't stopped falling for these divide and conquer tactics and stop fighting each other over the scraps and realize who the real enemy is? While we're fighting each other, they're just cutting up the pie and laughing at us. Left wing, right wing, all the same bird. Right? There's no such thing as a Democrat or Republican. Mm-hmm. The only thing that does exist, like I say, is a group of elite oligarchs that torture men, women, and children worldwide. That exists. Democrat and Republican doesn't exist.
Now, how can we be so sure that those people are not working with the beings that you saw, and maybe they're doing the bidding of those beings?
We can't be.
Those beings might not be benevolent.
They may not be. I don't know. All I can tell you is what my hypothesis is.
Yeah.
And I feel that when mankind realizes that we're all bent over with a big table on our back, a playing board. When we stand up, the table falls off of our backs, and the game is over. And standing up means unity, loving one another, treating you and everyone else like brother and sister, understanding that we are all just different aspects of one another, and realizing that everything is conscious. And then we get to the next level. Until then, it's going to be this whole, I'm better than you and you're better than me. You see the rap civil war going on and all these crazy things going on. I mean, we have to get above and beyond that to the next level. And then humanity will really take huge strides.
Do you wish that experience never happened to you?
I used to in the beginning, but now I see that it put me on the path where I am. I'm extremely happy now. I'm married again. I've got a fresh start, I'm very happy I found somebody on the same frequency as me, that works side by side with me and understands and travels with me. one of the hardest things to do is travel with somebody and be gone for 9 months in like deserts and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So I found somebody that really gets it. And so I'm really in a really good place right now. And the business is being built, utilizing my passion. I walked away from my call center business, even though it was very successful. I walked away from it. I gave my share to the other partners and just jumped off the cliff and said, I'm just going into the knowledge thing, and that's all I'm going to do. And didn't really have a plan or anything in the beginning, and then I waited 7 years to monetize it, but everything is going as planned. So I think everything happens in divine time, and I think I'm right where I'm supposed to be.
Do you wish you did anything different when you saw the aliens? Wish you said anything?
I couldn't. I couldn't say anything.
But I'm sure you think back to that moment. Do you wish you like tried to communicate telepathically? Do you think you fucked it up? Do you like, damn, this was my one moment, I just screamed?
I don't think so. I think whatever that shaking was, it did something to me. Maybe they were just trying to put something in my head. I mean, I have no idea.
Are you familiar with Aleister Crowley's depiction of Lamb?
No.
Have you heard of this?
Aleister Crowley's depiction of the Lamb?
Of the entity that he was talking to.
Oh, the entity. Oh, yeah.
Was that similar to what you saw? Can you bring it up?
That's horrifying. More like a clown. It's like the big overhead, right? Mm-hmm. When it kind of goes out like this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, it wasn't like that. It was more like almost like the ones you see in the movies, which means it told me right away that these movie directors or whoever he's writing these movies, they know what these people
not
look
like that.
You see how it's big? It said it's more like a big out like that with a big brow in the front. It didn't look like that. But that doesn't mean that he didn't see that. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's so many different people that exist in the universe.
Do you feel like we're in end times right now? Like, would you make anything of like end time revelations or like biblical revelations of us being in the final days?
Yeah, I looked into all of that, and I personally feel that we're in the beginning of times. I think we're going into a new age. We're heading into the age of Aquarius pretty soon, and we're in the age of discovery, revelation, and growth. And I don't believe in the end times doctrine. I think that the end times doctrine has been preached over and over again to keep mankind believing that he's stuck and there's a cap over his head. I really truly believe that right now is, like I said before, one of the greatest times to be alive. And I believe that we're in the beginning. So people say it's coming to an end. I go, no, we're coming to the beginning. The beginning, like the Mayans said, we've gone through 4 worlds and we're heading into the 5th. They weren't talking about destruction, they're talking about the 5th world of consciousness. And I think that we're at the precipice now, going into the next level. And there's a fork in the road coming. Do we go down this side or do we go down this way? And so hopefully we're nudging, we meaning this podcast and many other people are nudging people in the right direction to get them to wake up, question their reality, question themselves, ask questions, do better research, stay away from the foolishness, and try to elevate themselves.
Do you think Christ will return?
I don't think the Christ will return in the sense that people believe a being is just going to come back riding on a cloud. I believe that the return of Christ is the Christ consciousness. I believe Christ said that the Christ will return, the Christ consciousness in each and every one of us. Each and every one of us has a crystallized consciousness, and you can achieve that through growth, through personal growth. And I believe that the return is when everyone obtains the same level of frequency of love, peace, and respect, dignity, and elevation. We all become adept initiates. We all rise and we all return at the same time. It takes a certain number of people to achieve a certain level, like that monkey effect. When a certain amount of people get that frequency, the mass expands around the planet. I think that the Christ is a consciousness that's going to return to the planet, not the person coming from the clouds.
Interesting.
Yeah, Billy, this is some wild shit, man.
I understand you don't want to change it or fuck with your mind's makeup, but I really think you should dive into ayahuasca and some of that stuff. Only because I had a past life regression. Wow. And there was a moment where it's like I couldn't see my grandmother, but for some reason I just knew my grandmother was there. Wow. And it was kind of how you explained that scenario where it's like our mouths aren't moving, we're not communicating, but at the same time, there's some level of communication. And I was like, those like eerily similar. Wow. Yeah, so I was like, you might want to jump into that. You've explored everything else. That's one realm that you haven't touched yet.
Yeah, I'll back up my memory first to a DNA hard drive because they have those now, and then I'll just in case back up.
So that is the concern for you, is that if you do these hallucinogenic drugs, that you could some way alter your brain chemistry, and then you would lose all of the productivity that you've had.
Yeah, because I know right now, myself and my wife, we know 3 people that are gone.
Yeah.
Gone out there, like they're gone.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can get them back. And so it's like,
from psychedelics.
Yeah, now my wife has done psychedelics. She did mushrooms once or twice, and it worked out great for her. You know, she knows a few people have done it as well. It worked out phenomenal. I think it's a great tool. I'm just like, let me get my memory
too high.
Let me get my brain backed up. You know, Gold would back up his entire consciousness and transfer it from one body to another.
Yeah.
Inside these rejuvenation chambers that he talks about, the halls of Amenti, which is now the 2045 project in Russia is working on the same thing. They've already transferred a monkey's mind into a computer. And now they're doing a human mind into a robot, and then by 2045, a human mind into an actual avatar. And so, you know, let me get that back up.
I think we're working on that as well.
Yeah.
I have this CEO of like Sirius XM or something like that. I think it downloaded his wife's consciousness or something onto some form of AI so we could like interact with them.
There's a lot of tech out there. I mean, the Avatar project has been doing that for years with DARPA.
What's
so they have
DARPA?
DARPA, that's the black budget program for the American military. They have to take all your trillions of dollars, you don't know what they're doing with it. So they have been working on the Avatar project. They actually have a lot already where a field robot in a bunker somewhere controls a robot. A field soldier in a bunker controls a field robot thousands of miles away through a consciousness link. Can feel, can move, can see.
Holy shit.
But it's not really there. So if the robot gets blown up, the soldier's still alive.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
It's better, but it's also worse.
Yeah, no.
Because you don't have to be concerned with the casualties of war, and then you don't have to be concerned with war.
Yeah, they just put the AI in a real fighter jet and had it fight in a dogfight.
So that's what drones are, essentially, right?
So that's Skynet is online.
Are there any other things emerging in the world right now that people can fact check? Any other like just tasty kind of conspiracies that people should be looking into or that are concerning you right now globally?
Well, I know everyone was thinking that the I don't know, is it on YouTube? I gotta watch the words. The trails in the sky.
Chemtrails.
Yeah. People were thinking that those were, big conspiracies. But I think that what happened in Dubai recently just proved that it's not.
Yeah, it's just weather.
Yeah.
They're just seeding the clouds.
That's what it is. They're seeding the clouds and making weather. Those trails that they paid $3,000 per flight to drop that stuff in the sky, sodium iodide, other chemicals, and look what it created, a disaster.
Yeah.
And the reason why this planet is cooling off so much is because of these trails.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's why it's cold in California. You can't even go to LA without a jacket anymore. It's chilly, and for me, it's chilly in Florida when it drops into like 79, 80. And I'm freezing up here. When I got off the plane, I was dead almost.
Yeah.
But 54 degrees is like, what? But this cooling effect is happening because of these particulates that they're dropping in the sky. And they're real. And now you can actually go online and Google geoengineering contract. And if you have a plane and a company, you can apply for a private contract to drop this stuff in the sky for the government. So,
why do you think the government's teasing all these like UFO whistleblowers now? Why do you think all those projects are happening?
Well, they're trying to get ahead of the game. So the UFO thing has come to a full head. They're real. But also we have some as well, UAPs, right? So they know what they are. We made them. And so now what they're saying is, where can we get more money? There just isn't enough money in wars anymore because we killed everybody. We already took over every country. There's nowhere else to go. I think one of the only central banks that are untouched is Iran. And there's no real money over there, so it's not going to touch it. But what they said was, wow, we could still take money if there's a war, a pending war in space. So we have the Space Force. Now, we're going to get one of these UAPs, potentially, to do what we had happen in the Gulf of Tonkin incident that started the Vietnam War. It's going to attack one of our ships. And now everybody's going to be pissed off. Get them. Now we're going to send trillions of dollars without questioning into this space war that they created to fund projects that they own, that they sit on the board of directors of, that they're taking underground seed money from, and building these multi-billion-dollar weapons that will never see the light of day, and siphoning money from the sweat of our backs.
So it's just a phony war to prop up the economy.
It's a money maker. You know, all these companies, Lockheed Martin and Northrop Grumman, they're going to do what they always do. They'll tell the government, "Oh, we'll put a bid in for this brand new fighter jet," and then say, they'll take $15 billion down payment. They'll work on it for 15 years and say, "Oh, it didn't work. We need another $5 billion to see if we can fix these couple things on it. Maybe we can get it to fly." They give another $5 billion, it never works.
You're talking about the F-35?
There's this many of them. That's just one of many. And they'll scratch that and do another one. But meanwhile, they've made billions of dollars off of nothing. And they do it over and over and over again. And that's the technique they use. Now, hey, we'll just take a couple trillion and we'll put it into the Space Force. Because we need space weapons.
Do you think we went to the moon?
Yeah, I do. I believe we went to the moon, but we lied about it. And what I mean by that is, yes, we went to the moon. But when you analyze several things, the footage, you see a mix of real footage and you see a mix of artificial footage.
That's my thinking too.
Now, why is that? I had to dig into this deeper. They discovered on the moon that there were artificial structures. There's evidence of war on the moon. There's debris laying all over the place. The moon mission was a reconnaissance mission. And the race to the moon between us and Russia was who's going to get their hands on that ancient technology first and bring it back and reverse engineer it. That's what the whole moon mission was all about. And that's why they show you this barren landscape, fake video. Meanwhile, it's all about getting the technology that's laying around. China sent a rover up there, and it got stuck in the debris. And it transmitted the image back before they can delete it. And that went worldwide. It was global. That was like 5 years ago. China rover stuck in the debris in the moon. I went and researched the Clementine mission. It was a military, former top secret mission that became declassified. And as soon as I saw the name Clementine, I knew what it meant. It never came back. "Oh my darling Clementine, you were lost and gone forever." I said, "Come on." I knew this thing didn't come back, and it never came back. When it was a low lunar orbit mission to go around the moon in a low lunar orbit. When it got to the backside, what they call the dark side of the moon, it crashed into something. But on its way there, it transmitted gigs of images back, which was made publicly available. And those images have a lot of anomalies in it, things that shouldn't be there. So we know for a fact that there's something going on with the moon for real. And we got the FOIA, the Freedom of Information Act, on the black box audio from Apollo 11, and anyone can download it now. And guess what it says? I was on one of the documentaries I'm in. The astronaut is looking. What's his name? Neil Armstrong. He's looking down. He says, "Look at those concave structures down there. I bet the people down there never get out." That's on the black box audio from Apollo 11. He wasn't joking. And so, what people? What is he talking about? And why would he say that form of a dome, that form of a structure will make a dome, not a crater? So he's using code to say there's a dome down there and there's people inside of it. When they got Apollo 10, when they got to the backside of the moon, the dark side, comms, you're out of reach of comms now because the moon is blocking you from Earth. Well, something hacked into their comms and started playing this weird music in their comms from that side of the moon. This weird whistling musical note sound thing. They all freaked out. And that's on the black box for you as well.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There's a recording from the dark side of the moon.
That's right.
That was not planned by NASA or them.
That's correct. Yeah. They were like, "Oh, do you hear it? Do you hear that?" "Yeah, I hear it too. I hear it. I hear it. What is that? What is that?" They were freaking out like crazy. Their comms got hacked on the dark side of the moon.
Couldn't we see the debris with like telescopes, like hobby telescopes?
Yeah, if you have a Celestron 130, which is what I do, a Celestron 130, you can see stuff on the moon. If you know where to look, which basins to look into, you can see stuff out there. Now, is it crystal clear what you're looking at? No, because of the Earth's atmosphere and the haze sometimes, or the cloud cover, or some of the atmosphere kind of gives this wavy look. But there's a lot of images pre-Photoshop that you can get right on NASA.gov that clearly will show you objects are there. things that don't belong. And I think that, like I said before, the moon mission were reconnaissance missions.
And did we get some stuff?
Oh, we got some stuff.
Like, what's one object that was found there?
They didn't. Oh, they didn't. But what they did do, there's two things they did. One is they put an array of receiving dishes and sending dishes on the moon, and they transmit almost daily from Earth there via laser. What data are they sending? Who are they talking to? Why are they sending data back and forth to the moon daily? The next thing is the USGS.gov did a radar scan of the moon using the Arecibo dish, which now is broken. Unfortunately, we got a lot of good data from that dish. But the Arecibo dish, before it broke, it took ground-penetrating radar scans of the moon. And with those images from USGS.gov, you can clearly see 30 meters beneath the moon's surface. And you see what look like beams, structures beneath the surface of the moon. Could that be why all those craters are the same depth and they don't really go much deeper? I mean, I don't know. Why it rang like a bell when they dropped the limb or dropped the capsule on it? Possible. And in the ancient text, and Lil talks to his son about going on a trip to the moon, and they go away for a long, long time. And they had to wear their eagle's mask because the atmosphere was thin. That's in the Sumerian tablets. How did they know that? And so it's pretty crazy stuff. In one battle, one of the families loses the battle, and they're banished to live on the moon in the ancient text. Any truth to it? I don't know. That's just what it says.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, last thing I'm curious about. What's going on in the ocean?
Oh man, the ocean is like the most unexplored place in the universe for us, at least as humans. There's a lot of things going on underneath the ocean. If you ever fly across the Atlantic to like Qatar or something like that, or Dubai, if you can take Qatar Airways, they have that screen that shows you the scan of the ocean as you're flying over it. Just look at that for a few hours. You'll start seeing things. You'll start seeing what looks like remnants of structures underneath the water, and which is pretty crazy because it's like a scan. So you're seeing what's down there, even if it's dark outside. You can still see what's down there. And some of those things look like the remnants of ancient structures that have been destroyed or flooded over or whatever. But underneath the ocean, it's one of the greatest places to hide if you're an advanced civilization because nobody's doing any real research down there. And matter of fact, when I saw that UFO when I was a kid, I told two of my friends what I saw, and we talked about it. And they were saying maybe it came from the ocean. I was like, yeah, maybe it's from the ocean. Now, you got to remember, in 1977, we didn't have UFOs on TV. We didn't have all these, crazy cartoons talking about space. The spacey thing we had was the spaciest thing we had was the Jetsons. That was it, and that was more like fantasy to us. We had the Flintstones and Tom and Jerry, Mickey Mouse, things like that. Thundercats, which was pretty amazing because they were from the Pleiades. But they're the Lyrans and Sirens from the Pleiadian star system, the Thundercats. I learned that later on, going back to research it. So pretty crazy, but we weren't getting programmed about aliens and UFOs. So we just had to think about what these things could be or where they came from. And we thought maybe the ocean. So I think that under the ocean, you'll find a lot of bases there, whether it be alien or ours, I'm not sure. But I think that we will find the best place to hide on this planet is the ocean. What's in Antarctica? Antarctica is crazy. First of all, Antarctica wasn't in that location. It was in a more hospitable location. Why? How do we know this? The animals are coming up out of the melting ice. And so they take them to do autopsies on them, and they have undigested food in their throats and their stomachs. So what does that tell you? They were flash frozen. So now we're talking about tectonic plate slippage. We're talking about a huge continent slipping and moving into a different position, probably within hours, not even days, and creating a global flood. And when that water washes across that land with that cold air and that wind, everything is frozen very rapidly. So this is why those animals have undigested food, because they were frozen extremely fast. And the Antarctica was in a more hospitable location, so we know that. Now there's a giant hole down there, about 30 meters wide. This hole is visible from Google Earth. And when you look at that hole, that 30-meter wide opening, you see all the bases from the biggest countries around Earth are there in this research area. And they're all working in collaboration. No war zone. It's a no war zone. There's one other area down there, though, one other research base that makes you scratch your head. The Rockefeller Foundation is there. So they have a research base down there as well. I think right next to Germany. And so we have a guy on our TV network named Brad Olson. He went down there and he got on land and got allowed to get off the boat and come on land. And it's on a TV series called The Secrets of Antarctica that we have on our TV network. But yeah, it's crazy. Now, Buzz Aldrin went down there. This is when the presidents and all the famous people were going down there at one point. All the leaders of the world were going down there. He got invited to go down there. He hopped on Twitter and said the people that they're meeting with were facing the most. He said, we're facing the most ultimate evil. We're facing the ultimate evil. And then the tweet got deleted about 4 or 5 hours later, but everybody already screenshotted it. It was too late. Once you get it on Twitter, you know how that is. And then they flew him out of there and said he was getting sick. He was coming down with some guy's cold or something. He wasn't sick. Whoever they were meeting in that hole, he didn't like what he saw. And now, to add to that, I went to do some training for remote viewing with Major Ed Dames. He's on, you can look him up on Wikipedia. He was the head at one point of the CIA remote viewing program, right? Project Stargate. And so I was training by him for 2 days, total of about probably 16 hours, 1 year, and the next year about another 10 hours. But when our conversations after class, he told me that there's people that live there, not from Earth, that can come and go as they please, and there's nothing we can do to stop them. That's what Major Ed Dames said.
Were you able to remote view?
Yeah, I was. The reason why I did the remote viewing is because I actually took a test that was sent to me.
What is remote viewing?
That's when you send your mind outside of space and time to look for a target anywhere. So let's say you have a target for me.
There's like Stranger Things. Stranger Things is like an example of like remote viewing.
Yeah. It's a whole process you have to go through. It can take hours. But let's say you have let's say you're my director and you've got a target you want me to bring back intel on. The military, the CIA use this in real time. So you will, let's say it's a target, let's say it's a file inside of a cabinet, inside of a desk in Russia. You will attribute consciously a random number that's on this random number generator to that file. You'll get the number and you will sync it by thinking about this number is attached to this file that we need to see what's in it. You will then give me, the remote viewer, the number. That's it. That's all I get. And from that, there's a process you go through. The first thing is you get to control your breathing. The second thing is you have to create something called an idiom, which is a scribble on a piece of paper. From there, you go into this whole process, step by step by step, of drawing what the target's bringing you. So you never physically go there. You send your mind in. And the U.S. military and even the Russian government has used this for decades, this same technique.
So the lady I had to pass like progression, she told me that certain colleagues of hers get used by the CIA to find like assets. But they do it like telepathy.
They do it all the time.
I'm so confused.
How? No.
I don't understand.
I'll tell you what, I have a whole 4-hour class I taught on this. I will send you a link to watch it for free. I'll send you the whole link. You guys can download it, watch it, and check it out. It's a 4-hour class, and you can then duplicate the process that I teach in that show, in that workshop. You can duplicate it for yourself.
Billy, we could be here all day. Thank you so much for taking the time. Is there anything else you guys want to ask Billy before we get out of here?
No, I think it's all.
Yeah. Dude, thank you so much for sharing all the stories with us. This has been awesome.
Thank you.
Keep us posted.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We want to know about all the new stuff going down, and if the aliens come back to you, you got to let us know. Thank you so much. You guys know where to find Billy Carson. We'll put the link below. Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Across parts of Iowa, Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Texas. Lawmakers in California have blocked a bill that would have banned the use of non-disclosure agreements in the legislative process. Assemblyman Vince Vaughn wrote the bill, which would have made it so public employees couldn't sign NDAs when negotiating proposed laws. He failed on a party line vote, missing a Thursday deadline. An LA City Council member has called for public safety reports on metro trains. Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez, who chairs the council's public safety committee, says she wants to hear from all the police and security agencies assigned to protect riders and operators on metro. She during Monday's council meeting on so stabbed to death Monday morning in the Beeline train next to the city.
So that she could one day come back to the barrel to live in the tower comfortably.
Rodriguez's motion for security updates follows a similar move by the LA Metro Board of Directors on Thursday, which called for a report on how to beef up public safety. Michael Buck's AMI news. The Folsom Police Department says the reason about the lower maintenance costs and reduced fuel expenses promise substantial long-term savings. It says the law requires acceleration and responsive handling to ensure officers can safely navigate traffic as they enter emergencies. While the Model 3 is
It is a great pleasure for me to welcome you, the audience here in the University of Illinois, as well as viewers around the world, to this year's Holberg debate. My name is Jürgen Seichter, and I am chair of the Holberg Prize. The Holberg Prize is one of the largest international prizes awarded to outstanding scholars within the humanities, social sciences, theology, and law. The prize was established by the Norwegian government in 2003 in homage to the 18th century scholar and author Ludwig Holberg. In addition to the academic events that are held each year in celebration of the Holberg Prize laureate, the Holberg Debate is held annually in December in tribute to the intellectual curiosity and energy of Ludwig Holberg. The debate aims to engage prominent academics as well as non-academics in public debate on pressing issues of our time. The topic of this year's debate is the scientific and philosophical question of consciousness. What is it? Where is it? Discussions of consciousness go back thousands of years and have acquired new urgency with modern scientific and technological advances. The title of this year's debate is the question, does consciousness extend beyond brain? On the panel, we are proud to have Professor Hamid Seth of the University of Sussex, Professor Tanja Lurman of Stanford University, and author and biologist Robert Sheldrake. We are also very pleased to have David Malone as moderator of this event. David Malone is an award-winning science documentary filmmaker who has made films for BBC and Channel 4 on topics relevant to this debate. His most recent films have been on the promise and threat of artificial intelligence and on the origin of COVID. In 2012, he wrote a book on the global breast crisis, and he is currently writing a book on the evolution of life and consciousness with a working title of From Matter to Matter. He also finds time for discussing current issues on the podcast Hyperland. So we are very happy to welcome you here to Bergen, and please, David, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Professor Sturgeon. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this year's Holberg debate. As Professor said, I have spent a lifetime making science, philosophy, and history films for BBC, Channel 4 and Universal Pictures, and over the years I've made about 10 films relevant to this topic of consciousness. I've also over the years chaired dozens of debates, so I thought I'd take a moment to explain the structure of this debate. There is a formula for how these debates are generally organized. Usually the organizers will invite one speaker to be what we might call the defender of the faith. And their job is to explain to you all the received wisdoms and all of the unquestionable certainties which everyone agrees are true. Then there's the heretic. And that person's job is to tell you that nobody agrees on anything, and that all of the unquestionable certainties are entirely questionable. And then there's who is a bit like social democrat centre party, and their job is to try and agree with this side, and then try to agree with that side, and in the end, no one knows what they think, but they're mainly to stop the other two falling. Yeah. I'm very happy to tell you that the organisers of this debate, Willie Sandmo and Bjorn Bertelsen, it is entirely their fault, in this stroke of what I have to describe as both bravery and brilliance, have decided to utterly ignore everything I just said. There will be no defender of the faith on stage. Neither will there be representatives. There will, in fact, only be heretics. 3 of them. Now, it is true that some of them are more heretical than others, but they have each, in their own way, questioned some of the long-held assumptions of modern science, sort of chipped away at the articles of faith, one might even say the dogmas of conventional science, which form the battlements of established wisdom. But our speakers this evening are not here simply to tell you that they disagree with conventional wisdom or even with each other. They're here to try and shed some light on why they disagree. Because all ideas have a consequence. I think people accept or reject an idea based on what they think the collateral damage to the rest of their worldview will be. Because if you accept an idea, sometimes you find that that idea then forces you to give up another idea you're really not happy about giving up. And if that's the case, then people say, oh, that's rubbish. If it's not going to do much damage, they say, oh, that's terribly interesting. And that's what we're here to do, really, is to talk about and explore what are the consequences, what's at stake if any of the ideas our speakers put forward are true. Is this a good thing to do, a scientific thing to do? Well, here's a quote written by one of our panelists, and see if you can decide which of the 3 of them wrote this. Here's the quote. It is not anti-scientific to question established beliefs, but central to science itself. At the creative heart of science, the creative heart of science is a spirit of open-minded inquiry. Ideally, science is a process, not a position, not a belief system. Innovative science happens when scientists feel free to ask new questions and build new theories, and that is what we're going to do this evening. Asking questions, looking at new, perhaps even heretical ideas, but ideas that matter, which have a consequence beyond themselves, where there are things at stake if any of them turn out to be true. Consequences for how we understand ourselves, how we understand the people we might be able to become for our place in nature. And the central question, as the professor said, is it revolves around this idea of consciousness, which on the one hand I'm sure you're all familiar with. I think most of you, perhaps all of you, are conscious. But are you sure the person next to you is? How do you know? Is your dog conscious? Could your computer one day be conscious? How about trees? Heretical? Silly? Or maybe? So let me finish by just introducing our speakers. I will introduce each speaker in turn. They will have approximately 15 minutes to convince you of their heresy. And our first speaker this evening is Anil Seth. He is one of Britain's leading neuroscientists, head of cognitive computational neuroscience at the University of Sussex, which is, I can tell you, a hotbed of heresy. He is the recent winner of the prestigious Faraday Award, and in his book, The Being You, A New Science of Consciousness, he made it very clear that the human brain is not a computer-made of it. And the floor is yours.
Thank you, David. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you also to the Holberg Prize Foundations of Bjorn Hule for inviting me here and for putting on this wonderful event. When I first heard how it was going to be organized, I hadn't heard about it before. What a wonderful thing to be part of. So I'm very, very happy indeed to be here, and also to see the first snow of the year in Bergen. Beautiful. Right, 15 minutes to convince you of my heresy. Let's start at the beginning. I want to start 7 years ago. 7 years ago, I ceased to exist. I was having this small operation, and my brain was filling with anesthetic. And I remember these sensations of blackness and detachment and this falling apart. And then I was back. I was drowsy and disoriented. I was definitely there. Now, when you wake up from a deep sleep, you might be confused about the time, but there's always this basic sense of continuity, of some time having passed between then and now. But just out of interest, how many people in the audience have had general anesthesia and are willing to admit it? Quite a lot. Okay, for those that haven't, I highly recommend it. Really interesting non-experience. And that's because when you come around from anesthesia, from general anesthesia, it's very different. I could have been under for 5 minutes, 5 hours, or even 50 years. I just wasn't there. Under is an understatement. It was total oblivion. Anesthesia is a modern kind of magic. It takes people, turns them into objects, and then back again into people. And when we come around and open our eyes, our brains do much more than merely process information. We are not computers made of meat. Our minds are filled with light and color, with shade and shape. We experience the world around us and being a self within that. How does this happen? What makes us more than merely complex biological objects? This is the challenge of understanding consciousness, which, in my view, is one of the most exciting and vibrant frontiers of modern science. Now, I'm very honored to participate in this year's debates, along with Dr. Sheldrake, Professor Lehman, and David. And we'll be discussing two questions, I think. One is, do conscious experiences happen both within and beyond the brain? And also, can science solve this hard problem, this second hard problem of consciousness? And in the remainder of my opening remarks, I'm going to talk more about solving the hard problem of consciousness, but I'll say a little bit about whether consciousness extends as well. Let's start with a couple of definitions. What is consciousness? Well, the philosopher Thomas Nagel defines it this way, and it's a good starting point for me. He says, for a conscious organism, there is something it is like to be that organism. It feels like something to be me. It feels like something to be each one of you. Probably feels like something to be a bat, or an ape, or a kangaroo. But it doesn't feel like anything to be a table, or this lectern, or a blade of grass, or a laptop computer, probably. For these things, there's probably no experience going on at all. At least this is a reasonable starting assumption. Now, from the standard perspective of Western science and philosophy, and there are other options, as I'm sure we'll come to, the challenge is to explain how and why this is so. Now, the origins of this challenge go back as far as you like into history, but a useful modern landmark is with the philosopher David Chalmers and his hard problem of consciousness. He puts it like this. It is widely agreed that consciousness arises from a physical basis, but we have no good explanation of why and how it so arises. Why should physical processing give rise to a rich inner life at all? It seems objectively unreasonable that it should, and yet it does. Now, there's an assumption here, not made explicitly in this quote, but taken on by many researchers in the field, including me, that the relevant physical basis and physical processing being referred to are about things happening in brains and perhaps in bodies too. The question then becomes, what is it about the combined activity of the billions of brain cells and associated other gubbins inside my skull that gives rise to, entails, or is somehow identical to a conscious experience? And this question has been the rallying cry in consciousness science for at least the last 30 years or so. And I say the last 30 years or so because it wasn't always this way. Despite consciousness being a central question when neuroscience and psychology first emerged as coherent academic disciplines, for a good part of the last century, the topic was pushed to or beyond the fringes. It was heretical to want to study it at all. The suspicion dominated that consciousness, being intrinsically subjective and private, as well as mysterious in some way, could not be usefully studied with the tools of science at all. The psychologist Stuart Sutherland wrote in the International Dictionary of Psychology in 1989, just before I started my undergraduate degree, that consciousness is a fascinating but elusive phenomenon. It is impossible to specify what it is, what it does, or how it evolved. Nothing worth reading has been written on it. It's a pretty pessimistic outlook. Fortunately, things have changed, and I feel lucky these days to have been part of a renaissance in the scientific study of consciousness. And it's not just science, it brings together scientists of all stripes, mathematicians, psychologists, neuroscientists, psychiatrists, computer scientists, physicists, with philosophers, also with anthropologists and other social scientists, all trying to tackle this fundamental problem. And while no one has yet cracked it, exciting progress has been made and continues to be made. Now, the initial strategy in studying consciousness, and still a very popular approach, is to look for the so-called neural correlates of consciousness, the fingerprints of consciousness in the brain, or footprints. These are the parts of the brain or aspects of brain activity that change when consciousness changes. And thanks to the fancy new tools of brain imaging and other things we have available these days, we can look into the brain to find these neural correlates. These can be global changes in consciousness, what happens when we lose it, like in general anesthesia. Or we can ask what changes in the brain when our conscious experience itself changes. There are things like binocular rivalry, where we show two images, one to each eye, and our conscious perception will flip from one to the other. Now, this is all great stuff, and a lot has been learned, but there are fundamental limitations to this established strategy. Significantly, correlations are not explanations, and they don't really tell us much about cause either. And this is why we need theories, among other things. Theories can help us move from correlations to explanations. And by doing so, we can begin to chip away at David Chalmers' hard problem about how and why consciousness happens. And there are plenty of theories, which is one reason why now is a particularly exciting time in the field. A couple of years ago, the philosopher Tim Bain and I wrote a review for Nature Reviews Neuroscience on neuroscientific brain-based theories of consciousness, and we came up with 22, some of them, all of them very different from each other, some of them more mature and more backed by evidence than others. And what's happening now in general in the field is we're getting to the stage of pitting these theories against each other to see which stand up and which fall down. Now, my own preferred theory, which I've been developing in various ways for well over a decade, is that the brain is a kind of prediction machine, and that what we experience, both the world around us and being a self within it, are forms of controlled hallucination, brain-based best guesses that are tied to their causes in the world or in the body, not so much by accuracy, but by criteria of how useful they are in the business of staying alive. Now, the idea of the brain as a prediction machine, constantly estimating what's going on and calibrating its best guesses against sensory signals, this is not a new idea at all, and it's being developed in different ways by different people. And my own take is to treat it as a way of going beyond correlations between brain activity and consciousness, and instead explaining why conscious experiences are the way they are and not some other way. Why an experience of color is different from an experience of emotion or of free will. And one implication of this is that what we perceive is not simply a readout of the sensory information that comes in through our eyes and our ears. It is always and everywhere an active, creative act in which the brain is continuously making predictions about the way the world is and the way the body is, and updating these predictions using sensory information. And in my take on this, that is what we experience. We experience the predictions, not a readout of the sensory information. Our experiences of the world and the self come from the inside out, just as much, if not more than, from the outside in. And this means that we inhabit surprisingly different inner worlds, as I'm sure Tanya Lemon will explain next, even for the same shared objective reality. But what this does not mean, at least in my view, is that consciousness itself extends beyond brains, or that our vision, for example, is a force emitted from the eyes. Another implication is perhaps even more controversial, which is that, unlike the majority of my colleagues, and this is where my heresy takes flight, I think that consciousness is intimately connected to our nature as living creatures, so that life may be a necessary condition consciousness. And this pushes back on the tired old metaphor of the brain as a computer, really highlights how different we are from the large language models and other artifacts of AI that increasingly dominate our societies and our lives. And I mention this in part to underline that even within the constraints of what's often called mainstream neuroscience, there is a lot of variety and controversy. Some other prominent theories, such as a neuroscientist called Giulio Tononi, who has a theory called the integrated information theory of consciousness. This makes other incredibly counterintuitive predictions, such as that vivid conscious experiences might happen with almost no neural activity at all. So lots of controversy. Will any of these theories solve the heart problem? Well, from where we are now, I think it's too early to say, but I'm optimistic. And there's a lesson here from how our understanding of life developed. It wasn't so long ago, maybe 150 years, that the challenge of understanding life seemed to be beyond the reach of science, perhaps as mysterious as the challenge of consciousness seems to us today. And according to the dominant, at the time, philosophy of vitalism, there had to be something almost supernatural, a spark of life, an élan vital, to explain the difference between the living and the non-living. But things didn't turn out that way. Instead of treating life as one big scary mystery, biologists of the day instead started explaining the properties of living systems, metabolism, homeostasis, reproduction, in terms of the underlying physics and chemistry. And bit by bit, our conception of what life is changed, and the need to appeal to some special source began to fade away. The hard problem of life wasn't solved, it was dissolved. And I think the same may well happen with consciousness. By chipping away at its various properties, how conscious we are, what we're conscious of, the nature of the self, the nature of volition, the hard problem of consciousness too is already seeming less mysterious and less monolithic than once it did. And perhaps one day, perhaps not so far away, it too might vanish in a puff of metaphysical smoke. And of course I might be wrong, both in my own theory and in this optimistic view of the future of consciousness science, but that's okay. The beauty of science is the ability to be productively wrong, so that our collective understanding always ratchets upwards. And even if we don't fully understand the problem of consciousness, what we're learning along the way is already radically changing how we think about the nature of how we experience the world, perception, the self, and other things. And this is having major implications in society, something I hope we'll talk about later. In ethics, in medicine, in animal welfare, in law, in how we deal with AI, and in much more besides. Now, the neuroscience of consciousness is at a very exciting place. Now, just as astronomy faced the challenge of the very far away, and quantum physics the challenge of the very small, neuroscience faces the unique challenge of the very complex. And we are just now developing the theoretical and experimental tools to get to grips with this challenge. And if it still seems difficult to understand or imagine how any kind of physical stuff could give rise to any kind of experience, well, this could well be because our imaginations are just not yet up to the job of envisaging what such a complex system as an embodied brain might be capable of. But when they're empowered with the tools of science and philosophy, bootstrapped from the insights of those colleagues now and before us, our imaginations can stretch further. And just like the apparent mystery of life, what once seemed inexplicable may not always remain so. Now, I'll finish by very briefly addressing the specific question of whether consciousness extends beyond the brain. First thing to say is that I'm entirely comfortable with the idea that our minds extend beyond our brains. A good chunk of my memory is in this phone, probably a lot else too. And indeed, part of what it is to be myself is in my perception of how others perceive me, and so depends, although indirectly, on things outside my own brain. David Chalmers himself, who coined the heart problem term, together with the philosopher Andy Clark, have written convincingly in my mind about the idea of the extended mind. But the mind, although the mind can broaden to encompass many things, the mind is not the same thing as conscious experience itself. Now, when I look around me, the contents of my consciousness, let's say colors, they seem to be out there in the world. Does this mean that my consciousness itself is out there in the world too? Well, I don't think so. The fact that the contents of my consciousness sometimes seem to be out there does not mean they actually are. Now, this is a useful example is something like an out-of-body experience, where people experience being in a position different from their own bodies. This is clearly a real experience for many people over history and even now, but it does not mean that consciousness itself has left the body and gone flying around. There are often many different, more compelling, more empirically useful explanations for these kinds of experiences. How things seem is important to pay attention to, but it's not always a good guide to how things are. Now, in my view, in a line of thinking that goes all the way back to the Scottish philosopher David Hume, experiencing something out there in the world is part and parcel of the brain's predictions about the causes of the sensory signals that it gets. And the interesting question, at least for me, is what is going on in the brain that underlies this experiential projection of properties like color, shape, and so on out there into the world, and things like emotion in here into the bodies. Now, the claim that consciousness itself can extend beyond the brain and the body, perhaps even to act at a distance, as in the case of this phenomenon of sense of being stared at, which I'm sure Rupert Sheldrake will tell us about shortly too. This, in a sense, is a very ordinary claim. It's very likely that we've all felt that way at some time or another. But scientifically, it's an extraordinary claim. And it's an extraordinary claim because there are currently no plausible mechanisms by which it might actually happen. And extraordinary claims are in need of extraordinary evidence. And if we had that evidence, that would be very interesting because it would force...
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Good to see you, man.
Thank you.
We first met, what was it, like at least 20 years ago, right?
22 years ago.
Was it 22?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So I had seen your movie, and I don't even remember how I got in touch with you because this is before my podcast. I don't even.
You emailed me.
Okay. So did I email you off your website? Is that what it was?
I think so. And then you said if you're ever in LA, let's meet. And I happened to be in LA when you sent me the email.
Ah, synchronicity.
Yes.
Yeah. So let's take everybody on this journey with you. So you were a young man. You were fascinated by NASA. You were a NASA fan. You had NASA photos on the wall of your room. What happened? What happened to you that you're known worldwide as the leading proponent of the moon hoax theory? You're the guy who's researched it the most. You're the guy who can auto-recall the most information. And you're the guy that the people that believe the moon landing was real hate the most. So how did this all happen?
Well, let me start by saying a comment about what you said, theories. You know, it's not a theory. They did fake the moon landing. That's a fact, whether people realize it or not.
Okay, but we weren't there. So let's just go on what we know in terms of facts. And I'm going to call it theory.
Okay, you're so
just
polite.
for fun. I'm just trying to, I'm going to have to steel man some of the arguments against you. You know, obviously. I mean, this is a fascinating but yet very challenging subject. I think today more people are aware of the insanely widespread deception that the government was involved in during the same time as the moon landing. I think this is important. And I know a lot of people who get very angry when you question the moon landing. They use terms like patriotism, they use terms like national pride, like we did this incredible thing, the scientists that we have. I understand what they're saying. I understand where they're coming from entirely. But we have to look at things realistically if we're ever going to get an accurate picture of how the world works. And I think if we look at the time that we're talking about,
We're in the last second of the 47 seconds away from losing our green record.
Oh, Joey Jensen coming up huge for Apex, but the pressure is not off.
okay, there's that. there's Operation Northwoods during the same time period. Operation Northwoods was a plan that was signed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff, where they were going to initiate false flags to try to get us into a war with Cuba. They were going to blow up a drone jetliner and blame it on Cuba. They were going to arm Cuban friendlies and attack Guantanamo Bay. So there's all these things. There's the Kennedy assassination itself, which they still won't release the files. There's the moon landing, and then there's Nixon getting Nixon removed from office, which I think was Tucker Carlson made that all out, and I was like, what? Then I read a bunch about it.
Is this one episode? Why is the same thing thrown up as the same episode?
It's a source of national pride, and it is also like the accomplishments of NASA, the accomplishments of the scientific community, the accomplishments of these people that are able to make things like the stealth bomber and all the wild shit that we know that is absolutely real. The space shuttle, SpaceX, all of the amazing engineers and scientists. It seems to a lot of people that by calling the moon landing fake, you're discounting that work. You're discounting that amazing accomplishment from humans. What I want people to do is to say, what did they tell the truth about? If this is the one thing that you're willing to hang your hat on, because I know they lied about everything. They lied about everything. They lied about MK Ultra. They were dosing up Johns and brothels with acid and monitoring them. They dosed up Charles Manson. They probably trained him how to be a cult leader in prison. The whole MK Ultra thing is 100% legit, verified. There's plenty of documents on it. They experimented on people with acid. They did mind control. What did they tell the truth about? What did they want? They said, you know what? I know we're liars and we get people killed and we're, funneling money here and there. But we can't lie about the moon landing, guys. Everybody agreed. This one we're going to do. This is just what it is what it is. And we're going to give the scientific community access to all the data so everybody knows it's verified. We're going to have third-party people test everything to make sure it's verified.
Well, you brought up a bunch of good points. My opinion is really the opinion of the experts. For example, Robert Kennedy Jr. is 100% certain. He has more access to the JFK files than Oliver Stone does. He's 100% certain that his uncle, President Kennedy, was killed by the CIA. Then, as you mentioned, the Gulf of Tonkin. Robert McNamara, before he died, it off his chest, said that the Gulf of Tonkin incident, the Pearl Harbor incident that got America behind the Vietnam War, never happened. He and the CIA completely fabricated it. Congress passed a law, the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, that led to the death of 3 million people and 58,220 American soldiers without cause. So, if the corrupt federal government is willing to kill their own duly elected president, if they're willing to needlessly kill 58,220 of their own soldiers, I don't think they have a problem faking an image of the moon on television. The problem is it's a positive lie. You see, whoever killed JFK, you're just changing who did it and why. He's still dead. It's still a tragedy. Or 9/11. You can change who did it and why, but all those people are still dead. This is a positive lie. And people don't want to give up that candy, and I come along and say, wake up and smell the manure. Some people are like, well, I know America has gotten bad, but at least we went to the moon. And people need to realize the sheer arrogance of the federal government to pull off the moon landing fraud when there's virtually no eyewitnesses, except 3 government employees and a picture we have to trust is on the moon from the federal government.
Yeah.
So it was actually very easy to fake. And in answer to your first question, I was more than a supporter. I was gaga, idolizing the moon landings with my father in the Air Force and giving me a packet of pictures of Apollo 11. And as I moved every 2 years from house to house, there were a prominent place of glory on every bedroom wall from city to city.
What changed?
Well, what changed is having an open mind.
And but was there a moment?
Yeah. The first moment was so from the age of, I was asleep in bed when it happened. But at age 4, I got those pictures, saw them I mean, even if I saw them once a day, that's 3,650 times over the next 10 years. Probably saw them 3 times a day. So I see these pictures over 10,000 times, believing they're on the moon and thinking it's the greatest thing. And then I'm 14 years old, and I see Bill Casey, a former Rocketdyne employee who worked for NASA for 6 years on the Apollo program with high security clearance, only second to Von Braun, who says, look, I edited a memo from Von Braun to the Pentagon warning them they are not going to make the goal. There's only a 1 in 10,000 chance they can go to the moon on the first attempt.
And what year was this?
That was back in 1966, I think.
And so 3 years later, they went to the moon. Is it possible that they were able to overcome whatever challenges that got him to 10,000 to 1?
Well, no, because I mean, so we're going to go over many proofs.
Yeah, this is important, but I need to every step of the way.
But here's how you can prove that's not the case.
Okay.
So the number one proof that we have is simply deductive reasoning, because today, with 54-year better rocket designs and computer designs, the farthest that NASA can send a rocket with an astronaut into space is 1,000 the distance to the moon. That's why they're sending mannequins to orbit the moon that can't even land because they would die from the radiation. So what they're really claiming is, back in 1969, ahead of schedule on the first attempt, when all of NASA's computers had 1 millionth the computing power cell phone, they sent astronauts 1,000 times farther into space than they can send us today with 54-year better technology. So what they're really claiming is they had 1,000 times better technology in 1969 than they do today.
Not necessarily.
Well, but that is because you can't have better technology in the past and in the future.
Right,
That's impossible.
But they haven't done a moon landing program today. So if they started a moon landing program today, the technology is vastly superior, right?
So it would take less time. It would take less time to return to the moon.
If they
but
did.
it's taking more time.
But they're not doing it. Right, but they're not doing it. Right? Like during the
because
Apollo.
they can't do it.
Okay, that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
And I'm with you. But the Apollo program doesn't exist.
It is. Okay, so you're all gay.
Overall,
I call it nature the love.
that's a lot of people organized.
This is the famous cheeseburger from the movie, The Menu.
One very specific goal.
Seriously, Burns Burgers and Searchlight Pictures collaborated to bring this iconic cheeseburger to life.
The menu was good.
Patties and American cheese.
We're not trying to do this. If we wanted to do it.
And of course, Herb's secret sauce on both
Actually, they are
thinly shaped grilled onions stacked to perfection and carefully assembled with pickles. It's a well-made cheeseburger. It literally gave me chills looking at this burger because it looks just like
the argument.
Now, Herb's Burgers
Looks
inside of
good.
Wrangell Resort serves this, but it's not on the menu.
No, and everyone.
You gotta go up and ask for it. It's just called a menu burger.
I'll show you how that's not true. First of all,
Great for anything like
It looks good to me.
movie again, and then go try it, and bring you right back to that legendary movie.
Now,
I dropped my car off earlier. I'm here to pick it up.
You must be the owner of the white Toyota. Actually, I have your keys. It's $30.
That's not my car.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's the Ikea. Then let me go get the keys for that.
It's the G-Wagon.
Haha, very funny. Let me get you the keys to the Kia.
Man, I don't drive no damn kid. Do I look?
Very funny.
At home. And
Motherfuckers. Oh, you didn't hear it?
To tell the person
Oh, man.
This is the thing.
I dropped my car off earlier. I'm here to pick it up.
You must be the owner of the white Toyota. Actually, I have your keys. It's $30.
That's not my car.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's the Ikea. Then let me go get the keys for that.
It's the G-Wagon.
Haha, very funny. Let me get you the keys to the Kia.
Very funny. Let me get you the keys to the Kia, man.
Man, I don't drive no damn kid. Do I look like a soccer mom to you?
No, you sure as hell don't look like you drive a G-Wagon.
Why? Because I'm a black man?
That's one reason.
Excuse me?
Here or not, man. I'm going to go get the keys for it.
I want my G-Wagon.
Where's your ticket?
What ticket?
When you dropped it off to the attendant, he should have then given you a ticket so you could redeem your vehicle when it was done.
The attendant didn't give me a ticket. Yo, man, stop playing with giving my keys to my car.
If you don't leave, man, I'm going to call the police.
You got some damn nerves.
Yeah, because this isn't the first time a black guy tried to steal a car. I'm not falling for that charade.
Where's your manager?
I am the manager.
Yeah, sure you are.
Stop playing games. Get out of here.
Hey, man, I'm not going anywhere until you get my car.
If you don't vacate the premises, I'm going to be forced to call the cops. Is that what you want?
What car?
Now,
I dropped my car. Fuck. Debunkings.
Finally trying Gordon Ramsay's fish and chips. I've just waited in a 2-hour line for this. First up, we got the Alaskan cod and some tartar sauce. Some lemon, some malt vinegar.
So
first off, the outer breading's like a thin chip.
Why you laugh at racist videos? It's not that it's racist; it's that it's retarded. It's like that. No, that's like a fake scenario.
Self just melts in your mouth, and the tartar sauce is fantastic. I also got his dirty fries, which comes with jalapeno.
So racism isn't real, but it doesn't go down with these stereotypical lines. Because I'm a black man? Yeah. Like, bro.
I dropped my car off earlier. I'm here to pick it up.
You must be the owner of the white Toyota. Actually, I have your keys.
How would you know?
That's not my car.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's the black Kia then. Let me go get the keys for that.
It's the G-Wagon.
Haha. It's the G-Wagon. Haha.
Very funny.
Haha. Very funny. Like, come on, bro. That's not how racism is.
Let me get you the keys to the Kia, man.
Finally trying Gordon Ramsay's fish and chips. I've just waited in a 2-hour line for this.
Are you okay?
First up, we got the Alaskan cod and some tartar sauce. Some lemon, some malt vinegar. First off, the outer breading's like a thin chip.
I kind of want to order more food.
They were deceiving people all the time. They were deceiving United States citizens
There's a song called Cuckoo Mean, and it's by Gunna. Let's check it out. Oh, that's flat. Oh.
If that's true, which it is, that's so much more profound an event than had they actually gone. So one of the greatest events in human history is actually this faking of the moon landing. And we have to understand these people are still at large. You don't say, oh, well, there's a child kidnapper in the neighborhood and one child disappears every month for the last 30, 40 years. Oh, well, what can you do? These people are in charge right now. They did fake the moon landing. Don't believe me? Go to Sibrel.com, watch 17 clips for free that prove it.
Have you had any debates with people that think we definitely went to the moon and what you're doing is dangerous and ridiculous?
Well, the most interesting comment I got is I showed all this proof to a college professor of a major university. All this proof. I mean, like I said, shadows intersecting at 90 degrees, which you can't duplicate in sunlight, which means it's electrical light, which means they didn't go to the moon. All this proof. The footage we encountered.
Let me stop you there. That doesn't mean they didn't go to the moon. That means that photograph is fake.
Okay. Well, right? Why would the pictures be fake if they really went? But
well,
in any case,
you could make the argument that the radiation damaged the cameras and they weren't able to get real photographs, and so they made a conscious decision to use fake photographs.
Well, I think if you were really going to the moon, you wouldn't dare fake any of it and be accused of that.
I think they had a lot more hubris back then. They faked a lot of photographs back then. It was pretty common. I mean, you know the famous one of the Gemini 15. Where you see
what is
Michael Collins in a simulation.
Akinator, think about real or fictional characters, try to guess who it is.
Blacked it out.
The fuck do you mean?
Yeah, so you're saying NASA.
How do you do this? What is it?
Faking space flights before then. Yeah, you're right.
Or
hacked IP
firms that work for NASA had a limited amount of photos to work with.
What happened?
Manipulate some so that they could have photos.
I got hacked
of an actual event which really took place.
Well,
the spacewalk.
But what
hacked for what?
Faking being halfway to the moon.
Right, but they do things like spacewalk.
It was a fake Akinator.
Space Center.
So Heinzie, did you just send me an IP hack?
They can't leave Earth orbit.
That's where it gets confusing.
Right.
So the real problem, the question is the Van Allen radiation belts. Now, Operation Starfish Prime That was the operation where they detonated a nuke in the radiation belts, right? Didn't they do something like that? Something kooky? They're trying to blow a hole through the radiation
I've
belts?
heard that. I don't know. It's not confirmed. I don't know.
Yeah, it's secret squirrel stuff. But what is Operations? Google that. What is Operation Starfish Prime? I remember reading that going, they did what? They shot a nuke into space? Starfish Prime is a high-altitude nuclear test conducted by the United States, a joint effort of the Atomic Energy Commission and the Defense Atomic Support Agency. It was launched from Johnson Atoll on July 9, 1962. It was the largest nuclear test conducted in outer space, and one of the 5 conducted by the U.S. in space. A Thor rocket carrying a W-49 thermonuclear warhead designed at Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory, and a Mk-2 re-entry vehicle was launched from Johnston Atoll in the Pacific Ocean, about 900 miles west-southwest of Hawaii. The explosion took place at an altitude of 250 miles. So is that essentially like where the space station is and all that stuff is?
That's right.
Okay. Above a point 19 miles southwest of Johnson Atoll at a yield of 1.4 megatons. The explosion was about 10 degrees above the horizon as seen from Hawaii at 11 p.m. Hawaiian time. So what was the goal behind this? Or at least what was the publicly stated goal behind blowing up a fucking thermonuke in space?
Well, I guess they were trying to see if they could open up the radiation
That was
in
the
order
idea.
to go to the moon. They knew that the
But
radiation
was this
belt.
connected, though? Was this program connected to NASA officially?
I think they were trying to see if they could open a way for
Look what it says there.
astronaut to go through it.
Look what it says there. Starfish Prime, and this always happens, caused an electromagnetic pulse that was far larger than expected. So much
Play
larger
where? Where's the play
that
button?
much of the instrumentation
Play where?
scale, causing great difficulty in getting accurate measurements. The Starfish Prime electromagnetic pulse also made those effects known to public by causing electrical damage in Hawaii about 900 miles away from the detonation point, knocking out about 300
Select the
streetlights.
game theme. What do we do,
Holy
guys?
shit.
Chat, what do we
Setting
do?
off numerous burglar alarms.
Chat, what do we do? Akinator, what do we do?
These boys were
Characters?
wild. They just experimented with a fucking nuclear
Characters?
bomb in space, and it blew out 300 streetlights in Hawaii.
Does your character
Shut up,
really
man.
exist?
Burglar
Yes.
alarm goes off because the fucking government launched a nuke into space.
Is your character a girl? No.
Holy shit!
I'm choosing me.
EMP
Is your character a famous
microwave
YouTuber?
shut
Yes.
down telephone
I'm choosing
calls
Nick
from
White.
Hawaii to the other
Is your
Hawaiian
character a
islands.
gamer? No.
27 small rockets were launched.
Do your character do 24-hour challenges? No.
Experimental data.
Is your character
for the
white?
Starfish
Yes.
Prime detonation. In addition, a
Has your
large
character
number
ever
of
created a
rocket
song?
instruments
Yes.
were launched
Does your
from
character have
Washington
tattoos?
to
No.
Hawaii in the Hawaiian Islands.
Is your character American?
As
Yes.
Military ships and aircrafts were operating.
Does your character cuss a lot?
Starfish
No.
Prime, the Johnson Atoll
Does your
area,
character
across the
can your
nearby
character
North
destroy
Pacific
reality?
region.
No.
A few military ships and aircrafts were also positioned in the region of the South Pacific.
Is your
Ocean,
character
Solomon Islands.
associated with
The
Cool Guy
location
Slime?
was at
No.
the southern end of the magnetic field line.
Is your character married? No.
From the position
Is
of
your character older than
detonation,
18? Yes.
Detonation.
Is your character linked to
The area
music in
known
general?
as
No.
The southern conjecture region for the test. So
Is your character an animator? No. Is your character gay? No.
Yeah. I'm interested to
Does
see
your
what
character have
logic-
glasses? No.
Give me-
Does your character
give me
live with a
some sort
sibling?
of
No.
a logical
Does your character have a
explanation where you
beard? No.
just took a fucking chance
Does your character play
and
pranks?
launched
No.
a nuke 250 miles into the sky.
Is your character normally in a
Okay,
chair?
what is it
Yes.
again? Okay, the beginning
Is your character
the
known
Soviets announced
under his
on
full
August
name? Yes.
30th of 1961 that they would
Is your
end
character
a
accused of
3-year
murder? No.
moratorium on
Does your
testing.
character have any kids? No.
Began
Does your
in
character own a
response,
sports
but
team?
why did
No.
they do it in space? I understand that they
Bruh.
might have did nuclear tests back then because the moratorium was over.
Truck.
Aliens killed the aliens with nukes. That's probably why the aliens started showing up more. Well, that's all the folklore. The folklore about Fat Man and Little Boy. Then when they dropped those bombs, that's when the aliens started showing up. Like, hey, what are you doing? Which I would do if I was an alien. That's around the time I would start landing. Like as soon as they start dropping bombs on cities, like Jesus Christ. So we know they did that. That's a real thing. Why'd they do it? The speculation is that they were trying to open up a portal to make passage through the Van Allen radiation belts possible. Now, the people that say that it's easy to go through the Van Allen radiation belts will tell you that it's a donut. It's not like covering the entire sphere of Earth evenly, that there's openings at the top and the bottom. Is this correct?
Well, yeah, but then they would have to launch at the North Pole or South Pole, where it's not possible to launch because of the temperatures.
That's the only way you could do it to get through those holes.
That's right. According to NASA's own flight plan, they went directly through the center. That's why they launched in southern Florida to be close to the equator.
Okay, so what they would say is that it's not that dangerous, and it's just like being exposed to a few X-rays, and that the people were shielded.
Well, go to SubRealm.com and watch the latest.
You're right there. So I'm just saying, what they would say is that there, Kelly Smith, explaining something that most people don't know. Above the earth, starting out
My legs are sore. My legs are completely sore. I think it's because I walked a while. I walked like 15 minutes yesterday.
Guy joined my TikTok.
And when did he say this?
Oh, whoops. Sorry, pal. I think I just trampled on one of your vegetables.
Made with the fruit. So avocado.
That would be the argument.
All fruit.
You're pretty smart. Let's go.
You think I'm smart? Do you want to see how smart that I am?
I'm not fine.
Are you sick? Maybe you just need to sleep. Pick up that matter.
Alright.
But no, I know.
As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send...
Okay. Did you just say that over and over again?
Yeah, well, he said
Okay.
it's on Orion, though.
Excuse me?
It was for Orion.
You're wasting your talent for working at Papa John's for minimum wage. I mean, honestly, I can understand where you're coming from.
You must solve these
But
challenges.
what a lot of these comments don't realize is I've been working for Papa John's for 6 years now. I've been able to support myself through college, buy my first car. I've been able to do a lot of things thanks to this job. What you might say is a low skill or low paying job has actually taught me a lot.
And what was this?
And I get it. Not everyone is going to be excited to be a pizza maker. But what a wise man once told me.
He's also making fuck ton by getting millions of views.
Project was a new project to go to the moon.
Good.
He just not as focused.
Correct. They were using part of that spacecraft on the Artemis mission when they sent
I've got a question
mannequins
for you.
through the radiation belt. He says we must
Yes, look,
first
two
solve
balls
these
like most
challenges
guys.
of
Now,
radiation
imagine if I
protection
take them into this hat.
before we send
If I
people
take
to
one out,
space.
how many
Is
like
Guys, one in the chat if this short makes you want to die. One in the chat if this short
Not
makes you want to
exactly what
die.
he was saying. I see where you're going with this, but what he did say that was it was dangerous radiation. You
You're
wrote
right.
deadly
No,
in
if
all
I take the
capital.
other out, how many
But what he was just saying was
None.
dangerous, and he was specifically talking
That's
about
why I've got a
utility.
statue of a nun here.
He didn't
Why don't
say
you do me a favor
dangerous
and think of
in terms
anything in
like
the world and I'll turn this
because that
into
One in the chat if this short makes you want to die.
It would be a thing that you would go, but
What the
hey,
How'd you know?
They do it, and then it would.
Let me explain some of you guys right now.
We must solve these challenges.
There was a time, bro, where a lot of people
before we send people through this region of space. Meaning, people cannot go through it until the radiation
Bro's like,
develop, and it has not yet
I'm
been
kidding.
developed.
It's not my
Wait to send out that survive
Close your eyes.
in 2014. So if it's not been invented in 2014,
Close your eyes.
and it wasn't
Tell us,
invented
Maggie.
in
Check Jesus, check Jesus, check Jesus, check Jesus.
It's dangerous.
I got you an Audemars spaghetti.
It's going to be dangerous spots. Even if you, but I'm saying, even if you don't say that, even if you're not, like he did say, could say, imply.
Let me explain some of you guys.
Yo, Aiden, bro. I've been supporting you since day one, bro. Bro, I'm OG, bro.
Right, but
I saw that one you did.
You could interpret that.
Fuck,
I'm
man,
just
I
trying
saw
to be as
that.
generous as
Bro,
possible.
I've been watching ever
You're overly
since.
generous. They're trying to be.
That when you started this shit, bro. You ran. You were running.
My name is
You
Kelly
were
Smith,
running
and I
Twitch.
work on navigation guides
Dude.
for Orion. Before we can send astronauts into space on Orion,
Literally,
we have to test
bro.
all the systems. Only one way to know.
Let me
if
get
we got
that.
Orion.
Let me get an
Fly
AP,
into
bro.
space. For Orion's test flight, no astronauts will be aboard the spacecraft.
No, nigga.
No, but how did they do it?
No.
That's a good question.
No.
This is what we know about
the big three?
Regular strawberries are inferior to freeze-dried strawberries. From the jump, these things are dumb because the seeds are on the outside. Like, bro, aren't the seeds supposed to be on the inside? Secondly, with freeze-dried strawberries, there's a flavorful crunch with every bite you take. Lastly, freeze-dried strawberries don't get gross like regular strawberries because when you freeze-dry it, you take out all the water and it lasts up to 25 plus years. And this is why regular strawberries are inferior to freeze-dried strawberries. From the jump, these things are dumb because
Okay, and to be clear, how many people have gone
Well, my new
Your algo's retarded. No, my algo's good.
24 people.
Little pussy, hoe, get some shell toes. Yeah, glow. Slapping rap bitches and making bell hoe. Yeah, glow. I might have parachute. Yeah, glow. Step a look.
Jake Paul, March Lincoln Bottom, Ohio Fried, Chicken
Yo, I got a good algo,
Jake
dude.
Paul, March Lincoln Bottom, Ohio Fried, Chicken Bit, Jake Paul, March Lincoln.
This is me attempting to make wine out of soda. Because according to this viral video, you can make wine out of nearly anything that has sugar in it. So today, we're putting it to the test. Using my favorite childhood soda, I started by pouring the soda into this 1 gallon jug, trying to release as much carbonation as possible. Next, I had to stir in about 2 pounds of honey to get the total amount of sugar to over 1,000 grams, which seems like a ton, but the yeast that I'm pouring in will consume all of that sugar and slowly convert it into alcohol as it ferments. But for all of this to work, there's one step that I'm a little nervous about. Soda has preservatives that prevent it from fermenting, but thanks to Golden Hydrogene's tutorial, I got
Gently, and so here make your money skyline. Let's go. So first things first, throw in your bacon, use all that grease to cook all the mix, and then move that to the side. Once it's done cooking, throw in the chorizo. This
A pizza lay between a wealthy man and a beggar. The rich man extended his hand, but the beggar swiftly grabbed a slice before him.
Oh, fuck no, he's getting bitch slapped.
The rich man, who shifted the plate towards himself, attempting to signal the beggar not to touch his food. However, the beggar remained unaware until only 3 pizzas remained. Seizing another slice, the rich man's anger intensified. Yet, as they both finished their pizzas simultaneously, only 1 slice remained. The rich man reached for it, but the beggar snatched it away. Fuming, the rich man berated the beggar, who, thinking he was still hungry, offered half of his remaining pizza. This act of generosity,
Dude, the way he just ripped the pizza like
just the actual video.
go fucking die.
offended the rich man, who continued to curse. Then, to his surprise, the waiter brought him another pizza, revealing it belonged to the beggar. Realizing his mistake, the rich man apologized, touched by the beggar's kindness despite having so little. A pizza lay between a wealthy man and...
No, my algo is good, guys. My algo is good.
see you at the movie. I see you with your lipstick on. Looking at the cosmos. I'm hoping
Buying Asian snack with Uncle Nick. First up, kimchi. Uncle that just moved house, no chopped it yet, have to use fork.
So this is what I want to do. Yeah.
On your thing, on your thing.
That is just a piece of the earth in a circular window. Well, I mean,
So that's the window. The point is, it's the window. They're using the window to create the earth.
they're using the darkness of the cabin by blocking out all the windows. And it makes it look like it's space.
This is incredible. I have to have this open.
Green screen kids, green screen this video. I'm trying to set the world record for the most green screen kids in my video. I want the screen filled with green screen heads, like this video, so it reaches as many people as possible. Green screen kids, green screen this.
So this is the bread. It's cheese. Choose your choice. It's like a 4 cheese whip.
Lunch of an ordinary office worker. Well, there is sweet potato for carbs. Of course, my brick of rice is still needed. Perfect.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I just got my hands on these
Oh my god.
$6.50 each. They're kind of expensive, but not sure.
$6.50. We can make it for 75 cents.
With tax dollars to specifically measure the radiation into the house. Years ago, anyway. And then I said, can I please to measure the
Here are rappers who regretted dissing Eminem.
So we're sitting in the dealership. All the numbers are out. What does that mean? That means he's got a warranty sheet, he's got a rider sheet, he's got a trade evaluation card, he's got a credit application. He just served me one. I said, hey man, I really appreciate it, David, Thanks for showing me all the numbers, but I need to think about it. Go ahead. And I appreciate that. I understand. I've been doing this a long time. And what I've learned is that when people say they need to think about it, it's usually one of two things. It's usually it's in the number one car. I don't believe it's the car. If you told me, you know, that we were on this extra, I had a great time. Number two,
Aiden Ross has officially had enough of his friends.
This restaurant, there's a way to get through because you know exactly how much radiation and you need this amount of shielding.
So I understand what you're doing, and
This is supposedly the best.
You can't have our fucking data. That's what I would say. I would say that's an American secret. That's national security.
Lifting a chair with one arm is extreme.
Yeah, I was calling to get some
Right?
information.
If we're going to be doing space wars, they're going to be flying around, but they don't know how
Dude,
to get through the.
did you guys get why I was laughing?
And they're going to rely on espionage.
Well, they sent probes to the moon, so they would probably have Geiger.
Right, but as
Did you
time
get it?
goes on,
They would know the radiation.
but they sent probes to the moon a long time ago. As time goes on, the instrumentation is far more efficient. It's much better, more accurate. So the stuff that they get, the data they get now,
Dude, my eyes were watering.
Data. Then you got 1963.
The argument people are making about now is that the instrumentation
Oh, that was funny.
was then because of
Makes sense. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, it's more complex.
You can start the clip if you want.
That does make sense about the radiation.
Tell us why I was laughing.
Start at 34.
My point is, don't we recognize the amount
You guys kept saying,
dangerous to radiation with
stop streaming, quit streaming, you're streaming shit. You know, stuff like
That's why
that.
you have to wear a lead shield when you get an X-ray, and that's why if you've ever seen those horrific images of people that used to test X-rays,
vehicle,
when they
2019 Toyota Camry. Do you guys still have it?
Yeah,
So are you calling me back? Are you prepared?
Look at the USA. Look what they said. One of the most disgusting headlines I think I've ever read in my life. They said to Israel.
Check Discord.
Regardless of whether or not it is dangerous to the
Would you breathe, Mark?
that was their primary concern.
For
It's
what?
gotta be accurate, especially since the first one was unmanned. It's also
There's not anything
that
to
kind of
check.
radiation is probably bad for
This?
people. Not unless you're Fantastic Four, right? You go through it and you get superpowers, right? Isn't that what happened to them?
Well, yeah. I mean, let's get back to the technology.
Yes.
I mean, when they first exploded the first atomic bomb in 1940, years later, so if they could do it first attempt with one of the basic computers ever done, we would have been on Mars. We've seen another solar system by now, and there were.
This is interesting. One of the there's no other technology. 1960. It's not easier. Because it was. So let's play the video. This audio is.
these conversations discussing
I can't fucking breathe. Oh my fucking god. Dude. Oh, it's so fucking funny. Oh my god.
So that's really the window of the spacecraft.
Right. Let it talk
Alright, I gotta wait. Is there something wrong with me? Is there something wrong with me? Oh my god! No, seriously, we gotta stop. We gotta stop. I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna go pee.
It is completely filled with the Earth in low orbit. The circumference of the window then appears to
Dude, I'm having a fucking laughing attack. I can't stop laughing. I can't stop. I can't stop laughing. I can't stop laughing.
This is because the Earth's shine is coming from a downward angle. It also causes the Earth to appear to be an irregularly shaped circle, for you are seeing the outside of the window at the bottom and the inside of the window at the top, which together form two different sized halves of a circle. Subsequently, this tape was never used. As they perfected the shot, a crescent-shaped piece of black material was inset slightly into the window to create the illusion of the Earth's terminator line dividing night and day. It is uncannily convincing. During this segment, intended to be edited and played back later for the worldwide television audience, dated July 18, 1969, Neil Armstrong condemns himself as he states that he is 130,000 miles out, or halfway to the moon, as the NASA flight log also states on this date, when he is in reality in low Earth orbit of a few hundred miles.
Roger, Houston, Apollo 11. Going in for about 130,000 miles out.
Here, during another segment, also intended to air after review, Neil Armstrong falsely explains to the viewers how the shot is attained by putting the camera's lens to the window's glass, as it would have to be if they were the claimed distance away from the Earth.
We only have one window that has a view of the Earth, and it's filled up with the beacon.
If the window was completely filled up with a TV camera, as he stated, then an astronaut's arm would not be able to get between the camera and the window, as it obviously does here in this outtake.
North America becomes invisible beyond the Terminator or inside the shadow.
You can also notice how the astronaut operating the camera reacted to the mistake by attempting to pan away from it.
Yeah. Pretty white man, major cloud formation across the Earth.
This is a segment that they believe wasn't even being recorded.
Keep going.
Much less suitable for broadcast, for the lens was being zoomed out and the scene was being changed to that of an interior of the astronauts at work, and apparently the stop button popped back up on the recorder without notice. Here is the diffused work light that they used to see camera controls, but not throw light onto the spacecraft's wall. Here they remove part of the crescent insert. Finally, the iris is opened up, and you can see the real location of the camera and the very bright and near Earth out the window. Here is the slate for the 19th of July.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
if you go
here's what I would say if I was trying to counter what you're saying. All right. the Earth at 130,000 miles out is halfway to the moon. The moon is 1/4 the size of Earth. The moon, on a full moon, is fairly bright. I mean, you could walk around outside in the dark. I mean, it's pretty amazing how bright it is when it's a full moon. Imagine that 4 times greater and twice as close. So the Earth, which has blue reflective light because of the oceans, and it's glorious, it glows in the sky. You would imagine that if you were filming Earth from 130,000 miles out, you would have to blacken the insides of the walls, and you probably couldn't get the camera any closer to that window in reality, even by saying it's in front of the window, it's covering the window. You're talking to me, it probably doesn't even fit any closer than that with all the instrumentation. If you were filming it specifically to try to get an image of the Earth and what it looked like at 130,000 miles out, would it even look that small? I don't think it would. It would probably look a lot larger. So if they're shooting it through this window and the light is probably pretty intense, it might be the only way to film the Earth with the kind of cameras that they had back then would be to do it that way, to block out everything in the room and to film through that circle window as close as they can get that camera to. And it's just shitty footage of something that they eventually figured out how to do right, so that it wasn't deception.
Well, the camera's at the back of the spacecraft,
right,
and that's the circular window, and it's filled with the Earth.
Right.
If they were halfway to the moon and the Earth was at the window, the Earth would be a tiny dot.
It wouldn't be that
out
small.
window.
No, it wouldn't. But stop. It wouldn't be that small because the moon's not that small. You got to think about how big the moon is. Okay, and the moon is 1/4 the size of Earth. Think about how close the moon is. So the moon is a big ass fucking thing, right?
So let me ask you this, Joe. Do you think the moon landings are real or not?
I'm not saying that. What
Okay,
I'm
but
saying
wait a
to you,
minute. I just want to know what you think. What do you think?
I'm going to go at this. I'm just going to try to ask the most logical questions to refute what you're saying without giving an opinion. I'll give you an opinion eventually. But this right now is, if you were going to film the Earth from 130,000 miles out, and the Earth is 4 times larger than the moon, and you're halfway to the moon, I would imagine it would fill up that window. You wouldn't, the difference between that and low Earth orbit, I'm sure there's a difference, but I still think from that small window, it might be the whole window filled with Earth. That might be what you get.
Well, that's not the opinion of myself as a filmmaker and 3 other filmmakers who, for a living, our job is to make fake scenes look real.
Uh-huh.
And so we all conclude that that's the window that they have made a mock-up of a 1-foot model to pretend.
But is there an image of that mock-up? I never saw a mock-up. I didn't. There's all
you saw them fiddle around in the window.
You definitely see them fiddle around the window.
And the camera, they lied about the camera being up against the glass. The camera is obviously at the back of the spacecraft.
They said the window is filled with
So it said, back to the real content.
Lights come up on the part they didn't and the camera has been at the back of the spacecraft all the time. They had to lock it. They really were happy with the only way they could film this.
And that ass is moving. I don't want to stand too long, but I had to go walk up. Stay a little free. Next bitch call my phone D&D. Shawty know how to rock D&B. Get the money.
All right, hold on. We'll watch here. Hold on, guys. Guys. Hold on. We'll watch something else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's
like a transparency or something.
That's like, I don't know, some sort of crescent.
What do you guys want to watch?
The window to make it look like the Terminator line between night and day.
I think you guys, I'm gonna try out this 4-for-4 right here.
Get some chicken at my favorite chicken spot. It's like one of my favorites. Also like fried chicken, but that's a different thing.
No.
So we're at Texas Chicken Burgers, trying out the 4-for-4. 4 pieces of chicken.
It's less clear, right? It's less clear.
They got my like
Transparency.
yeah. Talking about it, bro.
Well, I mean, just go back.
Okay, what do you want to watch?
Jamie, they only showed 20 seconds.
No, I know. I was saying, if that's what I thought it was, I would. Why not just?
You want to murder me brutally? Okay, come on.
Well, I think the point is that they had to represent the Terminator line because of where they were in orbit. So if they're flying away from Earth and they're going towards the moon at a very specific time, you'd be able to know, like where, what part of the Earth was dark at what point in the flight, right?
I would think so.
I mean, they had to know. They knew.
But with the
calculation
with the public.
Yeah, but I mean, they would do it the right way. They're going to
Not
make it.
necessarily.
Okay. Well, this one's a weird one. And to me, this is like the only thing that I could say if I was going to steal money.
Cabby, shut the fuck up. Cunt ran into a lamppost. Full on thrashing because he'll get bashed.
Imagine hitting Nick with an hammer KW. Imagine hitting Nick with a hammer KW. Like, bro,
you know that, right? So the way to film it correctly
why?
would be to adjust the aperture correctly.
Cabby, shut the fuck up.
Towards that window.
I'm not going to bash him because get back.
Jesus.
Dwarf tent. Shut your fucking mouth, Cabby.
Oh shit.
Show tits. So 16.
Jason, I approve your actions.
Oh shit! Daniel, you may be 6'5" and eat bricks for breakfast.
What the fuck?
Cabby, don't you ever try to de-escalate content, cunt.
Oh shit! What in the fuck?
Get the fuck through the
And you see, that's what it is.
Jesus.
If you're saying that black.
Was this on kick?
But
that's
Did he
not
get
black.
stabbed?
But it doesn't mean they weren't 130,000 miles out.
But why would they fake being 30,000 miles out if they were really
Because if
130,000 miles out?
if they had a policy of deception in terms of imagery, which it seems that they did, even though they did that, I'm just steel manning. It doesn't necessarily mean that the whole thing was fake, right?
Well, if I were
I was trying to understand. So it's not that they're 130,000 miles out, but it's that they're in space faking the shot.
Yes,
they're doing it. They're faking being halfway
which
to
is
the
why
moon
it's
from
so
Earth orbit.
bright. The reason why it's so bright is because they're just like the space station.
That doesn't. I don't know. I'm getting more confused on all of these pieces because like I thought that they didn't even go to space.
No. Nobody thinks that. Nobody thinks that.
They did go to
Jamie,
space.
you need to catch the fuck up on
Bro.
Reddit.
Well, look at this part here.
It makes sense to you to begin with.
Keep playing this part, Jamie, and you'll see that this is the window. Here's the work light inside of the spacecraft. Either that or it's a giant UFO, right?
No,
Or the
it's
inside of it.
definitely, it's obviously a work light.
Okay, and then here is Michael Collins breaking down part of the special effect shot using the window. You're going to see them. This one.
But let's be honest about what we're seeing. What we're seeing is motion in front of the window.
That's
That's
right.
right. But
So
listen.
that's the window
Yes,
of the spacecraft.
that's true.
Not the Earth floating in
That's-
space like they claimed a minute
That-
earlier.
That's true.
Which
but-
means they're faking being
Right.
halfway
But I
to the
have to
moon.
stop you. You're saying like make the transparency, all these different things you're saying. There's no evidence of that. You just see movement in front of it. I understand your assumption, but there's no evidence of a transparency.
Well, it's not an assumption. It's that
You see
they're-
him moving. You see just dark shadows. Let's see it one more time. You see dark shadows moving
Well, the
in front
point
of
is
that
that's
thing.
the window of the spacecraft.
100%. I'm
Okay,
agreeing with
well,
you
wait a
that
minute,
some
stop,
of the
stop
deception.
there. If that's the window of the spacecraft, then that's not the Earth floating in space.
Correct.
Which, they claim, which means
Correct.
they're faking being halfway to the moon.
Not necessarily.
Which they would never
Not
do if they
necessarily.
really went halfway to the
Not
moon.
necessarily. It could mean that
So
they're
they
just
went halfway to the moon, but they faked it anyway?
They're faking this footage because this is the best footage they can get with the equipment they have looking through that window. And they came to a conclusion. The best way to do it is to back the camera up, block everything out, and just film that circular window, and that's the Earth. And that's the only thing. We'll pretend that it's the Earth with space, but we really can't get that because of the positioning of the camera, the amount of room. If you look as the thing goes bright, this is my question to you. I think this is compelling and it's bizarre. But when you say they removed the transparency, well, there's no transparency. You don't see it. You're literally just seeing black figures in motion. Now, in clarity, now you see clarity. So now you see the amount of distance, very small space they're working in, amount of distance where the circular window is, where the Earth is, and then where the camera is. So the camera is still just a few feet from the window. It's not like it's in a giant room. It's just a few feet
Well,
from the
actually,
window.
there are three
filming the
spacecrafts
Earth.
coupled together, so it's quite
Watching
deep.
YouTube?
Right, but
And
it's
a
still,
straight
it's still
line.
not that big
We're
where they
kicking
are.
my
But
nose.
where they are
8
right
to 10 feet away from the window.
That's pretty small.
Yeah.
This whole room is pretty small, right? It's basically smaller than here to the with our screens.
But the point is, it's not the Earth floating in space.
Reported for star. Oh, you're right. Said
Black
non-10
the Earth floating in space. Blacked out environment. If they're trying to pretend that that's space, that's deception.
Exactly. So still doesn't mean that they're not what they gonna do. So we concluded, yes, they are facing being halfway to the moon.
No, that's not what we concluded. We concluded that they are facing that the blackness around that piece of the Earth is space. That's all we're confirming. But hold on, Jenny. So we're confirming that they definitely were. If they were saying that blackness, which is clearly the inside of the cockpit, right? Clearly. But they're saying that blackness is space, and that circular image is the Earth, looking at the Earth through space. That's clearly space.
Okay, so Apollo 11 is being deceptive with their photography. Why would they do
How does he
that?
say non-10 in my chat?
Okay, the steelman. And I know it's annoying.
Figure out how
Steelman
they
is
done
devil's advocate. Is that what you're saying?
Figure out how he said non-10 and remove it.
Why? Because it's interesting to see how it lines up. You would say they wanted good footage. They couldn't get good footage any other way. They couldn't get where the camera is and how big the camera is, how small the window is, and how space they're working with. They couldn't get real clear footage of the Earth in space in the distance. So they decided to film it this way. Film it through that circular window. We'll black out everything. It'll look like space, but you will see the Earth from where we are, which is 130,000 miles.
You know, there's a film coming out in July, and I don't know, I've only seen the trailer, but they talked about shooting the fake moon landing as a backup.
Dude, how are there infinite food videos? I feel like there's
as long as you do. If you believe they're communing with aliens with a secret group,
like
or
a
the
billion
Armstrong
fucking
kids,
food videos.
It's the same thing. If
What
they
is
really went to
that?
the moon, they wouldn't have
Yo,
to
what is
fake
that?
it
Guys,
because
what is
they
that? Is
showed
that like a
so
waffle
little
fry with
of the
steak?
mission anyway.
Right,
During the
against the moon.
they wouldn't dare fake any of it because there were people at the time.
How do you do that? Legit. Yeah, guys, how do you do it?
Fake any of it.
How do you do it? Okay, yeah, non-10. You're saying non-10 in my chat. Alright,
And then all of a
this is
sudden,
more
you see
we're
that
talking about
black and
food.
white
When the
image.
chair
Stop.
this is where we disagree.
Stop.
Because I think it's very difficult to go there. It's even more difficult to go there and document it, right? And specifically when you're talking about camera equipment. Equipment, the old
Alright, I'm
school
modding Botrix.
and you run into old school radar detectors at the airport.
Say goodbye. Say goodnight.
Fucks up your camera equipment,
Botrix
right? Doesn't it fuck up your film?
Well,
But doesn't it?
How do I mod
it
Botrix?
wasn't difficult for them to go to the moon. They went 6 times in.
I know, but
In 3 years, they
But
drove
listen to me.
cars on the moon,
But that's
played
not what I'm
golf
saying.
on the moon,
But that's not what I'm saying.
and yet for some reason today, they
Alright,
can only
I don't
send
know how to do it. I
mannequins
give
over
up.
to the moon.
Listen, we're in agreement on this. This is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, what you could say is that the real maybe they went and they faked the footage. And the reason they faked the footage is because the footage got all fucked up because they went through radio.
I'm sure they would love the public to believe that because many filmmakers like myself agree that the footage is fake. So how can we possibly trick the public into thinking the moon landings are real, even though the pictures are fake? Why don't we create a picture film saying, well, we just only did it back up so that
Chat moves faster than Sam's. Yeah,
the real footage.
What's the famous dish in Japan? Oh, it's
Little real footage
This is called
to begin with.
rice.
Why did
Can I
you just
order
have a
more
camera on the side of the rocket showing live pictures during the descent instead of a
Yo,
little
what streamers would collab with me?
and then suddenly
Chat.
a picture of
What
them
streamers
stable
would
and
collab
out
with me?
Out of the spacecraft.
What
Because
streamers
they
would
faked it.
collab
Because
with me,
you know
guys?
from my book, we have an eyewitness who saw them film Apollo 11 at Cannon Air Force Base, June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, 1968.
Why?
And
I have eyewitnesses that were raped by Bigfoot.
Of the other
You
people
can
or
find
whatever?
those.
well,
You know what I'm saying? Like,
His
if the guy wasn't here,
his
if the
son-
guy wasn't here,
his son cooperates it. We have a video of that we can show. The point is,
Let's
and it's
look
not even
who's
in my
live.
book, okay? The
Amaranth.
first thing the guy says as he's dying, about to meet his maker, fearing not being on the right side of judgment, is that he's a murderer. He killed somebody. His son, who he can go to Sabrel.com, watch his son's testimony, who saw his father's
Hood
best
priest?
confession. He said,
This guy's name Hood Priest?
he said, I killed a co-worker at Cannon Air Force Base.
I don't fucking understand what he's saying.
The military police came in, and they interrogated him as he's dying, wanted to
Who would
notify the
collab with
relatives
me,
of the
guys?
person
Who would collab
you
with
killed.
me?
Who did you kill? Such and such a person. a fellow employee at Cannon Air Force Base in 1968. Why did you kill him? We both eyewitnessed the filming of the fake June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of 1968. Our friend his son confirmed he was chief of security at Cannon Air Force Base. He lived right across the street from it. He stood beside President Johnson.
Duran? Yeah, but he's so far. How do I collab
He gave
with
him
him?
a list of
On
15
Discord?
people that were there who were allowed in the
Vagabond
VIP
hosted me
entrance
and then I
to
banned him.
Neil Armstrong's on the
Did
list.
you guys see
Paul
that
Walker's
last
on the
night?
list, and several
Did
people
someone
I
ban
never
him for
heard
me?
of. We got that list. We published
Did someone ban him for me?
it. And this is real. His son.
Because I remember he hosted me and I said someone banned him.
His house was broken into a few days later. Everything about his father was confiscated. Days after that, 2 agents show up from the government. This is less than 2 years ago. Threatened to kill him and his family if he ever talks to me again about his father's participation in the moon landing fraud. The White House was involved in investigating this. The FBI was, and the United States Senate Intelligence Committee investigated this. And that man and those reports are sealed because it's a great embarrassment to the federal government that they did actually fake the moon landing. I was the biggest fan. If I can go from being the biggest fan to having to accept the sad fact that our government is that arrogant. And not only that, I interviewed the widow of Gus Grissom.
Did you lose weight staying up for so long? I don't know, but I feel like that I lost weight to the point where I'm able to eat. I just had Subway. I probably have my daily calories already,
Well, basically,
but I feel like I deserve a cheat day where I can eat more food now, like a lot.
Going to the moon in 2 years. He thought it was
Because I lost it.
10 years away. And still we can't even go now, right? Because of the radiation. And he was preparing reports to give to Congress and the Senate that his
Not how that works. Yeah, they said cheat days are good for diet, dude. That's how it works. It resets your metabolism. Alright. So what do I do? How do I do?
This is the man who was going to be the first man to walk on the moon. And he was the most beloved of the press corps. And he was so frustrated, he kept complaining up the chain of command they wouldn't fix
Go
it
outside?
because the higher-ups knew they weren't going to go and hadn't committed yet to faking it and therefore hadn't pulled the astronauts yet. And that's why they weren't fixing
This is your
anything.
belief.
Well, that's her conclusion as well.
Right.
And in his fury, without permission, he held a press conference. He invited a bunch of reporters to the top of the rocket where he affixed a lemon the size of a grapefruit on a coat hanger.
As I was
This thing is a lemon. He
skateboarding
said, made the evening
and messed up an ollie.
And a few days later, he dies. His wife told me that on January 26, 1967, he came home from work and said the following: "Hon, for some strange reason, the CIA is all over the launch pad today. I wonder why they're here inspecting you. Never seen them here before. He's dead the very next day from faulty equipment. His widow told me he was murdered by the CIA. The man who was going to be the first man to walk on his moon. His son, 747 pilot, said the same thing, who I interviewed for 3 hours, that his father was murdered by the CIA. So it's one thing if they faked the moon landing and didn't kill anybody. Maybe I'll confess my devious nature. I kind of, admire their ingenuity. Like the people who tunnel from the dry cleaner into the bank. But not if you kill 3 guards, slit their throats, who have wives and children. And the first,
what 3 guards?
Well, I'm just saying, for example, if they faked the moon landing and didn't kill anybody, that's one thing. But that's not the case. You see, and I know the type of person you are and the type of guests you have on your show. We're true patriots, and patriots have to face facts that when people take an oath to this country, it's to protect it against all enemies, foreign and domestic. They always want misdirection, the boogeyman to be in some other country, where the biggest traitors of our country are Americans and high, right? That's what's going on. And the first document of our country isn't the Constitution. It's the Declaration of Independence, where it says when any government becomes destructive of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it. Well, according to Betty Grissom, they took away his life. They take a third of our income. They deceive us through a moon landing. And then they use that money to pay the salaries of the CIA agents who killed Gus Grissom.
Okay, but let's go to Gus Grissom's death. So Gus Grissom died in an accident, right? He died in a fire, correct?
His wife says that fire was set intentionally.
I understand that she says that. I understand that why she would believe that. That makes sense.
Well, if her husband says CIA agents are messing around with the equipment the day before, and he's dead the next day from faulty equipment, the CIA killed him. It's a pretty obvious conclusion.
It could possibly be that, definitely. But also, when you're launching rockets, a lot of people die.
They weren't launching anything. It was just a ground test of pressing buttons. And they found that they pressurized that space capsule with 100% oxygen, where steel will become flammable. They reversed the door the day before so that it opened inwardly instead of outwardly. It took an extra 5 or 10 minutes to open up. And then they found a pile of oily rags under his seat so that they would do a spark. And then I got the Apollo 1 report. We bought it for $10,000 for Roger Chaffee's widow from his estate. And there was a dip in power right before the fire because the CIA had something clamped in there to start the fire. They ignited it, it caused a dip in power, and then the fire.
So where's this evidence that there was a dip in power?
Well, it's in the Apollo 1 report.
That there was a dip in power.
Right before the fire, because something was tapped into there that the CIA raised the previous day. That's what killed them.
Is there a logical explanation for why they reversed the doors?
Yeah, so they would make sure not to be able to get out. It would take more time to get out.
But is there a logical explanation in terms of
they could say they were just testing something new, right? That's their excuse.
Right. And the fire, what was the official explanation for how the fire started?
Just faulty wiring.
And what was the evidence that the oxygen had been increased in the environment?
Well, that's a fact. They knew not to do that. That it caused fatalities.
Where did you hear this fact?
Well, she told me, and it's in the Apollo 1 report.
So in the Apollo 1 report, it says they increased the oxygen by how much?
Well, they did 100% oxygen in the cabin.
And did they say why?
They was just testing it. Something to test an experiment. Right?
And so then a fire ignites.
That's right. They rigged it with the oily rags under there, with reversing it. They did everything they could to make sure those guys burned alive. They get rid of the guy because Gus Grissom, had they asked him to fake the moon landing, he would have said no way, and then he would have gone to the reporters. The same reason my source, Cyrus Eugene Akers, killed his coworker, because his coworker witnessed Apollo 11 being filmed at Cannon Air Force Base in 1968, said this is wrong for the government to do this, and was going to tell a reporter, and he was killed for the very same reason.
Yeah, I would love to see the video of that. If there was a video of it, it'd be interesting.
Yeah, there's a video of his son.
But there's
talking
also
about this.
Yeah.
You have it queued up there.
How people get old. When they get old, they say crazy things.
I don't think it's that crazy to say. We verified he was the chief of security.
Right, but I don't know what his mental state was when he was dying. I don't know if he had dementia. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like people could. But I'm not saying.
Are you
that
sure
it
you
didn't
didn't
happen.
work for O.J. Simpson's defense team?
I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying that some old people, particularly, first of all, memories are terrible. Most people's memories.
You just
are
said that earlier. Yeah.
That memories are terrible.
You just said it a second.
Yeah, most people's memory's not that good. And then if you're really old and you're mentally compromised, and maybe you have full-blown dementia, and maybe you imagine things, that's also possible. I mean,
That's an odd thing to
deathbed
think.
confession.
I killed
would like-
somebody to cover up the moon landing fraud.
I know.
What are the odds of that being dementia?
Not very good, but also possible. When people have dementia, they think their